This video continues with 42. Chapter 42, Corpse Demons Sealing and Forced Interruption. Konoha, Defection to Akatsuki, sends the entire ninja world into a panic. 42, Chapter 42, Corpse Demons Sealing and Forced Interruption. What kind of seal is this? A Konoha Jonin shouted in terror. Lord Third's chakra, it feels so sinister. Fall back, everyone, get away. The Anbu captain desperately waved his arms, signaling his subordinates to scatter. Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed his palms together, the wrinkles on his face seeming to deepen by a dozen years in an instant. His face was gaunt, but his eyes held a desperate, fatal resolve. Uchiha Yoru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was hoarse and broken, carrying a fanatical, all-or-nothing intensity. You think you can run wild just because your power is immense. Today, this old man will show you what the determination born of the will of fire truly means. Yoru, holding Izumi within the crystalline structure of his Susanoo, looked down with keen interest. Determination, Yoru let out a light laugh. What useless nonsense is this old monkey brewing up now? Izumi frowned slightly, leaning close to Yoru and whispering a reminder. Lord Yoru, the chakra emanating from him, has a very unpleasant aura. Yoru patted her shoulder dismissively. Relax, let him do his thing. In the face of absolute power, any flashy trump card is just an invitation for humiliation. Sealing jutsu, dead demon consuming seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a piercing, furious roar. Along with the roar, a chilling gust of wind suddenly swirled behind him. A massive, ethereal figure clad in a white robe, a short knife clenched in its teeth, slowly materialized. This apparition's visage was utterly ghastly, surrounded by distorted sealing formulas. It exuded an extreme, soul-chilling coldness that made one's spirit tremble. What is that thing? A Konoha ninja stammered, backing away repeatedly. That's the technique the fourth Hokage once used, another Anbu exclaimed in shock. The absolute forbidden jutsu that takes the enemy with you, the dead demon consuming seal. The eyes of the surviving Konoha forces, which had been dull with despair, once again ignited with a fanatical hope. The Hokage is sacrificing his own soul to drag this demon to hell with him. We've won. Once that Shinigami locks on, no one can escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands remained firmly pressed together, his nails digging deep into his own flesh. For Konoha's future. Uchiha Yoru, your end has come. Gritting his teeth, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Yoru in midair. Even if I must discard this failing body, I will drag your soul into the abyss of hell. The terrifying Shinigami apparition let out a silent roar. Its left hand abruptly pierced through Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. A translucent, icy chain of chakra instantly shot forth. With a bizarre, impossible-to-evade speed, it directly locked onto Yoru in the sky. The lock is complete. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes blazed with triumphant glee. Ha, you can't run now. No one can escape the Shinigami's rules. Accept your judgment, you sinner of Konoha. Yoru calmly observed the semi-transparent energy chain that had locked onto him. The eternal Mangekyou Sharingan in his eye sockets rotated slightly, perceiving everything. Shinigami, Yoru's face was full of mockery. It's nothing but an advanced sealing jutsu established through a chakra contract. You old fool, you actually mistake this Uzumaki clan scrap for a god. Yoru sneered, his eyes filled with lofty disdain. Today, I'll show you what a true rule breaker is. The Shinigami apparition suddenly raised the short knife clenched in its teeth. Once this blade descended, the soul contract would be irrevocably sealed. Dai, Sarutobi Hiruzen howled, his voice ragged. At this critical juncture, Yoru's figure vanished from his spot without any warning. Flying Thunder God technique. He hadn't formed any hand seals at all. He didn't even acknowledge the supposedly absolute, inescapable soul lock. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face paled in shock, his eyes wide. Where is he? How can he ignore the Shinigami's lock? Right in front of you, blind man. An icy, bone-chilling voice abruptly sounded right before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yoru had directly teleported to a spot less than half a meter away from Sarutobi Hiruzen. In his hand, that sharp ninja sword was already drawn. A profound, dark blue light swirled wildly along the blade's edge. It was the purest yin-yang release chakra, capable of erasing all ninjutsu. "Want to take me down with you?" Yoru's voice was frigid to the extreme. "A disgusting old dog like you isn't even qualified to touch me." Without the slightest hesitation, Yoru swung his thunderous blade horizontally with immense force. He didn't aim for Sarutobi Hiruzen's physical body. Instead, with extreme precision, his slash targeted the invisible chakra channel connecting Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Shinigami apparition. "Re-yep!" A sound like thick cloth being violently torn apart suddenly rang out. The lightning blade, infused with yin-yang release, carried an unstoppable force of destruction. It brutally, cleanly severed that translucent chain of the soul contract. "No, impossible." Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a scream of utter despair. He watched helplessly as the link between him and the Shinigami completely collapsed. That last thread of hope, maintaining the chain, vanished into nothingness under the erosion of yin-yang release. The short knife held high by the Shinigami apparition halted abruptly in midair. Having lost the contractual connection, it had completely lost its target. "Roar!" The Shinigami apparition let out a silent roar brimming with rage. The contract was broken, but the backlash from forcibly activating the forbidden technique was irreversible. Unable to find its target, the Shinigami instantly vented all its fury upon the caster. An extremely terrifying backlash force erupted violently within Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. "Aya!" Sarutobi Hiruzen let out an agonized, blood-curdling shriek. He threw his head back, spewing a massive mouthful of blood. Then, like a sack of wet mud, he collapsed heavily into the pool of his own blood, his entire body convulsing violently. The Shinigami apparition behind him, having lost its chakra support, let out a final, unwilling wail before gradually dissolving into a wisp of white smoke, dispersing into the air. The surviving Konoha forces were utterly dumbstruck. "Failed." One Anbu's legs gave way, and he knelt directly on the ground. Even Lord Third's all-or-nothing forbidden jutsu was broken so casually by him. "It's over, Konoha is finished." Despair instantly drowned everyone present. Cries and wails rose and fell amidst the ruins. Yoru slowly sheathed his ninja sword, looking down imperiously at the dying old man. At that moment, the system's prompt tone chimed punctually in Yoru's mind. "Ding," detected that the host has seen through the essence of the dead demon consuming seal at a glance, and forcibly interrupted it with yin-yang release. Denying the enemy even the chance of mutual destruction, stripping them of their last shred of dignity, supreme arrogance. Judgment, host possesses profound insight into rules unrivaled in domineering might. Rebellion rating, SSS. Divine level reward issued. Congratulations, host, obtained divine summoning contract, Zinagar. Hearing this incredibly generous reward, the corner of Yoru's mouth couldn't help but curl upward. Zinagar. It seems the job of cleaning up this trash now has a more suitable helper. Yoru took a step forward, his combat boot mercilessly stomping on Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. "So this was your final trump card." Yoru's voice dripped with undisguised mockery, each word a stab to the heart. "To kill me, you were even willing to sell your own rotten soul to a demon. Pity, that pathetic contract of yours isn't even worth scrap paper before my blade." Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped for breath in ragged, heavy gulps, the light in his eyes rapidly fading. He struggled to open his mouth, wanting to retort. But all he could manage was a weak cough, spraying a string of bloody froth. This man who had once ruled Konoha for decades, the shinobi monarch, was now reduced to a shameful, lingering disgrace. Game over. Yoru's hand rested on the hilt of his ninja sword once more. He was ready to send this hypocritical old fool to his final rest. Take that worthless will of fire of yours and keep Danzo company in hell. Yoru's eyes were icy cold as he gripped the hilt and pulled the blade free. The blade edge glinted coldly, poised to sever that aged head. At this critical juncture, CROOK, an extremely shrill, deafeningly loud croak, like rolling thunder, suddenly echoed from the sky. The sound was immense, seeming to make even the rubble in the surrounding ruins tremble slightly. A tremendous rush of air howled down from directly overhead. What is that commotion? Uchiha Izumi tightened her grip on her kunai, looking up into the sky. Yoru frowned slightly, his sword-wielding hand pausing for a moment. He too coldly lifted his head, following the direction of the sound. There, in the heavy night sky above Konoha village, a shadow of mountainous proportions was plummeting towards the battlefield at a terrifying gliderifying speed. 43, Chapter 43, Humiliating Kneeling and the End of Renxiong's Life. Yoru did not immediately pay attention to the increasingly close and piercing croaking sound from the sky. He knew that no matter what fell from above, it wouldn't stop his next move. As the Shinigami's phantom transformed into the last wisp of white smoke and completely dissipated in the wind, Konoha's final desperate counterattack, meant to take them both down, was declared a complete failure. With a slight thought, Yoru directly dispelled his perfect Susanoo. The massive dark blue chakra instantly receded. He casually rested the thunder blade, entwined with yin-yang release, on his shoulder. Yoru took slow steps, walking towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was now a pile of mud. This Hokage, famous throughout the ninja world, was now slumped in a pool of blood, gasping for breath. Hokage-sama. Lord Third, hold on. Several Konoha Anbu on the periphery, eyes red with fury, desperately tried to rush forward to rescue him. All of you retreat, don't throw your lives away. The Anbu captain spread his arms to block his subordinates, his voice trembling violently from extreme terror. He's a complete monster, we're no match for him. Several Jonin gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. But are we just going to watch Hokage-sama be humiliated like this? For Konoha, we're not afraid to die. Right, let's fight him. Listening to these reckless shouts, Yoru coldly glanced at them. With you rotten planks. Along with this taunt, Yoru's terrifying pressure from his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan was unleashed. Hey! Dozens of Konoha ninja at the forefront instantly felt a heavy blow. The immense pressure made it impossible for them to move, and they all collapsed to their knees on the ground. Don't be an eyesore. Yoru no longer paid attention to these ants. He looked down at Sarutobi Hiruzen from above. Is this the will of fire you're so proud of? Yoru sharply drew his ninja sword and slapped the cold, flat side of the blade against Sarutobi Hiruzen's cheek. Slap, slap. The crisp sound of metal slapping was like a series of extremely loud slaps. It heavily struck Konoha's last pathetic shred of dignity. With only this much capability, you dare to declare that you'll take me down with you. Yoru's voice was utterly cold, filled with undisguised mockery. Uchiha Yoru. Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to lift his head, his dust-covered face full of resentment and unwillingness. Even if this old man fails, the spirit of Konoha will never yield to you. As long as there are people in the village, the will of fire will live on endlessly. After hearing this, Yoru couldn't help but let out an extremely arrogant laugh. Itadohaha. Will of fire. Yoru stopped laughing, pressing the flat side of his blade hard against Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face. When you covered up Danzo's human experiments, why didn't you mention the will of fire? When you forced Itachi to slaughter the elderly, weak, women, and children of our Uchiha clan, where was the spirit of Konoha then? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned red with anger, and his body trembled violently. Those were all for the greater good, for the peace of the village. It was a necessary sacrifice. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still clinging to his selfish and hypocritical theory. Necessary sacrifice. Yoru snorted coldly, slowly sheathing his ninja sword. Save that disgusting nonsense for hell. He slowly straightened his body, his gaze becoming incredibly sharp and domineering. Sarutobi Hiruzen, today I will completely strip away the dignity of your high-ranking officials. Yoru suddenly raised his voice, which was like thunder from the 9 heavens. Kneel. The moment these 2 words were uttered, the air seemed to instantly freeze. What did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, looking at Yoru with extreme horror. This old man is the third Hokage of Konoha. This old man will never kneel to a traitor like you. The remaining Konoha remnants watching also completely collapsed. Don't insult Hokage-sama. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Let's fight him. Facing these defeated subordinates who didn't know their place, Yoru didn't even turn his head. You have no choice. Yoru coldly shouted, and the vast senjutsu chakra within him poured out. A massive, tangible gravity pressed down solely on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ahe! Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a miserable groan. His aged body instantly buckled under the immense pressure. Don't even think about making this old man bow his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth, desperately trying to keep his spine straight. Kneel and atone. Yoru once again applied an extremely violent senjutsu pressure. Crack, crack. Sarutobi Hiruzen's legs finally couldn't bear the heavy load. His kneecaps emitted extremely crisp cracking sounds. Accompanied by a desperate scream. This supreme authority, who once reigned over the ninja world and ruled Konoha for more than half a century, could no longer withstand this mountain-crushing force. He heavily slammed his knees onto the ground. His forehead was forced tightly against the cold stone slab beneath Yoru's feet, humiliatingly kneeling in atonement, completely reduced to a pathetic, lingering failure. Oh my God. Hokage-sama knelt. It's all over. The pride of our Konoha has been completely shattered. The Konoha ninja who witnessed this scene had their convictions completely shattered. They dropped their kunai and cried desperately. This kneel completely announced the end of the old Konoha era. Yoru stood in place, not even bothering to spare another glance at the old man. Just then, a very light footstep sounded. Uchiha Izumi quickly walked to Yoru's side. Her eyes were only on Yoru, filled with an unyielding adoration and worship. Lord Yoru, it is his honor for such trash to kneel at your feet. Izumi's voice was extremely soft and sweet, filled with unreserved favoritism. She took out a white handkerchief from her embrace and carefully held Yoru's right hand. How could such a thing dirty your hands? Izumi, her face full of tenderness, wiped away the slight dust on Yoru's fingertips. Izumi will always take care of everything for you. Yoru felt the softness on his fingertips, and a gentle smile curved his lips. He naturally turned his hand and grasped Izumi's small hand. Well done, Izumi. Yoru said domineeringly. After we deal with these pieces of trash, we'll take our clansmen and leave this dirty place. Izumi will follow Lord Yoru to the death, no matter where it leads. Izumi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she obediently leaned against Yoru. At the same time, a wonderfully clear system notification sounded in Yoru's mind. Ding, detected that the host has completely destroyed the Konoha authority, figures both mentally and in terms of dignity. Forced the third Hokage to publicly kneel in humiliation, declaring the end of the old era. Judgment, host is arrogant and overbearing, looking down on everything. Rebelliousness rating SSS. God tier reward has been issued. Congratulations to host, obtained armament Haki Perfect upgrade. Feeling the incredibly powerful Haki within him, Yoru was in a great mood. Just as he was about to end Sarutobi Hiruzen's lingering life with a kick, the massive dark shadow in the sky finally descended to its limit. Rumble. A deafening sonic boom suddenly exploded in midair. Protect Lord Yoru. Izumi immediately shielded Yoru, gripping her kunai tightly. Step back, hide behind me, and watch the show. Yoru domineering pulled Izumi back behind him. Bang! A giant red toad, like a small mountain, carrying destructive kinetic energy, violently descended from the sky, smashing heavily into the ruins not far away. The earth trembled, and wild winds raged. Jiraiya, what in the world happened here? Even Konoha's main gate is gone. Toad Boss Bunta drew the huge short sword from his mouth, asking a thunderous question. Damn it, I'm still too late. On top of the toad's head, a white-haired man, wearing a red hiyori, stood proudly. He held a large scroll in his hand, his eyes red as he looked at the tragic scene below. The old man was actually forced into this state. The mad ghost Jiraiya finally received the intelligence and rushed back to the village with all his might. His eyes were red with fury as he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen kneeling on the ground, instantly enraged. Is that brat the culprit who ruined Konoha like this? Jiraiya pointed at Yoru below, letting out a wild, beast-like roar. Uchiha Yoru, you utterly wicked bastard. Today, even if I, Jiraiya, have to risk my life, I will absolutely eradicate you. 44, Chapter 44, Jiraiya's appearance and the ferocious beast devouring the sky. Jiraiya, what on earth happened here? Toad Boss Bunta looked at the devastated Konoha village, his voice filled with shock. Jiraiya leaped down from Bunta's head and rushed quickly to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Old man. Jiraiya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was kneeling on both knees with his forehead pressed against the cold stone floor, and his eyes instantly reddened. This third Hokage, who once shook the ninja world, was now struggling for breath without a shred of dignity. Jiraiya, you're finally back. Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to lift his head, his face covered in tears of humiliation. This old man is incompetent. I couldn't protect the village. Seeing his mentor in such a miserable state, worse than death, Jiraiya's heart bled. He spun around abruptly, his bloodshot eyes staring fixedly at the high and mighty Yoru. Uchiha Yoru, you insane beast. Jiraiya pointed at Yoru, letting out a roar like a wild animal. The old man is at such an advanced age, yet you forced him to kneel and suffer such great humiliation. Not only did you destroy Konoha, but you also trampled the village's dignity under your feet. You are simply unforgivable. Faced with Jiraiya's fury, Yoru held Izumi, standing in place without moving even half a step. He didn't even bother to touch the ninja sword at his waist, his eyes filled only with extreme disdain. Beast, Yoru let out a sneer, his tone full of mockery. Jiraiya, you useless trash who spends all day traveling and peeping at women's bathhouses under the guise of gathering material. What right do you have to stand here and shout at me? Yoru's words were like a resounding slap, hitting Jiraiya hard in the face. You rebellious madman, Jiraiya was exasperated. The village is a home everyone worked hard to build. No matter how much dissatisfaction you have with the higher-ups, it could have been resolved through negotiations. Why involve so many innocent people? Why destroy everything? After hearing this, Yoru couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yoru's laughter was full of arrogance and coldness, as if he had heard the world's biggest joke. Negotiations? You idiot, did you rot your brain out there? Yoru reached out his hand, pointing from a distance at the slumped Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ask your good teacher here. When their higher-ups colluded with Uchiha Itachi in the shadows, and put the butcher's knife to the necks of our Uchiha infants. Did they ever negotiate with us? Jiraiya's whole body shook, his eyes widening. What nonsense are you talking about? How could the village do such a thing? Uchiha Izumi stood by Yoru's side, looking coldly at Jiraiya. Every word Lord Yoru said is true. That filthy evidence was just made public. Izumi's voice was tinged with contempt. An idiot like you, who knows nothing, dares to jump out and accuse Lord Yoru. Jiraiya looked down at Sarutobi Hiruzen, only to find his teacher keeping his head lowered, not saying a word. A silent admission. Jiraiya was deeply shaken, but he still gritted his teeth. No matter what happened, I absolutely cannot watch Konoha be destroyed by you. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Toad Boss Bunta couldn't listen anymore and let out an earth-shaking roar. Daring to speak to Jiraiya and the old man Hiruzen like that, this lord will split you in half today. Bunta suddenly drew the giant short sword, dozens of meters long, that he held in his mouth. His thick hind legs suddenly exerted force, and his massive body leaped high into the air. A huge shadow instantly enveloped Yoru and Izumi completely. Die! Bunta gripped the giant short sword with both hands, carrying the terrifying momentum of a mountain crashing down. He slashed down directly towards Yoru's head. Lord Yoru, let me tear it apart. Uchiha Izumi immediately gripped her kunai. Step back, Izumi. Yoru pulled Izumi behind him with extreme casualness, a flash of disgust in his eyes. A toad covered in lumps like this, doing it myself would only dirty my clothes. Facing the giant blade falling from the sky, Yoru had no intention of forming any hand seals. Using this kind of low-class toad to disgust me. A cruel sneer curled at the corner of Yoru's mouth. Since you like playing with summoned beasts, I'll let you see what a real monster looks like. With a slight thought, Yoru directly locked onto the god-level item just rewarded by the system in his mind. He raised his right hand and clenched it suddenly in midair. Cracked. An ancient scroll emitting a mysterious light was crushed in Yoru's palm. God-level summoning contract, Zinogre activate. Roar. There was no tedious smoke preamble. An extremely violent beast roar, enough to shatter the clouds and make one's soul tremble. It boomed across the ruins of the entire Konoha village. The sky instantly changed color, and countless streaks of violent blue lightning intertwined into an ocean of thunderstorms. A terrifying beast, so massive it was beyond words, tore through the thunderstorm and descended on the spot. Its body was a whole circle larger than Toad Boss Bunta. Its entire body was covered in indestructible dark gold hard scales. Every scale was wrapped in extremely terrifying destructive lightning. World-destroying ferocious beast, Thunder Wolf Dragon. What kind of monster is that? In midair, Toad Boss Bunta's huge eyeballs bulged, and an extreme fear instantly welled up in his heart. But his downward momentum could not be stopped, and the giant short sword still slashed down fiercely. Tear it to pieces for me, Yoru issued the command nonchalantly. Thunder Wolf Dragon let out a disdainful roar towards the sky. It didn't even use any fancy lightning release skills. Facing the dozens of meters-long sharp blade, Thunder Wolf Dragon didn't dodge, pouncing directly towards the edge of the blade. You're looking for death, Bunta roared, increasing the strength in his hands. However, under everyone's horrified gazes, Thunder Wolf Dragon opened its bloody maw, filled with fangs and wrapped in lightning. It brutally bit down on the falling giant short sword. Cracked, accompanied by an extremely crisp sound of metal snapping. Toad Boss Bunta's giant short sword, specially made by Mount Mayaboku and indestructible, was actually bitten into two pieces by Thunder Wolf Dragon. How is this possible? Jiraiya's face paled in shock, nearly falling off the toad's back. The moment it bit through the great sword, Thunder Wolf Dragon swung its front paw, which was as huge as a hill. With the force of a thunderbolt, it slammed hard against Toad Boss Bunta's chest. Bang! Bunta let out an extremely miserable muffled cry. His massive body was like it had been hit by a train at full speed, falling directly from midair. It crashed heavily onto the ground. Thunder Wolf Dragon leaped down, its lightning-wrapped front paw pinning Bunta firmly to the ground. No matter how hard Bunta struggled, under the absolute crushing power, he could only be ground against the earth in despair, unable to fight back at all. Jiraiya was directly thrown off by the massive shockwave, falling wretchedly into the distant ruins. Konoha's last hope, the Toad Boss of Mount Mayaboku. In front of the ferocious beast summoned by Yoru, he couldn't even last a single move before being completely defeated. Do you see? This is your Konoha's savior. Yoru stood in the center of the battlefield with his hands in his pockets, mocking ruthlessly. In my eyes, you're all fragile trash. The system's extremely pleasant notification sounded in his mind right on time. Ding detected the host summoning a world-destroying ferocious beast and overbearingly crushing the Mount Mayaboku summoned beast. Turning Jiraiya's support into a complete joke, extremely arrogant. Judgment, the host's prestige dominates the world, the divine pet is invincible. Rebellion rating, SSS. God-level rewards have been distributed. Congratulations to the host. Obtained absolute immunity to senjutsu resistance. Hearing this reward, a satisfied light flashed in Yoru's eyes. Absolute immunity to senjutsu resistance. This meant that no matter what level of sage art Jiraiya used next, it would have zero effect on him. Jiraiya crawled up from the ground, covered in dust. He looked at Toad Boss Bunta, who was pinned to the ground wailing in agony, and then at the high-end mighty Yoru. Jiraiya knew well that this young Uchiha before him had completely surpassed conventional combat power. Ordinary ninjutsu and summoned beasts couldn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. To defeat this monster, he could only use that forbidden trump card that even he himself couldn't fully control. Uchiha Yoru, don't think you've won for sure. Jiraiya suddenly bit his thumb. With blood, he extremely quickly drew 2 deep red blood streaks below the corners of his eyes. Since conventional means won't work, then I can only use the power of a sage. Immediately after, Jiraiya slammed his hands together. His massive chakra instantly connected with the distant Mount Mayaboku. He wanted to summon the 2 Great Toad Sages. To activate his strongest killing state, Sage Mode, 45, Chapter 45, Clash of Immortal Techniques and Overbearing Blast. Little Jiraiya, how did Konoha end up in such a miserable state? Sage Fukasaku had just landed on Jiraiya's left shoulder when he was startled by the surrounding ruins, his toad eyes bulging wide. Even little Bunta was beat so badly he couldn't fight back. Just what kind of monster is the opponent? Sage Shima stood on Jiraiya's right shoulder, staring solemnly at Uchiha Yoru in the distance. Father, that kid's chakra is so bottomless, it's making me anxious. Jiraiya's hands were pressed tightly together, and distinct toad-like features appeared on his face. Long red markings extended from the corners of his eyes, and his nose became extremely broad. 2 sages, there's no time to explain. The village has reached its final moment of life or death. Jiraiya's voice became extremely coarse, as natural energy surged wildly within his body. The old man has been crippled, and the Konoha elites have been wiped out. We can only use Sage Mode to stop him. Sensing Jiraiya's resolve to die if necessary, the 2 Toad Sages immediately understood. Sage Fukasaku took a massive breath of natural energy. In that case, let's use our strongest killing move directly. We absolutely cannot give him a chance to breathe. In the distance, Yoru stood with his hands in his pockets, coldly watching Jiraiya, who had completed his Sage Mode transformation. Is this your final trump card? Yoru didn't hide the sarcasm in his tone and let out a sneer. Turning yourself into an ugly toad covered in warts, is this your so-called heroic style? Hearing such an insult, Jiraiya's face flushed with rage as he roared loudly. Uchiha Yoru, what do you know? This is the senjutsu heritage of Mount Mayaboku. A murderous demon like you, who only knows destruction, isn't fit to judge the greatness of senjutsu. Murderous demon, Yoru let out a burst of extremely arrogant laughter. He extended a finger, pointing it at Jiraiya's nose from afar. Jiraiya, you coward who evades responsibility all day under the guise of gathering material. Are you even worthy of standing here and accusing me? Yoru's words were like the sharpest of knives, stabbing directly at Jiraiya's sore spots. When Orochimaru was capturing fellow villagers for human experiments, where was this so-called best friend of his? When Konoha's White Fang was hounded to death by the rumors of these high-ranking officials, why didn't you, the hero, come out to uphold justice? Every word from Yoru made Jiraiya's face turn a shade paler. When you high-ranking officials forced us Uchiha to be cannon fodder and didn't even spare the infants, why did you play deaf and dumb? Yoru's voice was like thunder, echoing continuously over the entire battlefield. Now that your disgusting teacher is under my boot, and the village's fig leaf has been torn away by me, you run out to play the savior. Yoru shook his head with a face full of disgust. A hypocrite like you, who only knows how to run away, is even more nauseating than Danzo. Jiraiya was rendered speechless, his eyes bloodshot. No matter how you argue, no matter what mistakes the high command has made. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and roared at the top of his lungs. Konoha is the home of innocent civilians. I absolutely cannot watch it be destroyed at your hands. Standing behind Yoru, Uchiha Izumi sneered, her eyes full of disdain. Lord Yoru is right. You people of Konoha are all a bunch of sanctimonious liars. Izumi gripped her kunai and turned to look at Yoru, her gaze becoming extremely gentle. Lord Yoru, please allow Izumi to go up and tear apart that hypocritical mouth of his. Yoru casually pulled Izumi behind him, his tone extremely domineering. Step back, don't let the toad's acidic spray splash onto your clothes. Yoru gave her a look of supreme confidence. Against a clown like this, one move is enough. Hearing Yoru's words, Jiraiya fell into a total rage. Two sages, no need to hold back chakra anymore. Use that move to burn him to ashes completely. Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima nodded simultaneously. Understood, let him witness the power of Mount Myaboku Senjutsu. Jiraiya's chest puffed out high, and the two sages each began their breath attacks. Sage Art, Gomen. Jiraiya suddenly spat out a sky-filling surge of toad oil. Sage Fukasaku simultaneously released an extremely violent Senjutsu wind release. Sage Shima spat out a Senjutsu fire release strong enough to melt rock. Wind fed the fire, and fire ignited the hot oil. Three high-level Sage Arts achieved a perfect intertwining in midair. In an instant, a scalding sea of fire hundreds of meters wide, with a temperature high enough to vaporize steel instantly, surged toward Yoru like a tsunami, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth. It succeeded. It's Lord Jiraiya's strongest Sage Art. That's a temperature that can burn down an entire mountain in an instant. The remnants of the Konoha forces in the distance shouted excitedly, hope igniting in their eyes once more. Great, that monster definitely can't dodge this move. Facing the oncoming sea of destructive fire, Yoru indeed did not move a single step. He didn't even draw the ninja sword at his waist. Dodge, a temperature that can't even boil bathwater, is worthy of making me dodge. Yoru let out a roar that shook heaven and earth. Today, I'll let you frogs at the bottom of the well open your eyes. The chakra inside Yoru's body instantly flowed upward, rushing toward his brain. 8 gates, 7th gate of wonder, open. Release. Boom. An incredibly terrifying steam of deep blue Senjutsu chakra exploded outward from Yoru's body. The powerful air current even ground the surrounding rubble into powder. But that wasn't all. Armament haki. With a thought from Yoru, an extremely hard black substance with a metallic luster began to spread rapidly from his fists, completely covering and hardening the skin of his entire body. The blue steam from the Gate of Wonder merged perfectly with the black armament haki. It made Yoru look like an indestructible humanoid weapon. Is that taijutsu? He actually plans to use his physical body to tank a Sage Art. Sage Fukasaku, standing on Jiraiya's shoulder, widened his eyes and screamed in terror. This kid is absolutely insane. How could a human body possibly withstand the high temperature of Gomen? Then let him die, Jiraiya roared as he increased his chakra output. The sea of fire completely swallowed Yoru's figure. The blinding light forced everyone to close their eyes. We won, a Konoha Jonin jumped up excitedly. However, before his voice could fade, SSHHH. That originally impenetrable, violent sea of fire was actually torn open from the very center by a massive, arrogant rift. How is this possible? Jiraiya's pupils shrunk violently, his heart nearly stopping from fright. Yoru was seen wrapped in blue steam and black armor, charging out from that 1,000-degree sea of fire, completely unharmed. His speed was so fast he looked like a black meteorite piercing through the sky. That Sage Art you're so proud of is like a mere tickle to me. Yoru's mocking voice suddenly exploded in Jiraiya's ear. There was no time to make any defensive movements. Yoru's black right fist, wrapped in blue Senjutsu steam and as hard as divine iron, slammed solidly into the very center of Jiraiya's chest. Sage Art crushing fist. Bangs! The scalp-numbing sound of bones snapping echoed through the clouds. AH! Jiraiya spat out a massive amount of blood, his chest caving inward from the force of the punch. The immense Senjutsu physical strength surged through his body. The two toad sages on his shoulders were directly shocked into foaming at the mouth by the wind from the punch, flying into the air with screams. Jiraiya's Sage Mode was forced to deactivate instantly. The toad features on his face rapidly receded. His entire body was like a cannonball, flying backward wildly along the ground. Boom, booms, boom. Jiraiya's body acted like an unstoppable battering ram, smashing through over a dozen sturdy houses in succession. After plowing a terrifying deep trench hundreds of meters long in the ground, He was finally buried completely by the ruins. He didn't even struggle. He fell into a heavy coma on the spot, his life or death unknown. The entire field was silent. The Konoha ninjas who had been cheering were like roosters being strangled by the neck. Everyone collapsed to the ground in despair, even dropping the kunai in their hands. Even one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya, who had mastered senjutsu, was one-shotted by someone using nothing but their physical body. Konoha truly had no hope left. Yoru withdrew his fist, the armament haki and blue steam on his body slowly receding. At that very moment, the heavenly voice of the system exploded in his mind right on time. Ding detected that the host has brutally crushed Konoha's last fighting force. Tanking a Sage Art ultimate move with just the physical body and blasting a Sannin away with one punch, demonstrating the ultimate aesthetic of violence. Judgment, the host's prestige overawes the ninja world like a god of taijutsu. Rebellion rating is off the charts. God-level rewards have been distributed. Congratulations to the host, obtained Rinnegan Evolution Shard 1-3. Hearing this reward, a flash of uncontrollable ecstasy crossed Yoru's eyes. Rinnegan Evolution Shard. As long as he collected 2 more, he could step into the divine realm of the 6 paths level. Yoru slowly turned around, no longer looking at the high-ranking officials and ninjas of Konoha who were like limp mud. Because this filthy village no longer had anything worth his lingering. He drew the ninja sword at his waist and held the blade high. His gaze swept over the Uchiha army of over 1,000 people ahead, who were looking at him with fanaticism as if he were a god. All the trash has been cleared away. Yoru's voice was like the proclamation of a supreme king, reaching the ears of every clansman. All Uchiha, hear my command. Present, over 1,000 people roared in unison, the sound wave piercing the sky. Pack up all supplies and bring your pride. Yoru's blade pointed sharply toward the vast world outside Konoha's gates. Leave this decayed trash heap and follow me onto a new journey. 46, Chapter 46, The Final Rally and the Triumphant Return. In the bottomless giant pit, the thick smoke gradually dispersed. Jiraiya, one of the Sannin who once awed the ninja world, was now lying spread-eagled at the bottom of the pit. His sage mode had completely collapsed, and he was heavily injured and unconscious, no longer possessing his previous grand rhetoric. Uchiha Yoru stood at the edge of the pit, looking down from a height at this so-called great hero. This is the senjutsu of Mount Mayaboku. The corners of Uchiha Yoru's mouth curled into an undisguised sneer. I think it's better called the joke of Mount Mayaboku. You couldn't even take a casual punch from me. Uchiha Izumi stood obediently by Uchiha Yoru's side, her gaze sweeping over Jiraiya below, her eyes full of disdain. Lord Yoru is right. This kind of trash is simply not worthy of dirtying your hands. Uchiha Izumi's voice was filled with blind adoration. The pillars of Konoha are all nothing more than vulnerable clowns before you. Uchiha Yoru turned around, not even bothering to deliver a finishing blow. Because for these beaten dogs whose backbones had been broken, living under the shadow of the Uchiha was more painful than death. Konoha village's resistance had been crushed into non-existence at this moment. Uchiha Yoru slowly raised his right hand, gradually injecting the massive senjutsu chakra within his body into the ninja sword in his hand. Just as he was preparing to issue the final order to the entire clan. In the shadows of the distant ruins, several extremely subtle sounds of breaking air suddenly rang out. Uchiha Devil Die. 4 remnants of root-wearing blank masks lunged out from the darkness like crazed beasts. Their bodies were covered with dense layers of high-grade exploding tags. The fuses were already burning frantically, making a sizzling sound. Even though Lord Danzo is dead, the will of Root will never yield. The leader of the remnants had bloodshot eyes and let out a hysterical roar. Even if we perish together, we will drag you down to hell with us. The 4 remnants blocked all of Uchiha Yoru's paths of retreat, pouncing forward with the determination to die. Ants who don't know the meaning of death. Uchiha Izumi's eyebrows furrowed, and a sudden killing intent rose in her eyes. She unhesitatingly pulled out a kunai, preparing to step forward to intercept these small fry. However, just as she took half a step, a warm hand lightly pressed onto her shoulder. "Step back, Izumi." Uchiha Yoru's voice was extremely calm. He didn't even turn his head to look at the Suicide Squad members pouncing toward him. "Being touched by these disgusting fellows will only dirty your clothes." Hearing Uchiha Yoru's domineering and protective words, Uchiha Izumi's cheeks flushed slightly. "Yes, Lord Yoru." Uchiha Izumi obediently put away the kana and retreated behind Uchiha Yoru. Facing the 4 human bombs that were about to explode, Uchiha Yoru stood in place without moving an inch. "Perish together, you aren't worthy." A cold flicker of mockery flashed in Uchiha Yoru's eyes. In the next second, a terrifying pressure, like an ancient behemoth awakening, burst forth from Uchiha Yoru's body. The life-magnetic field of the perfect sage body combined with the ultimate pressure of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. It was like an invisible gravity tsunami, frantically sweeping outward with Uchiha Yoru as the center. Boom! This pressure didn't even utilize any ninjutsu. By momentum alone, it distorted the air in front. The 4 root remnants mid-leap were struck as if by an invisible mountain. "Ahi!" Before they could even scream, they spat out a large mouthful of blood in midair. The massive pressure directly shattered their internal defenses, causing them to instantly lose all ability to move. Thud, 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 thud. The 4 remnants fell like kites with broken strings, slamming heavily onto the ground and turning into a pile of limp mud on the spot. And the exploding tags on their bodies, whose fuses were still burning, were actually blown out and shattered by the massive air current erupted by Uchiha Yoru. They turned into fragments of paper drifting in the wind. How is this possible? The leader of the remnants lay on the ground, vomiting blood, his eyes filled with ghost-seeing horror. We couldn't even get close to him, a monster, a complete and utter monster. Uchiha Yoru didn't even look at them, his ninja sword suddenly pointing toward the sky. "Game time is over." Uchiha Yoru's voice was like an irresistible supreme oracle. Deep blue senjutsu chakra surged out along the blade, turning into a tangible, blinding pillar of light. The pillar of light shot straight into the sky, tearing through the clouds above Konoha and erupting with deafening thunder. This was the final assembly call belonging to the Uchiha clan. "All clan members, hear my command. Bring all the spoils of war and assemble behind me." Uchiha Yoru's command was clearly transmitted to the ears of every Uchiha clan member through the vibration of chakra. In less than a moment, extremely dense footsteps could be heard from the distant streets. "Hehehaha, gratifying. This is truly too gratifying." Uchiha Yashiro led the way at the front, letting out a burst of extremely wild laughter. The Uchiha army, numbering over 1,000 fully armed members, was like kings returning in victory. Walking with extremely arrogant steps, they appeared in Uchiha Yoru's line of sight in a grand procession. Their bodies and backs were covered with sealing scrolls and high-grade ninja tools of all sizes. This clan, once treated as cannon fodder and ruthlessly exploited by the Konoha High Command, was now openly looting the core institutions of the entire Konoha. "Lord Yoru." Uchiha Teka quickly ran to Uchiha Yoru, kneeling on one knee, his face full of uncontrollable fanaticism. "This subordinate has fortunately fulfilled the mission. We have emptied all the strategic materials from the Anbu base and the secret vaults of the High Command." Uchiha Teka pointed at the scrolls packed full in the rear, his tone excited to the extreme. 100,000 high-grade exploding tags, tens of thousands of special Hagioru pills, and all the chakra metal Konoha hid in secret rooms. We didn't even leave them a single piece of pig iron. Yashiro also stepped forward, carrying several bulging large cloth bags in his hands. "Lord Yoru, the quotas Konoha docked from us Uchiha over all these years have been collected back today with interest." Those Konoha ninja guarding the storehouses didn't even dare to fart as they watched us move things. Listening to the reports of his subordinates, Uchiha Yoru nodded with great satisfaction. "Well done." Uchiha Yoru looked at the over 1,000 clan members behind him, returning with a full load. "Remember, this was originally what you deserved. From today on, if the Uchiha want something, we will take it ourselves. If anyone dares not to give it, we will break their bones and then snatch it away." Uchiha Yoru's domineering declaration instantly ignited the entire scene. "We will follow Lord Yoru to the death. Long live the Uchiha, long live Lord Yoru." Over 1,000 clan members shouted in unison, the earth-shaking sound waves making the entire Konoha village tremble slightly. In sharp contrast to the soaring morale of the Uchiha camp were the surrounding Konoha remnants. Hundreds of Konoha ninja hid in the distant ruins, watching helplessly as their village's foundation was looted clean. Their eyes were full of humiliation, resentment, and extreme confusion about the future. The village is completely finished. A Konoha Jonin dropped the kana in his hand and painfully closed his eyes. The high command has fallen, the materials have been looted, and even Lord Third and Lord Jiraiya have been defeated. What do we have to stop them? All the Konoha ninja could only watch like tortoises shrinking into their shells. Not a single person dared to voice the slightest protest, because they knew deep down that the man standing at the forefront of the Uchiha army could wipe them all out with just a flick of his finger. At this moment, the system's extremely pleasant notification sound rang out on time in Uchiha Yoru's mind. Ding detected that the host has completely taken control of the situation, leading the entire clan to return with a full load and assemble safely. Openly looting the foundations of a great nation's ninja village and trampling all over Konoha's remaining dignity. Judgment, the host is lawless and extremely arrogant. Rebellion level rating, SSS. God level reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host. Obtain the group Genjutsu Immunity Aura. Feeling this miraculous aura power, the corners of Uchiha Yoru's mouth curled into an extremely satisfied arc. Group Genjutsu Immunity Aura. As long as they are within his chakra coverage range, all clan members who have sworn loyalty will forever be immune to any form of genjutsu attack. This not only smoothed out the shortcomings of ordinary clan members, but also laid an absolute foundation for future conquests in the ninja world. The drama in Konoha should also draw its curtains. Uchiha Yoru casually returned his ninja sword to its scabbard, and naturally reached out to wrap his arm around Izumi's slender waist. All clan members form ranks. Uchiha Yoru shouted, "Follow me away from this filthy ruin. We are going to the outside world to set new rules." "Yes." The army responded in unison, their steps uniform, ready to follow their god on a new journey. Just as Uchiha Yoru was holding Izumi and preparing to take the first step out of Konoha. In a muddy pit of ruins not far away, an extremely hoarse and broken coughing sound suddenly came through. "Cough, cough, Uchiha Yoru." The once high and mighty third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was now like a dying stray dog. Using the last ounce of strength in his body, he struggled to lift his wrinkled and dusty old face from the pool of blood. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were filled with venomous bloodshot veins. He stared deathly at Uchiha Yoru's departing back and let out a curse as malicious as a vengeful spirit. "Do you think you've won?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice sounded like a broken bellows being pulled because of his ruptured trachea. "You betrayed the village with such violent means, looted the materials." He vomited blood while screaming hysterically. "Once you step out of this gate, the entire ninja world will know you are extremely dangerous lunatics. You will become the primary targets on the bounty lists of all great nations. You will become the public enemy of the entire ninja world." The surrounding Konoha ninja, hearing this shrill curse from the third Hokage, clenched their fists one after another. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed extremely tragically, as if grasping at the final psychological defense line. "No great nation will dare to take in rebels like you. The rest of your lives are destined to be spent in endless flight and being hunted. Your end will only be 10,000 times more miserable than staying in Konoha." Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's powerless and furious curse, the Uchiha cadres all stopped their steps, a cold killing intent flashing in their eyes. "Lord Yoru, Please allow this subordinate to go back and cut off this old dog's tongue. Uchiha Yashiro clenched his sword hilt, beyond enraged. Uchiha Yoru, however, waved his hand extremely casually. He stopped his steps, holding Izumi with one hand, and slowly turned around. Uchiha Yoru looked down at the dying Sarutobi Hiruzen with an extremely pitying gaze, like looking at a frog at the bottom of a well. 47. Chapter 47, a grand departure from the village and a touch of pampered sweetness. Public enemies of the ninja world? No major nation dares to take us in. Yue Xiaming's voice wasn't loud, yet it reached everyone's ears with crystal clarity. Old man, you seem to have misunderstood one thing. Yue Xiaming's eyes were filled with a high and mighty mockery. We Uchiha never needed anyone to take us in. Whoever dares to treat us as an enemy, I will crush their bones inch by inch. Yue Xiaming wrapped one arm around Uchiha Izumi and turned around, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen with an incomparably domineering view of his back. Since you say we will become the public enemies of the ninja world, then let the major nations of the entire ninja world wash their necks and wait for me. Yue Xiaming no longer paid attention to that old dog lingering in the ruins and strode forward. Entire army set out. Uchiha Yashiro raised his ninja sword high and shouted loudly. Follow Lord Yue Xiaming's footsteps closely. Leave this decaying garbage dump. Over 1,000 fully armed Uchiha clan members, carrying supply scrolls of all sizes, shouted in unison. We will follow Lord Yue Xiaming to the death. The army set out grandly. They did not choose to take secluded paths. Instead, they stepped onto Konoha's widest main, rode in an open and extremely arrogant manner. The sides of the wide street were filled with trembling Konoha ninja and civilians hiding away. My God, they actually emptied out the entire Anbu base warehouse. Those are our Konoha strategic supplies, and they're just being taken away like that. A Konoha Jonin gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment. But the person next to him immediately covered his mouth tightly. Are you crazy? Don't make a sound. Do you want to attract that monster over here? Uchiha Tekka walked at the front of the army, listening to the whispers on both sides, and laughed out loud. Hey ha ha ha, how satisfying. This is truly satisfying. Back when our military police force patrolled the streets, we had to endure the cold glares of these guys. Now they don't even dare to take a second look at us. The Uchiha clan members felt vindicated, walking with their heads held high. The days of being treated as cannon fodder and being ruthlessly exploited were gone forever. The army proceeded without hindrance, treating the main road of Konoha with the ease of their own back garden. Just as the procession was about to pass through the bustling commercial street, a Konoha genin hidden in the shadows of a street corner tightly gripped the shuriken in his hand. His eyes were bloodshot. Brainwashed by the will of fire since childhood, he simply could not bear the humiliation of the village being plundered. You traitors of Konoha, put down the village's things. The genin let out a hysterical roar and suddenly lunged out from the darkness. I will punish you on behalf of Hokage-sama. He swung his arm and threw the shuriken fiercely toward Yue Xiaming, who was walking at the very front. Swish, the shuriken whistled through the air, heading straight for Yue Xiaming's back. Lord Yue Xiaming, look out. Several Uchiha clan members nearby cried out in alarm. However, Yue Xiaming didn't even turn his head, nor did he break the rhythm of his footsteps in the slightest. The moment the shuriken was about to strike, in Uchiha Izumi's beautiful eyes, as she snuggled beside Yue Xiaming, a flash of terrifying coldness instantly appeared. Courting death. Izumi's voice was like ice from 10,000 years ago, and her figure instantly transformed into an afterimage that was difficult for the naked eye to track. Bang! Before the genin could even react, Izumi had appeared out of thin air in front of him. Without using any ninjutsu, Izumi simply used extreme speed to strike the back of his neck heavily with the hilt of her blade. Ahe! The genin didn't even have time to scream. His eyes rolled back, and he slumped to the ground, completely unconscious. As for the shuriken in midair, Izumi caught it firmly and casually between two fingers. Overestimating yourself, Izumi tossed the shuriken onto the ground in disgust. She clapped her hands and instantly returned to Yue Xiaming's side once more. Everything happened so fast and smoothly that it didn't cause the army to pause for even a second. Izumi, your body flicker technique is becoming more and more proficient. Yue Xiaming stopped his pace and naturally reached out to wrap his arm around Izumi's slender waist. His deep eyes were full of undisguised doting and praise. It was just dealing with a noisy rat. Izumi leaned obediently into Yue Xiaming's arms, the coldness on her face instantly melting into a water-like tenderness. I couldn't let such a filthy insect disturb Lord Yue Xiaming's mood. You did well, perfect. Yue Xiaming chuckled, his tone full of domineering favoritism. With a flick of his wrist, a pill emitting a dense blue light appeared in his palm. This was a special Hagioru pill, condensed from the extremely pure Senjutsu chakra within Yue Xiaming's body. It contained immense vitality and nourishing effects. Open your mouth. Yue Xiaming looked down at the beautiful girl in his arms and commanded softly. Without any hesitation, Izumi tilted her head back slightly and obediently opened her rosy lips. In front of the vast army and the countless Konoha guards along the street, Yue Xiaming domineeringly and tenderly placed that precious Senjutsu Hagioru pill into Izumi's mouth. As his fingertips withdrew, they brushed lightly across Izumi's soft lips with a highly provocative rhythm. The warm touch from his fingertips caused Izumi's delicate body to tremble slightly. An immense and gentle warm current instantly spread through her body, nourishing the meridians she had just used for the body flicker technique. Thank you for the gift, Lord Yue Xiaming. Izumi's cheeks were instantly dyed with a charming crimson, like a ripe apple. She buried her head deep into Yue Xiaming's chest, greedily enjoying this extreme favoritism that belonged only to her. The surrounding Uchiha clan members, seeing this scene, didn't find it abrupt. Instead, they burst into a wave of good-natured laughter. Ha ha ha, Lord Yue Xiaming and Miss Izumi are truly a match made in heaven. Right, only a peerless powerhouse like Lord Yue Xiaming is worthy of our Uchiha's pearl. The clansmen's morale grew even higher because of their leader's composure. In contrast, the Konoha remnants hiding on both sides had ashen faces, yet they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They could only watch helplessly as Yue Xiaming treated the streets of Konoha like a back garden for flirting, letting him act as he pleased. At that moment, the system's extremely pleasant notification sound rang out in Yue Xiaming's mind right on time. Ding, detected that the host is arrogantly leading an army through the main city of an enemy nation. Ignoring Konoha's defenses as if entering an uninhabited territory. Flirting in public, utterly arrogant. Judgment, the host is lawless with the domineering CEO style maxed out. Rebellion rating, SSS. God-level reward has been distributed. Congratulations to the host. Obtained God-tier space warp coordinate. A flash of wild joy crossed Yue Xiaming's eyes. This reward came at just the right time. With these God-tier space warp coordinate, he could lead the entire clan to establish an absolutely safe base anywhere in the ninja world. Wherever they wanted to go, it would take just a single thought, and no one would be able to track their movements. The army continued to advance grandly, and no more blind fools dared to jump out and court death. At the end of the road ahead, the Konoha Gate, which had already been split in half by Yue Xiaming's Susanoo, was clearly visible. Beyond the gate was the vast and boundless world of freedom. Lord Yue Xiaming, once we pass through the gates, we will have completely left this hellhole. Uchiha Yashiro followed closely behind Yue Xiaming, his tone suppressed with an inexpressible excitement. These 100 years of shackles are finally being severed today. Yeah, we can finally show what we're made of, Tekka also echoed excitedly. However, just as the Uchiha army was about to step out of Konoha's dilapidated gates, Yue Xiaming, who was walking at the very front, stopped his pace without any warning. Entire army, halt. Over 1,000 clansmen instantly froze in place like an iron wall, quietly waiting for their leader's next instruction. Lord Yue Xiaming, what's wrong? Izumi looked up, her face full of confusion as she looked at Yue Xiaming's profile. Is there an ambush outside? Zaiming didn't answer Izumi's question, but slowly turned around. His gaze passed over countless ruins and the trembling Konoha remnants. He coldly locked onto the towering peak in the deepest part of the village. On it were carved 4 giant heads, symbolizing Konoha's highest power and spiritual totem for a century. The Hokage Rock. Before leaving, I have to leave these hypocritical fellows an unforgettable souvenir. The corners of Zaiming's mouth slowly curled into a cruel sneer. 48. Chapter 48, Leveling the Fire Shadow Rock and a New Journey. Limp in the mud, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed Uchiha Yoru's gaze, and his heart trembled violently. A panic more painful than death instantly swept through his entire body. Uchiha Yoru, where are you looking? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was completely distorted by extreme terror. With one hand around Uchiha Matsuri's slender waist, Uchiha Yoru let out a contemptuous sneer. Where am I looking? Naturally, I'm looking at what you care about most. Uchiha Yoru raised his hand and pointed far off at the Hokage Rock. Those old faces carved into the stone, the more I look at them, the more disgusting they feel. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding remnants of the Konoha army hiding nearby completely lost their composure. No, those are the statues of the past Hokage-sama. You've already ransacked the village, I beg you. Please spare the Hokage Rock. A Konoha Jonin fell to his knees, loudly pleading with Uchiha Yoru. That is the final spiritual anchor of our Konoha. As long as the statues remain, Konoha still exists. Uchiha Yoru looked down at them, his eyes filled with icy mockery. Spiritual anchor. Uchiha Yoru's voice was cold and ruthless. What spiritual anchor do you beaten dogs with broken spines still need? Uchiha Matsuri snuggled into Uchiha Yoru's embrace and followed with a sneer. Lord Yoru is right. You trash only deserve to kneel in the mud and cry. Uchiha Matsuri looked around, making no effort to hide the disdain in her eyes. Letting you look at barren ruins every day is the best reward for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tears flowed freely as he wailed loudly. Uchiha Yoru, you can't do this. You will be punished by heaven. That is the proof of the first and second Hokage's establishment of the village. If you destroy it, you destroy the history of the ninja world. Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but laugh out loud, his laughter full of arrogance. Heaven's punishment, I am heaven. Uchiha Yoru stopped laughing, his gaze becoming incredibly sharp. History is written by the victors. You losers don't even have the right to dream. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still gritting his teeth, stubbornly holding on. Konoha's will of fire will never be extinguished just because a few stones are shattered. Uchiha Yoru shook his head dismissively. Still deceiving yourself. The so-called will of fire is nothing more than a hypocritical tool you use for brainwashing. Today, I will crush this final illusion right before your eyes. Hearing Uchiha Yoru's merciless declaration, the remaining ninjas of the Konoha barrier ninjutsu squad saw red. The barrier team leader stood forward and let out a hysterical roar. All members of the barrier squad, listen to my command. We must protect the Hokage Rock even if we die. This is the last of Konoha's dignity. Dozens of remaining barrier squad ninjas rushed frantically toward the base of the Hokage Rock. Captain, we don't have enough chakra left. If it's not enough, then burn your life force. We absolutely cannot let the statues be destroyed. They exhausted the last sliver of chakra in their bodies, their hands forming seals tightly. Several translucent defensive light screens rose with difficulty in front of the Hokage Rock. Hokage-sama, we will definitely hold the line. Everyone transfer your chakra, hold on. Uchiha Yoru watched the struggling barrier ninjas, a smirk of amusement playing on his lips. Truly touching loyalty. Uchiha Yoru's voice wasn't loud, but it spread clearly across the field. Unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong object for your loyalty. Uchiha Yashiro stepped forward and asked for instructions. Lord Yoru, do you need us to clear out these insects? Uchiha Yoru waved his hand. No need. To destroy their faith, it's only satisfying if I do it personally. Uchiha Yoru didn't even draw the ninja sword at his waist. He maintained his posture, one arm still around Uchiha Matsuri. With just these few thin sheets of paper, you think you can block my path? Uchiha Matsuri looked up, her eyes filled with an inseparable obsession. Any technique Lord Yaru uses is the most beautiful scenery in this world. Matsuri will remember this moment in her heart forever. Uchiha Yoru smiled slightly, without performing any tedious hand seals. He slowly raised his right arm. The Akatsuki clan's chakra refining method began to circulate frantically within his body. The surrounding air instantly became incredibly turbulent. Violent lightning chakra and scorching fire chakra surged toward his right arm simultaneously. The Akatsuki refining method, I'll use you all to test it out. Within Uchiha Yoru's palm, two completely different energies began to fuse perfectly. Super Thunder Flame Spiral Bomb. Following Uchiha Yoru's low shout, a massive energy sphere, large enough to blot out the sun, instantly formed in midair. This energy sphere radiated an aura of despair and destruction. The immense pressure caused the surrounding rubble to continuously shatter. The Konoha ninjas who saw this scene were all paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. What kind of ninjutsu is that? He can release such terrifying energy without even forming seals. It's over, we can't block this at all. The Konoha civilians held their heads and wept even harder. Can't we even protect the Hokage rock? What sins did the higher-ups commit to bring this upon us? Uchiha Yoru tilted his head slightly, whispering instructions to Uchiha Matsuri in his arms. Cover your ears, lest you be disturbed by the screams of these wastes. Uchiha Matsuri obediently raised her hands to cover her ears. Matsuri will be good. Lord Yoru, you may begin. Uchiha Yoru looked at the statues ahead with a blank expression. Vanish. He gave a casual wave. That massive super thunder flame spiral bomb transformed into a dazzling pillar of destructive light. It crossed over half the village, heading straight for the Hokage rock. Wherever the light pillar passed, the air was completely distorted by absolute high temperatures. The barrier team leader shouted frantically, "Hold on, you must hold on." The destructive light pillar slammed violently into the defensive light screens. There wasn't even a half-second of stalemate. Cracked. The defensive light screens shattered inch by inch. Dozens of barrier squad ninjas coughed up blood, sent flying by the violent air currents. The captain let out a desperate scream in midair, the will of fire. A world-shaking explosion echoed through the clouds. The super thunder flame spiral bomb scored a direct hit on the Hokage rock. The terrifying energy exploded instantly, turning into a sea of light that swallowed everything. Within a few short seconds, the four massive statues symbolizing a century of Konoha's power were completely leveled to the ground amidst the violent thunder and flames. The hard rock turned into dust that filled the sky, scattering with the wind. Konoha's spiritual totem was completely destroyed at this moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from sheer rage. All the defeated Konoha soldiers crawled on the ground wailing, having lost all hope. Just then, the system's highest spec notification sounded punctually in Uchiha Yoru's mind. Ding, detected that the host has completely destroyed Konoha's spiritual totem and uprooted the will of fire. Doing things to the extreme without leaving any room, severing bonds in the most violent way. Judgment, host is boundlessly arrogant, with demonic power that covers the world. Rebellion rating off the charts. God-level reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host. Final Rinnegan fragments collected. Rinnegan successfully activated. An indescribably massive and mysterious divine power instantly poured into Uchiha Yoru's eyes. Uchiha Yoru closed his eyes with great satisfaction, feeling this power that stood above all living beings. Did you all see? This is the consequence of opposing us. Uchiha Yoru reopened his eyes and spoke calmly to his clansmen behind him. Uchiha Yashiro raised his arms and shouted, "Lord Yoru is invincible under heaven. What does Konoha even amount to? All units move out." Without looking back, Uchiha Yoru led the Uchiha army and officially stepped out of Konoha's gates. Our journey has only just begun. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the distant Hidden Rain village. Under the sky where it rained year-round, a tall tower stood quietly. Atop the tower, inside a dark room, a pair of eyes radiating mysterious rippled circles suddenly snapped open in the darkness. Pain stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the falling rain. He spoke in a low voice. "The weather has changed in Konoha." From the nearby shadows stepped a woman wearing a black robe with red clouds. The paper release user, Conan, frowned slightly. "Pain, what happened?" Pain's voice had no emotional fluctuations. "Information from Zetsu says that a man named Uchiha Yoru has destroyed everything in Konoha." Conan was slightly moved. Is the intelligence reliable? He achieved such a level alone. Pain turned around, the ripples in his eyes swirling. Not only did he achieve it, but he also led the entire Uchiha clan in a successful defection. Conan continued to ask. His style of action is extremely radical, leaving no room for compromise. Do we need such an unstable factor to join Akatsuki? Pain answered without hesitation. Precisely because he is extreme, he is sharp enough. Akatsuki needs this blade. Conan sighed. What if he refuses to join? Pain's voice held an absolute desire for control. Before the power of a god, there is no option to refuse. That man named Yoru is qualified to join our ranks of gods. Pain looked out the window again. Prepare to welcome a new member. 49, Chapter 49, Perfect Defection and Ultimate Evolution. Dust filled the sky, blotting out the sun as the Hokage rock completely dissolved into the dust of history. He felt no lingering attachment. He wrapped one arm around Uchiha Izumi's slender, willow-like waist. Leading over 1,000 Uchiha clan members armed to the teeth, they marched grandly out of those dilapidated gates. Behind them lay the Konoha of the old era, reduced to scorched earth and filled with wails of grief. Lord Yi, even the crying of these Konoha trash sounds so unpleasant. Izumi snuggled into Yi's embrace, making no effort to hide the disdain and disgust in her eyes. Yi's lips curled slightly, his voice carrying a cold and ruthless dominance. The wails of losers are the cheapest background music in this world. Just as the main force was about to completely leave Konoha's territory, several Anbu loyalists hidden deep in the shadows of the ruins had eyes bloodshot with rage. Sinners of Konoha, go to hell all of you. They ignited all the exploding tags on their bodies, attempting a frantic act of revenge at the rear of the Uchiha line. Izumi keenly captured this faint killing intent, her gaze instantly turning incredibly cold. She was about to draw a kunai with a backhand motion when a large, warm hand gently squeezed her palm. Don't look back, lest it soil your eyes. He didn't even turn his head, nor did he break the rhythm of his stride in the slightest. He merely narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of terrifying ocular power pressure leaking from the depths of his pupils. This pressure was like a physical blade, instantly crossing a distance of hundreds of meters. Puff, puff, puffs. The Anbu loyalists, who had just lunged from the shadows, froze midair. Their hearts were shattered by this remote ocular pressure. Before they could even scream, they crashed straight to the ground, turning into cold corpses. Yi came to a halt. The crimson eternal Mangekyou Sharingan hexagram pattern in his eye sockets began to evolve at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The red light faded, replaced by a purple hue that radiated the supreme pressure of a deity. Ring after ring of mysterious ripples perfectly settled within Yi's pupils. The pinnacle eyes of the ninja world, the Rinnegan. Boom! Along with the complete evolution of his eyes, a massive pillar of 6 paths chakra shot straight from Yi's body into the clouds. The originally clear sky instantly changed color as violent winds howled. The surrounding earth trembled under this godlike pressure, as if unable to bear the weight. Lord Yi, your eyes. Izumi looked up, staring blankly at Yi's purple ripple-patterned eyes, her entire being falling into endless infatuation. So beautiful. This is truly a radiance that only a god is worthy of possessing. Uchiha Yashiro, Tekka, and the other cadres felt their legs go weak from the pressure. Without hesitation, they dropped to one knee, their gazes fanatical to the extreme. Congratulations to Lord Yi for ascending to the divine realm. He felt the terrifying, surging power within his body with great satisfaction. He looked up toward the front. Blocking the path of the Uchiha army was a continuous primeval forest of towering ancient trees. This wretched forest is quite an eyesore. He spoke indifferently, his tone dripping with absolute dominance. Just in time to test the power of these new eyes. He gently released Izumi's waist and took a step forward. He didn't perform any hand seals. He simply raised a single hand imperiously, aiming it at the vast forest ahead. Six Paths chakra rapidly converged in his palm. Shinra Tensei, accompanied by Yi's low shout. An overwhelming, terrifying, repulsive force, capable of crushing all physical laws, erupted from his palm. The primeval forest for several kilometers ahead looked as if it had been struck by both a magnitude 10 earthquake and a super tsunami. Countless towering trees, thick enough for several men to embrace, were uprooted and ground into wood chips in midair by the repulsive force. Hard rocks and hills crumbled inch by inch. Rumbles. The deafening roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Within just a few seconds, that dense primeval forest was completely razed to the ground. A flat road, 100 meters wide and stretching straight to the horizon, was carved out by Yi's raw power. The Uchiha clan members, witnessing this terrifying power akin to a creator god, went completely wild. Over 1,000 people knelt on both knees in unison, bowing in worship toward Yi. A miracle, this is a miracle. Lord Yi is invincible under heaven. The Uchiha shall surely rule the ninja world. The system's notification sound rang out pleasantly once more. Ding, achievement. Attain the divine eye at the peak of the ninja world, rewriting terrain and landscape at will. Judgment, the host reigns over the world with divine might. Rebellion level off the charts. Congratulations to the host. Obtained 6 Paths power beginner trial. Yi withdrew his hand, his purple Rinnegan sweeping over the clansmen kneeling all over the ground. Rise, everyone. Yi's voice carried an authority that brooked no disobedience. Follow me, and from now on, scenes like this will be commonplace. He turned and took Izumi back into his arms, striding onto the great road opened by Shinra Tensei. All troops hear my command. Advance toward the unclaimed lands ahead. We shall build a new fortress that surpasses the 5 great nations. Yes, we obey the divine decree. The Uchiha army erupted with an earth-shaking response, embarking on a brand new journey in a grand fashion. It wasn't until the silhouettes of the army completely disappeared at the edge of the horizon. In the shadows of the dilapidated wall ruins of Konoha village, the soil on the ground suddenly squirmed in a bizarre fashion. A strange creature with a shell like a pitcher plant and a body half black and half white slowly emerged. Zetsu looked at the road several kilometers long that had been forcibly leveled in the distance, his single eye full of unmaskable shock. How is this possible? White Zetsu's voice was trembling. That world-destroying repulsive force, there's absolutely no mistaking it. The pitch-black half of Black Zetsu's face was gloomy to the extreme. Purple ripples. Black Zetsu let out a murmur full of terror and disbelief. Besides Nagato, who was chosen by Lord Madara, there is actually someone else in this world who has awakened those eyes. Just what kind of terrifying monster has crawled out of the muddy waters of Konoha? 50, Chapter 50, Shaking the Ninja World and the First Meeting with Akatsuki. The Uchiha clan defected without a single scratch. This appalling intelligence was like a Category 12 super mental hurricane. In an extremely short time, it frantically swept through the entire 5 great nations. Land of Lightning, Hidden Cloud Village, Raikage Building. Bang, the 4th Raikage, A, was beyond furious, smashing the solid wood desk in front of him into powder with a single punch. What kind of joke is this in the ninja world? Breaking through Konoha's defense line overnight. Mabui pushed up her glasses, looking at the top-secret scroll in her hand with a grave expression. Lord Raikage, the intelligence is absolutely true. Danzo was beheaded, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Jiraiya were seriously injured, and even the Hokage rock was leveled to the ground by that man. The Raikage's veins bulged on his forehead as he roared loudly. Where on earth did that monster named Uchiha Yoru come from? Strengthen all border defenses immediately. We absolutely cannot let this lunatic take a single step near the Land of Lightning. Land of Earth, Iwagakure. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, floated in midair, staring fixedly at the intelligence with a face full of disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could that old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen lose so completely? Kuretsuchi stood to the side, swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Grandfather, rumors say Uchiha Yoru single-handedly activated the legendary perfect Susanoo. Anoki's expression changed drastically as he gasped, nearly throwing out his old back. Perfect Susanoo. That is a divine realm that only Uchiha Madara could reach. Issue the order immediately. All Iwanin are to give a wide berth upon encountering the Uchiha army. Any who disobey shall be executed. The panicked reactions of the various hidden villages pushed Yoru's terrifying influence to its peak. Meanwhile, continuous torrential rain washed over the distant Mangekyou. Atop a high tower, inside a dim room, Obito leaned against the corner in a wretched state, panting heavily. His proud spiral mask was split in two, and the white Zetsu body on his right side was even more tattered. Pain, that kid named Yoru, is a complete lunatic. Obito gnashed his teeth, his single eye filled with venomous killing intent as he frantically exaggerated the situation. He not only destroyed Konoha, but also claimed he would trample the entire ninja world under his feet. Such an uncontrollable variable will definitely hinder our Eye of the Moon plan. Obito looked at Pain in the shadows, trying his best to instigate him. I suggest we immediately convene all members of the Akatsuki organization and completely eliminate him in his cradle. However, Pain Tendo, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, ignored Obito's clamor entirely. Nagato, controlling Pain, slowly turned around, those rippled Rinnegan showing no emotional fluctuation. Obito, put away your ridiculous trick of using someone else's blade to do your dirty work. Pain's voice carried a high and mighty divine majesty. You were beaten so badly you fled back like a stray dog, yet you have the nerve to give orders here. Obito was rendered speechless by the retort, his face turning ashen. Pain, don't be too arrogant. That kid's power is definitely beyond your imagination. Just then, the soil on the ground rippled, and Zetsu slowly emerged. White Zetsu's shrill voice echoed in the room, carrying an irrepressible panic. Leader, although Obito suffered a crushing defeat, that Uchiha Yoru is indeed not to be underestimated. I saw it with my own eyes outside the ruins of Konoha. He casually released an earth-shattering repulsive force just to clear a path. Black Zetsu immediately added the most critical point. And his eyes, they are purple and rippled. Hearing this, a faint, almost imperceptible light finally flashed in Pain's eyes. Conan, standing to the side, was even slightly moved. Purple ripples. Besides Nagato, someone else can actually activate those eyes. Pain gazed at the torrential rain outside. Instead of getting angry, he developed a deep interest. A repulsive force that casually rewrites the terrain, and those same eyes. Pain coldly interrupted Obito's continued instigation. This man named Yoru, by his own power, has terrified the great nations and subverted all of Konoha. He is not a variable, but a true peer. Pain turned to Conan beside him and issued the highest level command. Conan, go to the Uchiha's new base yourself. Tell him he is qualified to join our ranks of gods. Conan nodded slightly, the paper wings behind her unfolding instantly. I understand. I'll see to it immediately. Obito roared in exasperation, waving his mangled arm. Pain, you're playing with fire. You'll regret this. Pain no longer paid attention to this loser, closing his cold Rinnegan once again. The scene shifts back to a towering canyon in a no-man's land. In just a few days, the Uchiha army had already established a preliminary, indestructible fortress here. On a platform at the highest point of the canyon sat a wide and comfortable throne. Yoru leaned lazily against the beast-skin cushions of the throne, his posture extremely arrogant. Uchiha Izumi knelt on the edge of the throne, holding a plate of crystal-clear grapes. She carefully peeled the purple skin and very gently offered the fruit to Yoru's lips. Lord Yoru, the climate here is much better than in Konoha. Please try these fresh fruits. Izumi's voice was soft and sweet, her eyes filled with unreserved obsession for Yoru. Yoru opened his mouth slightly, bit into the grape, and let his fingertips brush against Izumi's soft cheek as he did so. The fruit is good, but it tastes even better when you peel it. Hearing this domineering and preferential praise, Izumi's cheeks instantly flushed with a charming blush. As long as Lord Yoru likes it, Izumi is willing to serve you for a lifetime. Below the throne, Uchiha Yashiro and Tekka were respectfully reporting the results of the battle. Lord Yoru, your divine might is now being spread throughout the entire ninja world. Yashiro was glowing with excitement as he reported loudly. The 5 great nations are all scared out of their wits. The border guards' legs turn to jelly whenever they hear the Uchiha name. Tekka burst out laughing along with him. Ha ha ha, Konoha has become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. They don't even dare to fart. Lord Yoru's battle has completely broken the backbones of all the great nations. Yoru picked up a glass of red wine, swirling it gently, his eyes full of disdain. What does this amount to? It was just a warm-up. Yoru downed the wine in one go, his voice carrying absolute dominance. If those great nations don't know what's good for them, I don't mind leveling their villages to the ground as well. This arrogant declaration caused the soldiers below to erupt into a thunderous cheer. Just as morale was soaring in the camp and everyone was celebrating, countless pure white pieces of paper suddenly drifted down from the sky above the camp. What is that thing? Tekka frowned and immediately drew his ninja sword. All Uchiha guards instantly entered a combat stance, shielding the throne in the center. The white paper, filling the sky, rapidly converged in midair. In just a few seconds, it transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman with a cold, elegant appearance and giant paper wings on her back. Conan floated in midair, looking down at the Uchiha camp below. Her gaze passed over the many guards and finally locked onto Yoru, who was sitting lazily on the throne. First time meeting you, controller of the Uchiha clan. Conan's voice was clear and ethereal, carrying an air of undeniable arrogance. I am the messenger of the Akatsuki organization, Conan. Hearing the name of the Akatsuki organization, Yashiro and the others acted as if facing a great enemy, gripping their weapons tightly. Yoru waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to step back. He remained leaning on the throne, his posture unchanged, merely observing Conan in the air with interest. A paper person with wings. Yoru let out a soft chuckle, not taking the other party seriously at all. You have quite the nerve to come to my territory and play these tricks. Faced with Yoru's arrogance, Conan did not get angry. She maintained her high-end mighty demeanor, coldly delivering Pain's message. Uchiha Yoru, you have proven your value. Conan's voice, amplified by chakra, spread clearly throughout the area. God highly recognizes your strength. Now, God formally invites you to join the Akatsuki organization to create true peace together. Hearing this arrogant invitation, a cold killing intent flashed in Uchiha Izumi's eyes. What kind of bullshit, God? How dare you speak to Lord Yoru in such a tone? Izumi stood up abruptly, her 3-tomoed Sharingan spinning wildly as she prepared to throw a kunai at any moment. Yoru reached out and pressed down on Izumi's wrist, pulling her back to his side. He slowly tightened his grip on the wine glass in his hand. Cracked. The hard crystal wine glass was crushed by Yoru's hand, glass shards and wine spilling all over the ground. Yoru slowly stood up, his purple Rinnegan erupting with a suffocatingly terrifying pressure. He looked up at Conan in the air, a corner of his mouth curling into an extremely arrogant arc. God. Yoru's voice was like a declaration from a demon king of the 9 netherworlds, domineering to the extreme. Go back and tell that guy hiding his head and tail. If he wants me to join, tell him to crawl over here and beg me on his knees. In this ninja world, only I, Uchiha Yoru, am the one and only God. 51, Chapter 51, Paper Shredding and Overbearing Embrace. The only God, Conan's voice instantly turned cold. She floated in midair, looking down at Uchiha Yoru, who had crushed his wine glass. Uchiha Yoru, you have no idea what kind of existence you are facing. The pure white paper wings behind Conan suddenly unfurled, and a fierce wind howled through the canyon. Do you really know what you are rejecting? Rejecting a god's invitation is equivalent to choosing destruction. Yoru nonchalantly brushed the glass shards from his hands. Destroy me. The person who can destroy me hasn't even been born yet. The god you speak of is nothing more than a coward who's afraid to show his face. A flicker of anger flashed across Conan's cold face. Ignorant, how could a mortal like you understand pain's greatness? Those who desecrate the majesty of a god must pay the price. Yoru looked up, his purple Rinnegan erupting with an unparalleled sense of pressure. Mortal, you'll soon find out who the true god is. Tell him to crawl out and face me. Conan looked down at Yoru from above, killing intent boiling in her eyes. Since you refuse to see reason, I will deliver punishment on behalf of God. I'll personally see just how much weight you carry. Conan's hands quickly formed seals in front of her chest, her cold voice echoing in the air. Paper drizzle. Countless sheets of paper detached from her wings, spinning rapidly in midair. Every seemingly soft piece of white paper had become 100 times sharper than a kunai. They carried a piercing whistle as they tore through the air. They swept down toward Yoru like a tidal wave. Protect Lord Yoru. Uchiha Yashiro shouted, instantly drawing the ninja sword at his waist. All the Uchiha guards immediately stepped forward, preparing to form seals for a fire release. Uchiha Izumi's eyes turned crimson, her 3 tamo spinning wildly. Daring to attack Lord Yoru, I'll burn you to ashes. The kunai in her hand was locked onto Conan in midair. All of you stand down. Yoru's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an absolute dominance that brooked no defiance. He slightly raised a hand, stopping all his subordinates' movements. Lord Yoru, please allow us to act, Yashiro requested loudly. This woman's ninjutsu range is too wide. Let us handle her. Tekka echoed, looking at the sky as if facing a great enemy. Yoru had his hands in his pockets, his tone full of nonchalance. No need, just watch. An attack of this level can't even break my defense. Step back, don't let these paper scraps soil your eyes. Izumi still stepped forward with some concern. But Lord Yoru, that woman's paper seems unusual. I can feel strong chakra fluctuations attached to it. Yoru turned and gave Izumi a confident look. In the face of absolute strength, flashy tricks are just waste paper. Watch, today I'll teach you how to crush these little tricks. The sharp paper rain swept in like a torrential storm. They completely sealed off all of Yoru's escape routes and blind spots. It looked as though it would swallow Yoru and the ground beneath him entirely. Yoru didn't dodge, he didn't even blink. Daring to show off such child's play in front of me. Yoru snorted coldly, and a terrifying ocular power pressure belonging to the 6 paths level erupted. This pressure was like an invisible tsunami, wildly spreading outward with Yoru as the center. No need for any complex seals, let alone any ninjutsu. Just the materialized Rinnegan pressure formed an absolute vacuum defense field in midair. Crack, crack. Those countless sheets of paper, sharp enough to cut through steel the moment they touched this pressure, seemed to hit an impassable dimensional wall, emitting crisp cracking sounds. Thousands of sharp paper sheets were crushed inch by inch. They turned into white powder in midair, falling rustlingly. Like a heavy snowfall, not a single speck could touch even the corner of Yoru's clothes. In midair, Conan saw this, and a look of horror flashed across her cold face for the first time. How is this possible? She couldn't help but cry out, her eyes filled with disbelief. What did you do? Conan questioned loudly. You didn't even form a seal, and there's no trace of chakra flow. You crushed my paper drizzle with just your presence. Conan had experienced countless life and death battles within the Akatsuki organization, but she had never seen such an unreasonable method of defense. This kind of power, like a dimensional reduction strike, set off alarm bells in her heart. Yoru looked at the stunned Conan in midair and let out a sneer. Does one need to specifically form seals to crush a pile of trash? Your understanding of power is truly lacking. You really are a frog in a well. Hearing this merciless humiliation, Conan gritted her teeth. Don't you dare look down on the Akatsuki. The dance of the Shikigami is far more than this. I'll make you pay for your arrogance. Konan clapped her hands together again, preparing to release an even more violent ninjutsu. Yoru, however, didn't intend to give her another chance to perform. Then show some real skill. Don't make me think the Akatsuki are all just a bunch of useless trash. Before his voice had even faded, Yoru's figure was like a ghost. He disappeared from his spot without any warning. What? Conan's heart jolted, and she immediately went on full alert. In the next second, Yoru completely ignored the distance of space. He flickered into existence right in front of Konan in midair, the two of them inches apart. Your speed is too slow. Under the shocked gazes of all the Uchiha clan members present, Yoru reached out his powerful hand with incomparable dominance and grabbed Conan's slender waist, which was small enough to be held in one hand. A powerful masculine scent instantly enveloped Konan completely. This high-end mighty white tiger of Akatsuki, the unattainable flower regarded as an angel by the Hidden Rain village. She was forcibly confined in Yoru's arms just like that. Let me go. Konan was pale with fright. Having never been treated this way by a man, her breathing instantly became rapid. She struggled with all her might, trying to escape from this dangerous man's embrace. Yoru, however, tightened his arm, locking her firmly against his chest. What if I don't? Yoru chuckled. What can you do to me? I'll use exploding tags to blow you to ashes, Konan threatened coldly. Yoru lowered his head, leaning close to Conan's fair earlobe. You can try and see if your seals are faster, or if I can snap your neck first. His warm breath hit Conan's skin, making her whole body stiffen involuntarily. You are an utter lunatic. The Akatsuki organization will never let you go. A mix of shame and anger filled Konan, and a cold look appeared on her beautiful face. Arrogant fool, do you think you can restrain me like this? Yoru looked at the stubborn ice beauty in his arms, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. I'm waiting for them to come find me. But for now, I have to teach you some rules. Yoru's voice was magnetic, yet it carried an irresistible danger. A girl with such a violent temper will suffer for it. Be a good girl and listen, or I won't mind breaking those beautiful wings of yours. Below, Uchiha Izumi almost bit through her teeth in anger seeing this. That shameless woman, how dare she get so close to Lord Yoru? Izumi gripped her kunai, her eyes full of intense jealousy. Miss Izumi, calm down. Lord Yoru is just subduing an enemy, Yashiro advised from the side. I don't care, Izumi shouted, her eyes turning a bit red. Lord Yoru's embrace belongs only to me. I'm definitely going to tear her face apart later. In midair, Konan endured the strange sensation in her body. Her hands struggled to continue forming seals, attempting a final counterattack. Don't waste your energy. Yoru's large hand firmly pinned her movements. Just at this tense moment, the surrounding environment suddenly underwent an exceptionally eerie change. The misty rain falling from the sky actually defied the laws of physics. All the raindrops came to a complete standstill in midair. Rumble! A massive roar that shattered the clouds crashed down from the high heavens. Along with that roar, a majestic figure like a god descended from the sky. Pain Tendo, wearing the black robe with red clouds, floated in the air not far away. His ringed Rinnegan, which exuded a cold aura, was fixed intently on Yoru, who was embracing Konan. Uchiha Yoru, you've overstepped. Pain's voice didn't carry a single trace of emotion. It was as if he were pronouncing a death sentence upon a mortal. Yoru didn't let go. Instead, he held Konan even tighter. Oh, the main player is finally willing to show up. Yoru looked at Pain ahead with a face full of arrogance, showing no fear. Release Konan, Pain commanded coldly. God is not to be desecrated. Yoru let out a sky-shaking laugh. You want me to let her go, so I have to. Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of calling yourself a god in front of me? Pain's gaze instantly became incredibly sharp. It seems you need to experience pain firsthand. He slowly raised a hand, pointing it directly at Yoru's face. Shinra Tensei. Along with Pain's flat declaration, a terrifying repulsive force, mountain-toppling and sea-draining, enough to crush everything, erupted with the fury of a god. 52. Chapter 52, Confronting the Heavenly Tao and Bowing to the Gods. This invisible repulsive force was like a bulldozer pushing through everything. It compressed and displaced all the air along its path, letting out a series of ear-piercing sonic booms. Pain's cold Rinnegan remained deathly locked onto Uchiha Yoru. He was determined to smash this madman, who dared to desecrate a messenger of God from midair deep into the ground. Feeling the devastating sense of oppression rushing toward them, Konan, who was forcibly held in Uchiha Yoru's arms, had a flash of panic across her beautiful face. "Let me go." Konan began to struggle violently, her cool voice tinged with a hint of urgency. This is Pain's repulsive force. It can crush even mountains. If you don't let go, both of us will be crushed directly. Facing an attack capable of leveling a mountaintop, Uchiha Yoru did not release Konan's slender waist, which was small enough to be held in one hand at all. Not only did he have no intention of retreating, but he actually pulled Konan a little tighter. "Crush me." Uchiha Yoru lowered his head, looking at the terrified ice beauty in his arms, and let out a sneer. "Shut your mouth and stay obediently in my arms to watch the show. Today, I'll let you see with your own eyes how the god you believe in bows his head to me." Hearing these words that were arrogant to the extreme, Konan was completely stunned. Is this man insane? That was Pain Tendo's full-power Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Yoru raised his head, facing that violent hurricane of repulsive force. The purple Rinnegan ripples in his eye sockets suddenly lit up, emitting an even deeper glow. A boundlessly arrogant cold smile curled at the corner of Uchiha Yoru's mouth. Playing with repulsive force, you, a mere corpse shell, have truly looked for the wrong ancestor. Before his voice had even faded, the Senjutsu chakra within Uchiha Yoru, as vast as an ocean, exploded forth. This chakra resonated perfectly with his newly acquired Rinnegan. Uchiha Yoru didn't perform any hand seals. He simply raised his free hand quite casually. With 5 fingers spread, he aimed from afar at Pain Tendo descending from the sky. "I'll let you witness what a true Shinra Tensei looks like," accompanied by Uchiha Yoru's low shout. A 6 paths repulsive force, even more massive and solid than Tendo's, erupted from Uchiha Yoru's palm like a volcano. 2 terrifying repulsive forces, both belonging to the peak of the ninja world. Just like that, they collided head-on in midair without any fancy tricks. Rumbled. The deafening air explosions instantly tore through the firmament, as if 10,000 thunderclaps had gone off at once. At the center of the collision between the 2 repulsive forces, the surrounding space underwent extremely violent, visible distortions. It was as if 2 giant meteors had suffered a head-on impact in midair. The wild shockwave turned into a circular white wall of air, sweeping madly in all directions. Under the impact of this world-destroying power, the canyon floor below let out a groan of being overwhelmed. Hard rock crumbled inch by inch, and large swathes of land collapsed downward. In just a few seconds, a massive, bottomless abyss was actually forced open below. Standing on the edge, the Uchiha army was blown about by the gale, struggling to stay upright. My god, what level of clash is this? Uchiha Yashiro gripped a giant boulder tightly, his face filled with unconcealable horror. They haven't even used ninjutsu, yet they shattered the canyon with just their aura. Tekka's eyes were wide as he roared fanatically. Look, Lord Yoru hasn't retreated a single step. That guy flying in the sky is no match for Lord Yoru at all. Uchiha Izumi gripped her kunai tightly with both hands, her eyes fixed on Uchiha Yoru in midair without blinking. Lord Yoru is naturally invincible. Izumi bit her red lip, but a strong sense of jealousy flashed in the depths of her eyes. But that shameless paper woman is actually still in Lord Yoru's arms. I really want to go up there and tear her to pieces. At this moment in the air, the pure clash of repulsive forces had reached a fever pitch. Konan was locked tightly against Uchiha Yoru's solid chest. She could clearly feel Uchiha Yoru's steady and powerful heartbeat, as well as his bottomless chakra reserves. How can this be? Konan's beautiful eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Pain's repulsive force is actually being completely blocked by him. The pain Tendo controlled by Nagato was limited by distance and the loss of chakra transmission. He simply could not sustain a prolonged war of attrition against Uchiha Yoru, who possessed a perfect sage body. Under the crushing weight of Uchiha Yoru's vast senjutsu chakra, the repulsive force released by Pain Tendo was being forced back bit by bit. Uchiha Yoru's gaze was cold as he suddenly exerted force with his single hand again. "Get the hell back." Bang! A dull, massive explosion erupted in midair. The defensive line of repulsive force belonging to Tendo completely collapsed. The violent repulsive force released by Uchiha Yoru was like a flood breaking through a dam, slamming into Pain without reservation. Pain Tendo's imposing body, which seemed like that of a god, was actually sent flying by the impact. He completely lost his balance in midair, like a falling cannonball. He smashed heavily toward the ground in the distance. Boom! Pain's feet hit the ground hard. The powerful inertia carried him across the hard, rocky ground, sliding backward all the way. He carved out 2 deep, dozens of meters-long trenches before he finally managed to steady himself. Gravel flew and dust rose everywhere. In contrast, Uchiha Yoru remained floating in midair. He still maintained that lazy posture, holding Konan with one arm. Not only was he motionless, but not even a corner of his clothes was out of place. He had repelled the supreme leader of the Akatsuki organization in a head-on clash. This is impossible. Konan stared blankly at the repelled Pain below, her mind a complete blank. In her understanding, Pain was an invincible god. No one had ever been able to make Pain suffer such a huge loss in a frontal confrontation. Uchiha Yoru lowered his head, looking at the shocked and speechless Konan in his arms. He leaned in very dominantly toward Konan's ear, his tone full of mockery. "Did you see that? Your so-called god can barely even keep his footing in front of me." His warm breath brushed against Konan's skin. It caused this perennial ice beauty's heart to unexpectedly and uncontrollably skip a few beats. She bit her lower lip, unable to find any words to retort for a moment. On the ground below, Pain Tendo slowly stood up straight and patted the dust off his black robe with red clouds. Far away in the hidden rain village, Nagato stared fixedly at Uchiha Yoru in midair through Tendo's vision. A monstrous wave of shock rose in Nagato's heart. To actually be able to use an even more massive repulsive force to forcibly suppress Shinra Tensei. This man's chakra volume is simply an immeasurable bottomless pit. Nagato deeply realized Uchiha Yoru's uncontrollable and terrifying strength. If he were to forcibly start a war now for the sake of face, not only would the Akatsuki organization pay a painful price, but even Tendo might be lost here. For the Eye of the Moon plan, which had just begun, this was an absolutely unbearable loss. Pain did not fly into a rage and launch Chibaku Tensei. He slowly lowered his hands, withdrawing all offensive stances. Those cold Rinnegan eyes took a deep look at Uchiha Yoru in midair. "Uchiha Yoru." Pain's voice rang out again. This time, it lacked a bit of high-end mighty arrogance. It contained an extra hint of wariness toward an equal powerhouse. "You have proven your right to speak with pure power." Hearing Pain's yielding words, Konan finally snapped out of it. Pain actually compromised. Uchiha Yoru let out a light laugh and slowly landed on the ground with Konan. But his arm around Konan showed no sign of letting go. Where did that momentum of wanting to crush me just now go? Uchiha Yoru had his hands in his pockets, looking at Pain ahead with eyes full of mockery. "Now that you know how hard my fist is, you intend to talk reason with me." Pain ignored Uchiha Yoru's sarcasm and cut straight to the point. "Since you feel that conventional rules are not worthy of binding you, then the Akatsuki organization can break these damn rules specifically for you." Pain gazed at Uchiha Yoru's matching purple rippled eyes and spoke slowly. "As long as you are willing to join, I promise to give you a unique privilege." As soon as these words were spoken, even Konan, who was being held in Uchiha Yoru's arms, showed a look of shock. The Akatsuki organization had strict discipline, and Pain's word was law. There had never been anyone who could make Pain proactively offer a privilege to recruit them. Uchiha Yoru raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly showing a bit of interest. Oh. Uchiha Yoru toyed with a strand of Conan's hair, his posture arrogant to the extreme. Let's hear it. Let's see if your so-called privilege is enough to buy your lives. 53, Chapter 53, The Arrival of a Guest Elder and Tender Affection. Pain slowly withdrew his gaze, his Rinnegan as still as an ancient well. Ordinary members of the Akatsuki organization must strictly adhere to the two-person team model. And they must unconditionally obey my direct orders to carry out missions. Pain's voice was deep and powerful, echoing above the desolate ruins. But for you, I can rewrite these rules individually. I invite you to join as a guest elder, surpassing all ordinary members. Your codename will be you. Pain laid out his first heavy bargaining chip. You don't need to be at anyone's beck and call, nor do you need to be forced into a team. Within the organization, your status will be equal to mine. Hearing this, Conan, who was held captive in Yoru's embrace, suddenly widened her beautiful eyes. She looked at Pain with disbelief, her cool voice filled with unprecedented shock. Pain, what are you saying? This is absolutely unacceptable. This completely breaks all the ironclad rules established since the organization's inception. Conan knew how unruly those S-rank rogue ninja were. If he is given such privileges above the rules, others will definitely not be convinced. Pain ignored Conan's protest and continued to present his second bargaining chip. As a token of sincerity, I will designate the most prosperous and well-equipped core area of the Hidden Rain Village. All of it will be unconditionally allocated to the Uchiha clan as their new stronghold. Pain looked at Yoru's identical purple eyes, his tone filled with certainty. You will enjoy absolute autonomy there. No laws or Anbu of the Hidden Rain Village have the right to interfere in the internal affairs of the Uchiha. Giving an outsider privileges above everyone else, even ceding core territory. This was an unprecedented and enormous concession in the history of the Akatsuki organization. Yoru heard these conditions, and a playful, cold smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. He finally mercifully released his large hand from Conan's waist, pushing her aside casually. Conan quickly steadied herself, patted her slightly disheveled red cloud black robe, and retreated to Pain's side, blushing. Yoru stood with his hands in his pockets, his eyes flickering with sharp light that saw through everything. That abacus is clattering loudly. Give me a vague title of guest elder, and then throw me a closed territory. Yoru mercilessly exposed Pain's thoughts, hitting the nail on the head. You want to use these seemingly generous conditions to tie my sharp blade to your war chariot, so that when you're in trouble, you can justifiably ask me to act. Pain did not shy away from Yoru's gaze, openly admitting it. The Akatsuki organization needs your invincible power to clear obstacles. And you have just betrayed Konoha, bringing a large family of old, weak women and children. You also need an absolutely safe and undisturbed rear area to recuperate. Pain slightly raised his chin. This is a mutually beneficial win-win deal, isn't it? Hearing this, Yoru looked up and let out a wild, unrestrained laugh. Ha ha ha, interesting, truly interesting. He had originally planned to find a stable foothold in the ninja world to settle his clan. The Hidden Rain Village, being perpetually closed off and difficult to attack, was indeed a perfect fortress. Since the other party willingly offered the best territory, he naturally had no reason to refuse. All right, I'll gladly accept this territory. Yoru turned around and imperiously waved his hand towards the Uchiha army behind him, giving his command. But you'd better not provoke me. If you dare to play dirty tricks behind my back, I don't mind leveling the entire Hidden Rain Village. Pain gave Yoru a deep look, then turned and walked into the depths of the rain curtain. Conan, take them to the core area to settle in. A few hours later, in a spacious, luxurious mansion in the most prosperous core area of the Hidden Rain Village. Outside, the sky was still drizzling, but inside the hall, it was brightly lit and warm like spring. The Uchiha army had grandly and fully moved in. They took over all surrounding defenses with lightning speed, turning the place into an impregnable fortress. Yoru changed out of his dust-covered combat uniform and wore a loose, comfortable black bathrobe. He leaned languidly on the large leather sofa in the center of the hall, resting with his eyes closed. His entire being exuded the composure and arrogance of a superior. Uchiha Izumi knelt beside the sofa, like an obedient personal maid. She was carefully examining piles of top-secret scrolls plundered from Konoha. Lord Yoru, all strategic materials have been categorized and stored. Izumi's voice was soft and pleasant, as if afraid to disturb Yoru's rest. This mansion and the surrounding streets are very large, enough for our entire Uchiha clan to live and work in peace. Yoru slowly opened his eyes, his profound gaze falling upon Izumi's exquisite profile. Consecutive bloody battles and constant travel, day and night, had added a hint of unconcealable fatigue to the eyes of this usually stubborn girl. But her gaze towards Yoru was still filled with reckless fanaticism and unreserved adoration. Yoru leaned forward slightly, extending his warm, strong hand. He naturally reached for Izumi's cheek, gently tucking a slightly disheveled strand of hair behind her ear. With a hint of indulgence, he gently brushed it behind her fair ear. "All right, just leave the remaining tedious matters to Yashiro and the others." Yoru's voice had lost some of its domineering coldness he used with outsiders, replaced by a gentleness reserved solely for her. "You've been at the forefront these past few days, dealing with the clan's mess. You've worked hard, Izumi." This gentle touch and praise, filled with exclusive affection, made Izumi's delicate body tremble violently, as if struck by electricity. Her beautiful cheeks instantly flushed with two charming blushes, and her heart rate suddenly accelerated to its peak. Her beautiful cheeks instantly flushed with two charming blushes, and her heart rate suddenly accelerated to its peak. "Lord Yoru." Izumi was like an obedient and docile cat. She leaned her cheek gently against Yoru's broad, warm palm, rubbing it softly. A misty layer of emotion welled up in her eyes, and her voice trembled slightly. "As long as it's for Lord Yoru, for the glory of the Uchiha. Izumi is willing to do anything for you, and will never feel tired." Yoru felt the delicate touch from his palm, and a satisfied smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "I am the god of the Uchiha, and I will naturally give you the best treatment. From now on, no one in this ninja world will be able to make us dance to their tune." This extreme favoritism, reserved only for her, made Izumi completely fall for him. She was utterly devoted to him, wishing she could dedicate her life completely to the man before her. Just as the atmosphere in the hall was gradually warming and sweetening, a strange squirming sound suddenly came from the expensive Persian rug in front of the sofa. "Who's there?" Izumi, who was tender just a second ago, instantly turned ice cold. She abruptly stood up, her three-tomoed Sharingan spinning wildly, and a kunai already slid into her palm. "Don't be nervous, it's just a dog bringing a message." Yoru patted Izumi's hand, signaling her to put away her weapon, his face full of nonchalance. On the ground, Zetsu's half-black, half-white body slowly emerged in the center of the hall, like a plant breaking through the soil. Topped with its iconic pitcher plant shell, it slowly emerged in the center of the hall. White Zetsu's sharp voice echoed through the hall, carrying a hint of excited schadenfreude. "Uchiha Yoru, Leader Pain has officially issued the highest assembly order. He's about to hold a full member meeting in the Kagura Mirror Technique space to announce your joining." Black Zetsu's hoarse, deep voice immediately added, filled with a strong sense of impending conflict. "However, the situation might not be so good. You've just arrived and already received unprecedented guest elder privileges and core territory." Zetsu grinned, revealing a cruel smile that reveled in chaos. "Those unruly old members are quite displeased right now." Yoru picked up a glass of red wine from the table, gently swirling it, the red liquid rotating in the glass. "Displeased, what are they even? Do they even have the right to criticize my treatment?" White Zetsu laughed gleefully, his voice even sharper. "Especially Hidden and Kakuzu, known as the Immortal duo. That madman Hidden was wildly ranting in the communication earlier. He said that a newcomer like you, who got in through the back door, doesn't deserve to have privileges above them. Zetsu deliberately imitated Hidden's arrogant and presumptuous tone. He threatened to teach you, an ignorant brat, a good lesson at the meeting. He even clamored about using your blood to sacrifice to his lord Jashin. Hearing this suicidal provocation, Uchiha Izumi gritted her teeth in anger, her fingers gripping the kunai turning white from the force. What immortal duo, daring to disrespect Lord Yoru? Lord Yoru, please allow me to cut off the tongue of that guy named Hidden. Yoru drained the red wine in his glass and casually tossed the stemmed glass onto the table. He slowly stood up, stretched his long neck and clenched his fists. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp bone-cracking sounds echoed in the quiet hall, carrying a full sense of oppression. A chilling, bloodthirsty arrogance flashed in Yoru's purple Rinnegan. Sacrifice with my blood. Yoru let out an incomparably domineering cold laugh, and an icy killing intent instantly swept through the entire hall. Oh, quite bold indeed. I'd like to see if that so-called Lord Jashin can piece these wastes back together. After I shatter every inch of their bones. 54, Chapter 54, all gathered and arrogant mocks. After hearing Yoru's bone-chilling declaration of crushing bones, White Zetsu gave 2 dry laughs, that half of his face pulling into a somewhat stiff arc. What an energetic newcomer. I hope you can be this confident when facing them. Black Zetsu remained silent, only rasping a single urge. Follow me, the secret room is this way. With that, Zetsu's half-black, half-white body slowly sank into the expensive Persian carpet. Yoru followed behind the chakra aura, left by Zetsu with his hands in his pockets, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Uchiha Izumi followed closely by Yoru's side. Her stunning face was filled with cold vigilance. The two passed through a long corridor and arrived at the Hidden Rain Village's exclusive underground secret room. The environment inside the secret room was very dark, with complex ceiling runes carved all around. In the very center of the floor was a formation drawn for communicating with the Jido statue. Lord Yoru, the chakra aura here makes one feel very uncomfortable. Izumi frowned slightly, observing the surroundings. This bunch from the Akatsuki organization only know how to hide in dark corners like rats. Yoru chuckled, walked to the center of the formation, and sat down cross-legged. Don't worry, it's just a virtual remote meeting room. Wait until I go in and set some rules for these clowns. Yoru casually formed a hand seal. Vast Senjutsu chakra instantly poured into the formation beneath his feet. As a strange spatial fluctuation rose, Yoru's consciousness was instantly pulled into a mysterious dimension. All around was a chaotic darkness. A colossal, demon-god-like withered wooden statue stood silently in the center of the darkness, on the 10 giant fingers of the Jido statue. At this moment, they were already occupied by colorful chakra phantoms. The S-rank rogue, ninja dream team of the Akatsuki organization had all gathered. Kisame Hoshigaki, Sasori of the Red Sand, Deidara, Kakuzu, and Hidden, and Uchiha Itachi, whose entire skeletal structure had been crippled by Yoru and could now only forcibly maintain a chakra connection through white Zetsu cells, accompanied by a strange distortion of light and shadow. Yoru's colorful phantom emitting a deep blue light. Under the code name U, he officially descended onto an empty knuckle of the Jido statue. Oh, is this the newcomer who turned Konoha upside down? Kisame split his toothy maw and let out a strange laugh. Itachi-san, it seems your Uchiha clan has produced quite a monster. The phantom of Uchiha Itachi, standing nearby, swayed slightly. His Sharingan stared intently at Yoru's phantom, especially the purple ripples in Yoru's eye sockets. Enormous waves surged in Itachi's heart, but on the surface, he remained silent and expressionless. Pain Tendo sat high upon the thumb of the statue. Those cold Rinnegan scanned the entire scene. A voice devoid of emotion echoed in the darkness. Since everyone is here, I have 2 things to announce. First, as of today, Uchiha Yoru officially becomes a member of the Akatsuki organization. Second, given his uniqueness, he will join with the status of a guest elder, surpassing ordinary members. Pain's words carried an unquestionable authority. He does not need to follow the organization's regular deployment, nor is he required to be in a two-man team. Furthermore, the core area of Mangekyou will be unconditionally allocated to the Uchiha clan as an autonomous territory. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally quiet Kagura mirror technique space instantly erupted. The entire place was in an uproar. All the S-rank rogue ninjas looked at Pain, then at Yoru, as if they were looking at madmen. Breaking the iron rules of the organization and even ceding core territory. This was an unprecedented first since the founding of the Akatsuki organization. Leader, I don't understand. Kakuzu's deep, raspy voice was the first to sound, laced with heavy dissatisfaction. The organization's current funds are very tight. Exploding tags and intelligence networks all require large expenditures. Kakuzu's green eyes stared intently at Yoru. Giving away the most prosperous core area for free to a newcomer who doesn't take missions. This will cost us a huge amount of rental income. This deal simply doesn't pay off. As soon as Kakuzu finished speaking, hidden beside him started swearing directly. He frantically brandished the phantom of his bloodied scythe, pointing at Pain and shouting, "Leader, have you been brainwashed by this pretty boy? We work hard outside killing people and making money. Why should we give this kid such huge privileges?" Hidden suddenly turned his head, his crazed eyes locking onto Yoru. A brat who hasn't even grown hair yet dares to climb over this great me and take a crap. Deidara followed with a cold snort, crossing his arms over his chest. Exactly, Does a guy like this who came in through the back door know anything about art? I don't acknowledge that a guy like this can stand on equal footing with us. Facing the undisguised scrutiny and hostility of these top-tier killers of the ninja world. Yoru didn't show the slightest bit of a newcomer's restraint. Instead, he let out an extremely arrogant sneer that echoed throughout the space. So noisy. Yoru's voice was filled with appalling arrogance. I thought the Akatsuki organization was made of some world-shaking monsters. Yoru gave a wave of his hand. The vast senjutsu chakra within his body actually spread directly along the Kagura mirror network. Upon the finger of the Jido statue, he forcibly materialized a luxurious high-backed chair. Under everyone's stunned and shocked gazes, Yoru sat down on the chair with his legs spread wide. Then, with extreme arrogance, he propped his feet high up on the knuckles of the statue. This action, which completely ignored the sanctity of the Jido statue, made even Pain's eye twitch involuntarily. The other members were even more dumbfounded. So it's just a bunch of dogs chirping here because a bone wasn't distributed evenly. Yoru crossed his hands behind his head. His purple Rinnegan proudly scanned the room. What did you say, you bastard? Hidden's anger was completely ignited by Yoru's insult, and he screamed in rage. I dare you to say that to this great me one more time. Yoru tilted his chin slightly, a cruel arc curling at the corner of his mouth. Don't misunderstand, I'm not targeting any one of you specifically. Yoru's voice was cold to the extreme as he initiated an indiscriminate, full-screen group mockery. In my eyes, everyone present except for the leader is nothing but fragile trash. Even if the leader gave you privileges, could you useless bunch even handle them? His arrogant posture was instantly dialed to the maximum. This single sentence was like a spark falling into a powder keg. It instantly ignited the killing intent of everyone in the all-star dream team. Boastful brat, I'll blow you to ashes. Deidara laughed out of pure rage, the mouth in his palm instantly opening. Art is an explosion. Let me show you my masterpiece, Sasori of the Red Sand also gave a cold snort. The tooth-grinding sound of mechanical parts turning came from his phantom. I didn't think you were qualified before, but now, I really want to turn you into a perfect human puppet. Young man, talking too big will make you trip over your own tongue. Kakuzu's voice carried a freezing killing intent. Your heart should fetch an excellent price on the black market. Facing everyone's killing intent, Yoru let out a loud laugh from his chair. Want to make a move? Fine. Yoru contemptuously glanced over Deidara's phantom. Deidara, that ridiculous clay of yours is fit to be called art. Yoru mocked without mercy. It's nothing more than low-quality firecrackers for kids playing house. Deidara trembled with rage, and just as he was about to retort, Yoru's gaze turned to Sasori. "And you, Sasori of the Red Sand. Hiding inside a broken wooden shell like a turtle, you don't even have the courage to face reality." Sasori's phantom froze in place, his deepest sore spot having been poked. Yoru turned his head, looking at the murder-filled Kakuzu, and laughed even more cruelly. Kakuzu, a stray dog who only dared to throw a shuriken from 800 miles away when assassinating the first Hokage, and then ran. An old antique like you who's lived for 100 years for the sake of a few pieces of scrap paper is fit to talk business with me. Having his past exposed, the killing intent in Kakuzu's green eyes almost condensed into ice. "You're looking for death." Finally, Yoru's gaze landed on Uchiha Itachi's phantom. "As for you, Itachi, a cripple whose entire skeletal system was crushed by me, who gave you the courage to stand here?" Itachi's phantom shook violently. He gritted his teeth hard and didn't say a word. The purple Rinnegan, ripples in Yoru's eye sockets, suddenly lit up with a blinding light. A materialized killing intent, originating from a perfect sage body and 6 paths level. Like a volcanic eruption, it burst forth from Yoru's phantom. This power was vast to an incredible degree. It actually ignored the chakra transmission rules of the Kagura mirror technique. Following the vast network of the Jido statue, it directly backblasted the mental links of everyone present. Boom! The entire Kagura mirror space underwent a violent distortion under the impact of Yoru's killing intent. The original bodies of the rogue ninjas, far away in various parts of the ninja world. At this moment, they simultaneously felt a sense of deathly pressure, as if falling into an ice cellar. Far away at the border of the land of Earth, Deidara suddenly clutched his chest. He felt his breathing hitch, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. What kind of monster-level killing intent is this? The smile on Kasame's face also completely froze. His hand holding the great sword Samehada tightened slightly, and even breathing became difficult. This kind of pressure, it can actually crush through consciousness directly. One person challenging the entire Akatsuki dream team, and forming an absolute one-sided suppression in terms of presence. This group of S-rank rogue ninjas, who killed without blinking, were collectively intimidated into silence. Yoru looked at the members, whose phantoms had become somewhat flickering. He let out a disdainful snort. "What? Can't handle it already? You can't even stand a bit of killing intent I'm emitting through the network. And you still dare to shout at me here?" Yoru still had his feet propped up in midair, his posture like a monarch ruling over everything. Hidden, the one with the most explosive temper and the most fanatical faith, completely fell into a state of berserk. He was a madman who felt no pain, and his perception of killing intent was far different from ordinary people. Then what about this great me? Why don't you bastard dare to insult this great me? Yoru tilted his head, looking at Hidden like he was an idiot. You, a self-mutilating maniac who believes in some pheasant charlatan. You're not even fit to carry my shoes. I don't even have the interest to insult you. This ultimate disregard caused Hidden's rationality to completely snap. Bastard, you pretty boy who came in through the back door is too arrogant. Hidden suddenly pulled out the bloodied scythe from his back. The huge scythe phantom pointed straight at the tip of Yoru's nose. What kind of skill is cursing through the Kagura mirror technique? This great me doesn't buy it. Hidden let out a neurotic, frenzied laugh. Don't you think you're very strong? If you have the guts, get your ass over to the combat wilderness on the outskirts of Mangekyou right now. This great me will personally chop off your head. Hidden hissed fanatically, his eyes full of extreme thirst for blood. I will use your arrogant blood to sacrifice to the great Lord Jashin. I'll let you experience what true despair and pain are. The entire Kagura mirror space was silent. Everyone looked at Yoru, waiting for this arrogant newcomer's response. No one targeted by the Immortal duo has ever survived. This was not just a provocation, but a naked invitation to death. Hearing Hidden's clamoring, Yoru didn't feel the slightest bit of anger. A chilling purple light flashed deep in his eyes. He slowly withdrew his feet from midair. The chair condensed from chakra instantly dissipated. Yoru stood up straight with composure. Take my blood for a sacrifice. Yoru chuckled, his laughter containing the most extreme disregard for life. He looked at Hiden's arrogant face and coldly spat out a single word. Fine, 55. Chapter 55, establishing authority in real combat and sending someone flying away with a single punch. The ethereal blue light on the formation slowly dissipated. Yoru stepped out of the Kagura mirror technique space and stood up effortlessly. The air in the secret room still carried a damp chill. Uchiha Izumi immediately came forward. Lord Yoru, those cowardly fellows, didn't they speak ill of you? Izumi's eyes were full of concern. Yoru casually flicked his sleeve. Just a bunch of rats hiding in the dark, unable to face the light. However, there are two particularly noisy bugs, eager to be crushed by me. Bugs? Izumi frowned slightly, her eyes instantly turning cold. Who is so ignorant of death? Please give the order, Lord Yoru. Izumi will immediately go and chop off their heads. Yoru walked to the door of the secret room and pushed open the heavy stone door. You don't need to do it. I'll handle this dirty work myself. Let's go, consider it a walk after dinner. The two walked through the long corridor and exited the luxurious mansion. The sky above the hidden rain village was still gloomy, and heavy rain poured down. However, as the raindrops approached within a meter of Yoru, they were automatically repelled by an invisible chakra. The desolate combat training ground on the outskirts of hidden rain village. This was a barren land scarred with craters from various ninjutsu. Two figures wearing red cloud black robes had already been waiting in the rain for a long time. Hiden carried his enormous bloodied scythe. He twisted his neck nervously, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. Why isn't that pretty boy who pulled strings here yet? Did he just wet his pants after shouting in the Kagura mirror technique? Hiden let out a piercing laugh. My scythe is already thirsty for blood. Kakuzu, standing beside him, looked ahead coldly. His green eyes were full of calculating greed. Shut your mouth, Hiden. That kid is a walking gold mine. Do you know how high Uchiha Yoru's bounty is on the black market right now? Kakuzu's hoarse voice sounded particularly grim in the pouring rain. The land of lightning, the land of earth, and the remnants of Konoha have pooled a full 1 billion ryo. 1 billion ryo. That's the most tempting number this old man has seen in all his life. Kakuzu slowly clenched his fists, his bones cracking. If I accidentally kill him during the combat assessment, taking his head to claim the bounty, Leader Pain shouldn't be too upset, right? Kakuzu seemed to already see countless banknotes waving at him. After all, the Akatsuki organization needs funding the most. Hey, Kakuzu, don't you dare try to steal him from me. Hiden yelled discontentedly. I'm going to use that bastard's blood to sacrifice to the great Lord Jashin. Just as the two were arguing incessantly over the spoils of war. At the end of the desolate land, a man and a woman walked slowly, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Yoru walked calmly, his hands in his pockets. 1 billion ryo. Yaru's voice pierced through the dense rain, clearly reaching the ears of the immortal duo. It seems those great nations are really stingy. Yoru stopped, looking at Kakuzu in front of him with a mocking expression. But you, this old fossil reeking of poverty, will probably live to count the money, but not to spend it. Seeing Yoru appear, Hiden roared excitedly. You bastard actually dared to come. I thought you were trembling in some woman's arms. Uchiha Izumi was enraged by this vulgar provocation. Her three-tomoed Sharingan instantly spun wildly. How dare you treat Lord Yoru's life as a commodity? You two wild dogs who don't know your place, I'll burn you to ashes today. Izumi drew the kunai from her waist without hesitation. She was about to form hand signs to clear the trash in front of Yoru. However, a warm, large hand gently pressed down on her wrist. Step back, Izumi. Yoru's voice was not loud, but it carried absolute dominance and brooked no defiance. Lord Yoru, Izumi looked up, puzzled. Yoru looked at the two opposite him, a cruel sneer playing on his lips. Against this kind of trash, I don't even need to use ninjutsu. Stand by and watch carefully. Watch how I beat these two barking dogs until even their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. Yoru's extremely arrogant words completely ignited the powder keg. Boastful brat, die. Hidden let out a hysterical roar. He lunged forward like a mad dog, splashing through the muddy puddles. The massive bloodied scythe carved a deadly arc in midair. With a tearing shriek, it headed straight for Yoru's neck. Experience the ultimate pain. The battle erupted instantly. Facing this powerful strike, Yoru didn't even activate his Mangekyou Sharingan. He maintained his posture with his hands in his pockets. Just as the scythe was about to touch his skin, in that critical moment, Yoru tilted his head slightly. The sharp blade barely grazed his nose, failing to cut even a single strand of hair. What? Hidden's attack missed, and he was greatly alarmed. He stubbornly yanked the steel cable connected to the scythe. The huge scythe strangely changed direction in midair, sweeping from behind towards Yoru's waist. Yoru didn't even look back, relying on the intuition talent granted by the system. It was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Yoru merely took half a step forward casually. The scythe missed again, heavily striking the muddy water and carving a deep trench. Hidden's attacks were like a torrential storm, dense and impenetrable. But Yoru moved as if strolling in his own backyard. Every dodge was just right, his movements effortless. Hidden was panting, exhausted, yet he couldn't even touch a corner of Yoru's clothes. Damn it, you cowardly wretch who only knows how to dodge. Hidden cursed furiously. If you have the guts, take one of my moves. Yoru let out a disdainful scoff. Too slow. Is the speed of your scythe swings for weeding this wasteland? Kakuzu, who had been observing from the rear, his green eyes suddenly narrowed. What terrifying neural reaction speed and taijutsu foundation. As expected of a head with a billion ryo bounty. Kakuzu knew that Hidden's wide and sweeping taijutsu couldn't possibly harm the opponent. Hidden stepped back, this kid is not right. Let me pierce his heart. Kakuzu immediately took action. Beneath his wide red cloud black robe, the sound of tearing muscles, enough to make one's teeth ache, emanated. Immediately after, his arms detached directly from his torso. Countless bizarre black tendrils connected his arms to his body. This was Kakuzu's proud secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Kakuzu let out a low roar, chakra surging wildly within him. His flying arms instantly turned an indestructible dark black. This Earth Release hardening jutsu was enough to withstand any physical attack. Two arms, hard as iron and black, launched a fierce pincer attack from the flank. They were like two cannonballs, heading straight for Yoru's chest. Die, your heart is mine, Kakuzu proclaimed arrogantly. Facing this attack, hailed as absolute defense and possessing astonishing power. Yoru did not dodge or evade this time, not even shifting his feet an inch. He finally drew his right hand from his pocket. Defense. Yoru's lips curled into an all-knowing sneer. In front of me, there is nothing in this world that can be called defense. A substance as black as ink, emitting a cold metallic luster, instantly covered Yoru's entire right fist. That was the advanced armament haki rewarded by the system. The terrifying monstrous strength of the perfect sage body, combined with the hardness of armament haki. Yoru made no flashy moves. He simply unleashed the most direct and brutal straight punch. Bangs! A terrifying, ear-splitting roar exploded across the wasteland. Yoru's fist, wrapped in black haki, solidly struck Kakuzu's hardened arm. Under Kakuzu's horrified gaze, his so-called absolute defense, which even exploding tags couldn't penetrate, actually let out a crisp cracking sound. Cracked! The indestructible earth spear hardening, in front of Yoru's monstrous strength, was like a fragile biscuit. It was shattered inch by inch with a single punch. The wild power continued unabated. It surged wildly upwards along Kakuzu's arm. The Earth Grudge Fear black threads connecting his arms were violently torn apart by this force, exploding into countless fragments. Kakuzu simply couldn't withstand such a devastating impact. He violently spat out a large mouthful of blood, his old face beneath the mask completely twisted. In the gale stirred up by the immense monstrous strength, Kakuzu flew backward like a broken sack, forcefully knocked away. He tumbled wildly for hundreds of meters on the muddy ground. Until he crashed into a huge rock, he barely managed to stop. The absolute defense of a veteran cage-level expert was instantly defeated by Yoru's pure physical strength with a single punch. Kakuzu. Hiden's eyes almost popped out at this sight. He never expected that Kakuzu, who had lived for over 100 years, couldn't even withstand a single punch. What the hell kind of monstrous strength is this? Hiden's hand holding the scythe couldn't help but tremble. Uchiha Izumi in the distance was filled with fanaticism. Lord Yoru is invincible. She proudly raised her chin. You trash, are you even worthy of challenging Lord Yoru? However, the moment Yoru sent Kakuzu flying with a punch. His wide, open movements deliberately exposed a weakness on his side. Although Hiden was shocked, his innate bloodthirsty instinct immediately seized the opportunity. Die. Hiden swung a silent, cold scythe from behind. The sharp blade, at a tricky angle, slashed towards Yoru's side abdomen. Yoru did not fully dodge. He merely casually shifted his body slightly. The edge of the scythe grazed his arm. With a soft Zila sound, it left an extremely shallow bloodstain on Yoru's arm, not even counting as a superficial wound. Only a single drop of blood splattered from the wound. Although it was just a drop of blood, for Hiden it was enough. Hiden's face instantly erupted into extreme, frenzied ecstasy. He didn't hesitate to extend his long tongue. In midair, he precisely licked the splattered blood. I tasted it, I tasted it. Hiden let out an erotic shriek. What delicious blood of arrogance. This is the taste of 1,000,000,000 Ryo's fresh blood. As the fresh blood entered his throat, Hiden's body instantly underwent an extremely bizarre transformation. His normally colored skin rapidly faded, replaced by black and white skull patterns. He looked like a demon crawling out of hell. Without hesitation, he used the blood on his scythe to quickly draw a bizarre formation of a circle, enclosing a triangle in the mud beneath his feet. Hiden stood in the center of the formation, laughing maniacally with his head tilted back. Game over, pretty boy. Death-controlling possessed blood officially activated. Hiden's eyes were filled with a craving for the impending slaughter. He pulled out a black spear and aimed it at his own body. He issued the most frenzied declaration of counterattack. Are you ready to face the judgment of Lord Jashin? I'm going to make you experience what it means to wish you were dead. 56. Chapter 56 Curse, Backlash, and Caring Wipe. Hiden didn't hesitate, gripping his spear tightly with both hands. He aimed at his heart and stabbed down with resolute force. With this strike, he intended to directly pronounce Knight's death sentence. Uchiha Izumi, watching this extremely bizarre scene from afar, instinctively felt a strong sense of danger. Although she had absolute confidence in Knight, the enemy's self-mutilating method was too abnormal. Lord Knight, be careful. Izumi cried out in alarm, her beautiful face filled with anxiety. That magic circle drawn with blood is wrong. Get out of there quickly. However, Knight maintained his lazy posture with his hands in his pockets. Not only did he not move half a step, he didn't even frown. Don't be nervous, Izumi. Knight's voice was steady and assured, revealing a calmness that saw through everything. It's just a conjurer's trick. It won't harm me in the slightest. Die. Hiden laughed maniacally as the spear pierced through his own body without obstruction. The law of causality curse, which was supposed to transfer this fatal blow to the target regardless of space, instantly activated. An invisible and strange rule power crossed the physical distance. Like an unseen, venomous snake, it attempted to erupt within Knight's body. Although Kakuzu was sent flying far away, he sneered inwardly as he caught a glimpse of this scene. If you're hit by Hiden's cursed seal jutsu, even if you're a god, you'll lose a layer of skin. The 1,000,000,000 Ryo bounty will ultimately belong to us, the Immortal do. However, the anticipated scene of Knight screaming and collapsing did not occur. Knight stood quietly in place, his purple Rinnegan calm and unperturbed. The curse power had just attempted to invade Knight's internal organs. It immediately slammed into the incredibly vast sage mode life force within Knight, combined with the absolute barrier formed by 6 paths level chakra. This indestructible force was like an iron fortress, spanning the heavens and earth. Cracked. A crisp cracking sound, audible only to Night, echoed invisibly. That law of causality curse, touted as unsolvable, was shattered into pieces the moment it touched the power within Night's body. This foreign evil power not only failed to cause any damage, but it also dissipated completely into nothingness, without even stirring a ripple of chakra. How is that possible? Hidden's maniacal laughter abruptly stopped, his eyes nearly popping out. He stared in disbelief at the perfectly unharmed Night. Why aren't you down? The spear pierced my heart. Hidden roared, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. Night looked at Hidden in the magic circle with a mocking expression, letting out a scoff. This is your so-called death sentence. It's not even enough to tickle me. No sooner had Night's words fallen than the curse's failure triggered the most terrifying rule backlash. Because the ritual was violently interrupted, the chain of causality completely collapsed. The blows that should have been borne by the target all poured back into the caster's body. The force of the backlash precisely struck Hidden's own heart. The fanaticism in Hidden's eyes instantly turned into undisguised terror and extreme pain. He let out a blood-curdling scream, his knees buckled, and he heavily collapsed onto the muddy ground. Large mouthfuls of blood gushed wildly from his mouth. The black and white skull pattern, representing the protection of Jashin, also rapidly faded like a receding tide. Stripped of the rule's protection, Hidden himself suffered the severe, heart-piercing injury. Lord Jashin, why? Hidden clutched his chest in agony, his body convulsing violently. Night took calm strides, slowly walking to the front of the magic circle. He looked down at Hidden, who was paralyzed on the ground, his eyes as cold as ice. Now, who is experiencing a fate worse than death. That useless Jashin you worship is nothing but a fart in the face of absolute power. Night raised his combat boot and mercilessly kicked Hidden in the jaw. Bang! Hidden was kicked directly out of the magic circle like a broken sack. He rolled more than a dozen times on the ground, his head lolled to the side, and he completely passed out. The madman of the Immortal duo was thus defeated by his own technique. Well done, Lord Night. As soon as the battle subsided, Uchiha Izumi immediately rushed forward. Her eyes were filled with an unresolvable heartache and pride in Night's unrivaled power. Izumi naturally took out a warm, clean white towel from her embrace. She walked to Night's side and carefully took his broad hand. Her movements were extremely gentle, as if she were holding the most precious treasure in the world. Such suicidal trash is truly an eyesore. Izumi lowered her head, meticulously wiping away the slight dust on Night's fingertips and cuffs. Did they not dirty your hands, Lord Night? Even though Night was actually spotless, she performed the task with utmost seriousness. Izumi's gaze was focused and adoring, as if this was the most sacred mission of her life. Night felt the delicate warmth from Izumi's fingertips, and a gentle look appeared in his deep eyes. He took her hand in his thumb gently stroking her soft fingertips. With you tending to me, these boring battles gain a bit of interest. Hearing Night's exclusive praise and favoritism, Izumi's heart rate suddenly accelerated, like a startled deer. 2 captivating blushes instantly appeared on her beautiful cheeks. It is Izumi's greatest honor to serve Lord Night. Izumi whispered softly, a sweet smile gracing her lips. This tenderness, belonging only to her, made her feel that everything she gave was worth it. However, just as the two were enjoying this moment of sweet tranquility, a surge of extremely violent chakra fluctuations suddenly erupted from deep within the distant ruins. The earth began to tremble violently, and the surrounding rainwater was forcefully pushed away by this power. Who allowed you to flirt here? A hoarse voice filled with endless rage pierced through the rain curtain. It was Kakuzu, who had been sent flying by Night's punch. Kakuzu was now completely in a state of furious rampage. He tore off his Akatsuki cloak, revealing a body covered in strange black threads. You actually dared to beat Hidden into such a miserable state. Kakuzu's 4 masks on his back simultaneously detached. Accompanied by a bone-chilling twisting sound, they instantly transformed into 4 huge black chakra monsters. They circled above Kakuzu's head, letting out deafening roars. The violent chakra of wind, lightning, water, and fire attributes. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Converged frantically in midair, fusing with each other, emitting an oppressive aura that threatened to destroy everything. Kakuzu's face was distorted with rage, his eyes fixed on Night and Izumi in the distance. "I'll make sure, you arrogant dog, and be **H leave no trace behind." Kakuzu frantically formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a full-scale, 5 elements destructive bombardment on this area, leaving no survivors. 57, Chapter 57, overwhelming the 5 elements and completely subduing them. Lord Yue, this old thing has gone completely mad. Uchiha Izumi watched the violent chakra fluctuations in midair, her gaze instantly turning cold. She drew her kunai without hesitation, wanting to stand in front of Yue. "Step back, Izumi." Yue reached out naturally, grabbing Izumi's slender wrist and pulling her back behind him. "It wouldn't be good to get your clothes dirty with the dust of such an antique." "But Lord Yue, that's a composite ninjutsu of 5 attributes." Izumi obediently followed Yue's lead, but her tone still carried a hint of wariness. "That amount of chakra is enough to level this entire wilderness." "Level it." Yue had his hands in his pockets, his posture lazy to the extreme. He looked at the violent elements gathering in the sky, his purple Rinnegan full of disdain. An antique who has lived for over 100 years can only play with these house-blaying fireworks. Yue's voice pierced through the wind and rain, clearly reaching Kakuzu's ears. "And here, I thought you were going to show some world-shaking ability. Still acting tough when death is at your door." Kakuzu's face was hideous, the old face under the mask completely distorted. "I will settle the score for that punch just now with interest. The billion Ryo bounty is destined to be mine, Kakuzu's." Kakuzu's hands formed seals frantically, his fingertips moving so fast they left afterimages. The 4 masked monsters above his head opened their pitch-black mouths simultaneously. The violence of wind release, the restlessness of lightning release, the coldness of water release, the heat of fire release, combined with the earth release chakra Kakuzu, mobilized from beneath his feet. 5 distinct elemental attributes intertwined perfectly in midair. 5 release, great combo technique. Kakuzu let out a throat-tearing roar. Boom! A 5-colored storm of destruction that blotted out the sun formed, crashing down like an apocalyptic tsunami. The violent elemental turbulence ripped up layers of soil, carrying a force that could destroy everything. Wherever this storm passed, even space itself let out an overburdened wail. "Die, you Uchiha madman." Greed and tyranny flickered in Kakuzu's eyes, as if he could already see the image of Yue being crushed into powder. Facing this overwhelming, despair-inducing composite ultimate move, Yue still maintained a leisurely posture with his hands in his pockets. He didn't even bother to draw the blade of thunder at his waist. Is this old monkey's brain not working right? Yue tilted his head slightly and chuckled to Izumi behind him. Doesn't he know that playing with ninjutsu in front of a god is the most foolish behavior? Looking at Yue's calm profile, the worry in Izumi's eyes instantly turned into an inseparable obsession. Lord Yue is right. This kind of trash isn't worthy of you drawing your blade. He's just making a deathbed struggle. Watch closely, Izumi. Yue finally took out his right hand and raised it quite casually. I'll teach him what true crushing power looks like. Yue didn't form any seals. He simply aimed his palm from a distance at the overwhelming flood of 5 release elements. Within his eye sockets, those purple ripples suddenly lit up with a deep glow. An incredibly massive amount of Senjutsu chakra instantly resonated perfectly with the Rinnegan. The surrounding air froze at this moment. Shinra Tensei. Accompanying the 4 words, Yue coldly spat out. An overwhelming absolute repulsive force, enough to shatter all physical rules. Like an awakening ancient starry sky beast, it erupted from Yue's palm. It was unstoppable. That seemingly world-destroying, invincible 5-release destruction storm. The moment it touched this absolute repulsive force, cracked, an extremely crisp shattering sound exploded in midair. The massive 5-colored storm actually crumbled inch by inch like a fragile soap bubble. What? Kakuzu's green eyes widened, and he screamed in horror. My strongest composite ninjutsu didn't even last a second. The violent, repulsive force continued unabated, like an invisible wall of steel. Not only did it crush and devour all the elemental ninjutsu, it also crashed directly into the 4 heart monsters in midair with an unstoppable momentum. Bangs, bang, bangs, bang. 4 dull thuds echoed in quick succession. Those 4 hideous earth grudge fear monsters, under the absolute crushing force of the repulsion, didn't even have time to scream before being blasted into a cloud of black threads on the spot. The top-quality hearts Kakuzu had painstakingly collected for decades were wiped out in an instant. The backlash of chakra and the shattering of his hearts hit Kakuzu like a heavy hammer. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. He slammed heavily into the muddy ruins. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Kakuzu lay limp on the ground, vomiting blood in large gulps, his body trembling violently and uncontrollably. The look in his eyes as he watched Yue no longer held greed, only the deepest fear. That was his strongest killing move, perfected over 100 years of living through countless life-and-death situations. And it was broken by this man with a casual wave, without even forming a seal. The fantasy of a 1 billion Ryo bounty was completely shattered into dust before this absolute display of power. Why aren't you shouting anymore? Yue slowly lowered his right hand and walked toward Kakuzu nonchalantly. His combat boots stepped in the mud, making a chilling sound. Weren't you going to take my head for money just now? Yue walked up to Kakuzu, looking down at this veteran cage-level powerhouse from a height. Living for such a long time, all you learned was how to be a joke. Kakuzu's breathing became incredibly rapid, his old face under the mask as pale as paper. He tried desperately to move his body back, but found he didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. The Immortal duo was completely and unilaterally crushed and subdued before Yue. I admit defeat. Kakuzu's raspy voice was filled with despair. For the first time, he felt death so close. Don't kill me, my money. I can give it all to you. Yue let out a mocking sneer. Money? Do you think my Uchiha clan lacks your little bit of trash? Yue slowly raised his right foot, aiming it at Kakuzu's final heart. Take your dreams of wealth and go count your money in hell. Just as Yue was about to end Kakuzu's sinful life with a single stomp, the surrounding space suddenly underwent an abnormal distortion. The originally torrential rain actually came to a dead stop in midair. The curtain of rain was forcibly split down the middle by an invisible and massive force. Stop, Yue. A voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation drifted down from high above. Yue's movements paused slightly as he looked up. He saw Pain Tendo wearing a red-clouded black robe, slowly descending from the sky like a true deity. Behind Pain, Conan followed closely with white paper wings spread behind her. The two landed steadily less than 10 meters away from Yue. What? Is the leader here to protect his own dog? Yue withdrew his foot, put his hands back in his pockets, and looked at Pain playfully. This dog bared its teeth at me, so I killed it. Is there anything wrong with that? Pain's cold Rinnegan swept over the unconscious Hidden and the limp Kakuzu on the ground. A massive wave of shock also rose within him. He had witnessed Yue's inexplicable combat power as he casually destroyed the 5-release composite ninjutsu. This kind of power was rare, even in the entire ninja world. A hard-to-conceal shock also flickered in Conan's cool eyes. She looked at Yue's unharmed, upright figure. In her heart, her evaluation of this arrogant man was raised infinitely once again. Although Kakuzu and Hidden are reckless, they are still useful to the organization. Pain spoke coldly, his tone carrying a hint of undeniable authority. You have proven your strength, and they have paid the price. This matter ends here. Yue gave a light snort and didn't pursue the matter further. Fine, since the leader has spoken, I'll spare this antique's life. Pain looked at Yue, knowing that letting such a willful and dangerous element roam free was too uncontrollable. In order to monitor and win him over, and more importantly, to restrain Yue's actions, Pain made a decision. In front of everyone, he directly announced that startling appointment. Yue, given your current status as a guest elder and your immeasurable strength. Pain's voice pierced through the rain, echoing clearly across the wilderness. I have decided to arrange a dedicated mission partner for you. Yue raised an eyebrow. A partner? I don't need dead weight. Pain ignored Yue's refusal and turned to look behind him. Your exclusive partner will be White Tiger of Akatsuki herself. As Pain's words fell, the atmosphere of the entire scene instantly dropped to freezing point. A flicker of astonishment crossed Conan's cool face as she looked at Pain in disbelief. And Uchiha Izumi, standing behind Yue, instantly tightened her grip on her kunai. Her three-tomo Sharingan stared intently at Conan, her eyes erupting with thick hostility and jealousy. 58, Chapter 58, White Tiger Partner and a Kiss to Soothe. The curtain of rain across the sky was forcibly pushed aside by an invisible force. Pain Tendo floated in midair, his rippled Rinnegan staring at Yi. A voice devoid of emotion echoed, clearly across the vast wilderness. You enjoy the supreme privileges of a guest elder. You do not need to wait for orders. Pain's tone carried an unquestionable authority. This is the greatest sincerity the Akatsuki organization can offer you. But you are a newcomer, after all, and are unfamiliar with many of the resources of the hidden Rain Village and the organization. Pain slowly turned his gaze toward Conan at his side. To make it convenient for you to mobilize the organization's intelligence network and logistical resources at any time. I will arrange for the White Tiger of Akatsuki, Conan, to be your exclusive partner and liaison. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding air seemed to freeze instantly. The atmosphere of the entire scene underwent a violent and sudden change. Kakuzu, who was lying in the mud gasping for breath, with difficulty swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva. His green eyes were filled with undisguised shock. To actually arrange for the coldest White Tiger to be the partner of this dangerous madman. Was this surveillance, or was it an appeal for his loyalty without any bottom line? A flash of bewilderment crossed Conan's cold face. She clearly hadn't known beforehand that Pain would make such a decision. But out of absolute trust and obedience to Nagato, she silently retracted her paper wings. However, someone was completely unable to accept this absurd arrangement. Standing behind Yi, Uchiha Izumi instantly bristled. What exclusive partner? Extreme hostility and a thick sense of jealousy appeared on Izumi's exquisite face. She abruptly took a step forward, blocking Yi's side. The kunai in her hand was locked onto Conan in midair, her three-tomoed Sharingan spinning wildly. It is enough for Lord Yi to have me alone serving him. There is absolutely no need for any other shameless woman to get close. Izumi's voice carried a hysterical sense of protectiveness. Whether it's resources or intelligence, I will handle everything perfectly for Lord Yi. A woman like you, playing at being a god or ghost, don't even think about using this chance to get near Lord Yi. Facing such blunt insults, Conan's face was as cold as frost. She was, after all, one of the founders of the Akatsuki organization, revered as an angel by the entire Hidden Rain Village. When had she ever been pointed at and provoked by a young girl like this? Ignorant arrogance. Conan's tone carried a chill that wouldn't melt in 10,000 years. The pure white paper wings that had been retracted behind her back slowly unfurled again with a dangerous curve. I am acting on the leader's orders. As a subordinate who isn't even a member of the Akatsuki organization, what right do you have to interfere here? Conan looked down at Izumi from above, several sharp paper shuriken already held in her hand. Do you want to die? Believe it or not, I'll burn all your scrap paper right now. Izumi was completely enraged, the chakra within her body surging wildly. The smell of gunpowder between the two stunning beauties instantly reached its peak, and the scene became extremely tense. Seeing that the two women were about to break into a violent conflict in the rainstorm, Yi, who was at the center of the whirlpool, was not only not angry. Instead, a hint of interested amusement flashed in the depths of his profound eyes. He naturally reached out his large hand and grabbed Izumi's wrist, which was holding the kunai. "Lord Yi." Izumi was slightly taken aback and turned back to look at Yi aggrievedly. "She wants to steal your position. Izumi will never allow such a thing to happen." He didn't say anything, only domineeringly pulling Izumi into his embrace. Then, he turned around to face this little wildcat in his arms, who was bristling with jealousy. He extended his long, powerful fingers and domineeringly pinched Izumi's delicate chin. Applying a little force, he forced Izumi to tilt up her exquisite face. She was forced to meet Yi's aggressive and profound gaze. "Yi, Lord Ye." Izumi's heart skipped a beat, and the anger on her face instantly froze. Under the shocked gazes of Pain, Konan, and the fallen Kakuzu, Yi directly lowered his head. On Izumi's soft, rosy lips, he pressed a kiss filled with absolute possessiveness. It was a brief kiss, yet one that was domineering to the extreme. The extreme favoritism of the arrogant devil king was displayed to the fullest at this moment. Without any verbal soothing or any explanation, just this one action instantly drained all of Izumi's anger and hostility. Yi Scent completely enveloped her, leaving her mind blank in an instant. Izumi's delicate body suddenly went soft, and even the kunai in her hand fell powerlessly into the mud. Her cheeks, which were originally filled with killing intent, turned as red as a ripe apple. A faint, soft moan escaped from Izumi's throat. Her heart beat like a war drum in her chest, thumping wildly without stopping. He slowly raised his head, his fingers gently stroking Izumi's slightly hot cheek. "You're quite cute when you're jealous. But remember, you are my woman. You must have the magnanimity of a primary wife." Hearing the words "my woman" and "primary wife," the mist in Izumi's eyes completely overflowed, and she felt so happy she was about to faint. All her insecurity and sense of crisis were shattered into pieces before Yi's domineering favoritism. "Yes, Lord Yi." Izumi immediately nodded like an obedient, submissive kitten. With eyes full of infatuation, she retreated behind Yi, no longer sparing a single glance at Konan in the air. Konan in midair watched this incredible scene, her breath hitching slightly. This boundlessly arrogant man was not only cruel to his enemies, he was even more domineering toward his own woman, in a way that was impossible to resist. At the moment he had kissed her, deep in Conan's heart, an uncontrollable flicker of an unusual throb passed through her, one she hadn't even noticed herself. He turned his head and looked back at Konan, and pain floating in the air. "Fine, since the leader is being so sincere." A wicked smile curled at the corners of Yi's mouth, his tone full of teasing. "Since you've taken the initiative to deliver this proud white tiger to my door, I'll accept with pleasure." Forcing a cold and elegant female supporting character to his side, the sense of satisfaction was instantly maximized. Pain gave Yi a deep look and didn't say another word of nonsense. "Konan will handle the specific details with you." After saying that, Pain's figure began to become ethereal. Accompanied by a distortion in space, Pain directly left this messy wilderness, leaving Konan alone to face this lawless devil king. The crisis was resolved. Konan suppressed the strange feeling in her heart regarding Yi's domineering action just now. She slowly folded her paper wings and landed lightly in front of Yi. The distance between the two was less than a meter. Konan could clearly smell the sharp scent of male hormones coming from Yi. This caused a hint of inexplicable awkwardness on her eternally frozen, ice mountain face. But she quickly adjusted her emotions and regained her cold demeanor. "Since you are now a guest elder of the organization and have taken over the core territory." Konan's voice was still ethereal. "The most urgent problem the organization needs to solve is the severe shortage of funds." As she spoke, Konan pulled something out from her wide, red cloud black robe. She took out a top-secret black scroll that emitted a dangerous aura. She handed the scroll to Yi, her gaze becoming very serious. This is your first S-rank joint harvesting mission. Originally, Pain planned to have Kakuzu and Hidden execute it, but now they have failed. Yi didn't immediately reach out to take it. Instead, he put his hands in his pockets and looked at Conan with interest. Harvesting mission? You want me to do this kind of errand boy's odd job? Conan shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of gravity. This is no ordinary errand. The target is the great nation's joint bounty vault in the underground black market. Not only is the massive wealth of the entire ninja world's underground transactions stockpiled there, it is also the source that issued your astronomical bounty of 1 billion ryo. Hearing this, Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and a dangerous light flashed in their depths. Oh, the source of the 1 billion ryo bounty. Conan nodded and continued to explain. The land of lightning, the land of earth, and the remnants of Konoha. They have gathered all their funds into this hidden vault to hire bounty hunters from across the ninja world to hunt you down. This vault is heavily guarded, not only by elite rogue ninja from various nations. Conan pushed the scroll forward a bit, but also by countless top-tier killers who have come for the 1 billion ryo bounty, lurking in the surroundings. If we take down this vault, the Akatsuki organization's funding problem will be easily solved. At the same time, it will completely cut off the conspiracy of those great nations to wear you down using bounties. After listening, the curve of Yi's mouth grew wider and wider. He finally reached out and took the black scroll from Conan's fair palm. Their fingertips touched briefly during the exchange. Yi felt the slight coolness of Conan's fingertips, and the smile on his lips grew even more intense. Conan quickly retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted, hiding it in her wide sleeve. Making a business out of my life, and even building a vault for it. He tossed the scroll in his hand with one hand, letting out a cruel, bloodthirsty sneer. What a bunch of fools who don't know the meaning of death. Since they like money so much, I'll personally go and send them on their way. A suffocating, terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from Yi's body. This killing intent caused the surrounding rain to be forcibly evaporated into white mist. Looking at the domineering man before her, Conan's heart once again beat violently and uncontrollably. The mission location is at the border of the land of earth and the land of fire, in a lawless zone called the Canyon of Despair. Conan suppressed the throbbing in her heart and fulfilled her duty as a partner. I will go with you, responsible for intelligence guidance and logistical support. He casually tucked the scroll into his robe and gave an order in an unquestionable tone. Get ready, we leave first thing tomorrow morning. 59, Chapter 59, 1/flattens the mountain and the white tiger shocks. The morning in the hidden rain village was still shrouded in continuous drizzling rain. At the entrance of the Uchiha residence, Izumi gripped Feng Yi's sleeve tightly, her exquisite face filled with reluctance. Lord Feng Yi, can you really not take me with you? Izumi glanced at Conan, who stood nearby with a cold expression. I don't feel at ease letting a woman of unknown origin follow you. Feng Yi reached out and pinched Izumi's soft cheek. Be good, the Uchiha have just taken root here. We need someone to hold down the fort. You are my deputy. Guarding our home is your primary mission. Although Izumi was unwilling, she was absolutely obedient to Feng Yi's orders. Yes, Lord Feng Yi. Izumi will definitely guard the base so that it is as solid as a fortress. You must return soon. Feng Yi nodded and turned to look at the silent Conan beside him. Let's go, lead the way. The two walked side by side into the curtain of rain, heading towards the border between the land of earth and the land of fire. In the rainy border region, the roads were somewhat muddy. Conan maintained the silence of a perpetual iceberg along the way. She walked slightly behind him, her gaze never leaving Feng Yi's back. Feng Yi walked with his hands in his pockets, his pace casual. You've been staring at the back of my head this whole way. Are you trying to count exactly how many strands of hair I have? Conan was exposed, but she didn't show any embarrassment. I am evaluating your weaknesses. As a partner, I need to understand your reactions in various situations. Feng Yi let out a light chuckle. Weaknesses? Then what results have you evaluated after these few hours? Tell me about it, let me learn something. Conan spoke coldly. You are too arrogant. You completely ignore the basic principles of being a ninja. You walk without concealing your chakra, and don't pay attention to your surroundings. If you encountered a top-tier assassination squad, you would have died countless times already. There was a hint of lecturing in Conan's tone. The Akatsuki organization does not need a reckless brute who only knows how to charge ahead with brute force. Feng Yi stopped and turned to look at Conan. A brute. Don't you know, only the weak need to hide their tracks. When a lion walks across the savannah, does it need to deliberately lighten its steps to guard against sheep? Feng Yi's eyes held an absolute dominance. My existence itself is the fatal calamity for all enemies. Conan frowned slightly, not agreeing with this statement. Overconfidence will only lead to destruction. We are about to enter Yixianshan Gorge. It's a natural ambush point. According to intelligence, black market bounty hunters have already caught wind of us. Conan unfurled a scroll. A bounty of 1 billion ryo is enough to drive the outlaws of the entire ninja world mad. Feng Yi continued walking forward. Then let them come. I haven't really stretched my muscles these past few days anyway. I hope this 1 billion ryo can buy a few guys who can withstand a single punch from me. A canyon with treacherous terrain appeared ahead. On both sides were smooth cliffs that towered into the clouds. There was only a narrow passage in the middle. The two had just stepped into the depths of the canyon. The surrounding air instantly became heavy. Intense killing intent erupted from all directions. Ha ha ha, he really took this path. A coarse voice came from the cliffs above. Hundreds of masked bounty hunters revealed themselves. They completely occupied the high ground on both sides of the canyon. The 10 billion ryo head is right down there. Brothers, kill him, and we can live the high life every day for the rest of our lives. Another hunter leader shouted. Don't be careless. I heard this guy took on Konoha single-handedly. Blast him to death directly with the exploding tags formation. Conan looked up, a hint of gravity flashing in her cold eyes. So many people actually came. They set up large-scale traps and mechanisms in advance. The surrounding rock walls are covered in exploding tags formations. Conan quickly made an assessment. We must leave this area immediately, or we'll be buried alive. The hunter leader stood on high ground, waving his arms frantically. Fire, detonate the traps. Turn him into mincemeat. The sound of thousands of things piercing the air instantly rang out. Tens of thousands of poison arrows poured down like a rainstorm, accompanied by the piercing sound of the exploding tags burning on the surrounding rock walls. The path of retreat was instantly sealed off. This was a death trap as inescapable as a dragnet. Conan's brow furrowed slightly as she quickly clasped her hands together. She prepared to undo her cloak, to release the dance of the Shikigami, to construct a defensive barrier. Get close to me, I'll use my paper jutsu to take you out of here, Conan said coldly. However, a warm, large hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. Feng Yi unceremoniously interrupted Conan's casting. Stand back and watch. Feng Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. There's no need for you to act against such ants. Stand back a bit, don't let the dust dirty your clothes. Conan was stunned for a moment. Are you crazy? This is a combined attack from hundreds of people. If we don't defend, we'll be torn to shreds in an instant. Feng Yi ignored Conan's warning. He slowly raised his right hand. He gripped the blade of thunder at his waist, which was glowing with a faint blue light. Combined attack. A bloodthirsty, cruel arc curled at the corner of Feng Yi's mouth. It's just a bunch of insects huddling together for warmth. Feng Yi slowly drew his ninja sword. A massive, suffocating amount of senjutsu chakra instantly poured into the blade like a bursting flood. The faint blue lightning on the blade suddenly flared up, emitting a deafening roar of thunder. The surrounding air was forcibly pushed aside by this power. Feng Yi held the sword with one hand. His eyes looked coldly and arrogantly at the treacherous mountain peak ahead, where the enemies were hidden. Vanish, without any fancy movements. Facing the mountain ahead, Feng Yi swung a horizontal slash with all his might. Screech! A terrifying lightning blade beam hundreds of feet long, swept out with a shriek that seemed to tear through space. This blade beam was brilliant to the extreme. Unrivaled area of effect damage erupted instantly. Where the blade beam passed, time seemed to stand still. The overwhelming poisoned arrows and exploding tags in midair, the moment they touched the edge of the blade beam, were directly vaporized before they even had a chance to explode. The lightning blade beam continued unabated. With an unstoppable force, it slammed into the solid mountain peaks on both sides of the canyon. What on earth is that? The bounty hunters on the high cliffs only saw a blinding blue light occupy their entire field of vision. They didn't even have time to scream. Rumble! An earth-shaking roar resounded through the sky. The solid canyon peaks, hundreds of meters high, were like fragile tofu before Fengyi's strike, and were leveled flat right through the middle. The upper half of the mountain was turned to dust in the violent lightning attribute chakra. Hundreds of top-tier black market bounty hunters who came for the 1 billion ryo reward disappeared along with the entire mountain peak. Reduced to ash in an instant, the small fry were cleared out instantly. The entire world was left with only the echoing roar. The power of a single strike was terrifyingly formidable. The dust in the air gradually settled. The originally treacherous and towering Yixianshan Gorge had now become a completely flat piece of scorched earth. Conan stood frozen in place, her perpetual iceberg-like face completely cracked at this moment. Her beautiful eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. She looked at Fengyi's tall back, recalling that world-destroying strike just now, which was like that of a creator god. Conan's breathing became rapid, deep in her eyes. For the first time, toward this peerlessly domineering man, a profound sense of shock emerged. Is this his true power? Conan murmured to herself. A deep desire to investigate, which she hadn't even noticed herself, began to spread in her heart. Fengyi casually performed a sword flourish and returned the blade of thunder to its scabbard. I told you, they're just a bunch of ants. He turned his head and looked at the still-dazed Conan. Snap out of it. It seems we've reached our destination. Fengyi tilted his chin, gesturing toward the ruins ahead. Conan followed Fengyi's gaze. She saw that in the very center of the mountain ruins that had just been leveled by the strike, a massive and eerie underground stone gate was slowly exposed to the sunlight. That stone gate was covered in complex sealing runes. It was continuously emitting massive waves of chakra. The entrance to the great nation's joint bounty treasury had been violently cleaved open just like that. Fengyi strode toward the stone gate. Let's go and see what kind of good things are hidden inside this 1 billion ryo treasury. 60, Chapter 60, Arrogant Persuasion to Die and the Activation of the Formation. The dust filling the air gradually dispersed. Sunlight shone on that massive underground stone gate. Complex sealing runes flickered with obscure light, continuously emitting a massive amount of chakra. Conan looked at the heavy stone gate, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. This is a defensive barrier set up by the 5 great nations working together. The sealing technique is very ancient. Forcing it open will trigger the internal self-destruct mechanism. Conan stepped forward, carefully observing the flow of those runes. We need to find the weak point of the formation eye. It will take about 10 minutes to crack this door. Yoru had his hands in his pockets, not even giving the stone gate a second look. 10 minutes? I don't have that much spare time to play hide-and-seek with them. Forget looking for the formation eye, just tear it down. Conan turned her head, a hint of disapproval in her cold gaze. This is the black market's vault. The internal structure is extremely complex. If a violent dismantling triggers the self-destruct, all clues to the 1 billion ryo will be completely cut off. If it's cut off, then it's cut off. I'm not liking this bit of trash. Yoru sneered, slowly lifting his right foot clad in a combat boot. A layer of pitch-black armament, haki, instantly covered the surface of his foot. Without any unnecessary movements, he faced that sealed stone gate, which was claimed to be able to withstand a tailed beast ball, and kicked it hard. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the underground passage. That stone gate, several meters thick under Yoru's tyrannical kick, actually let out an overwhelmed wail, then instantly shattered into pieces. Rubble mixed with shattered ceiling runes splashed wildly inward. "Let's go, time to go in and collect the money," Yoru said in a flat tone. Conan silently withdrew her hands that were prepared to form seals. Looking at this partner who completely disregarded common sense, she felt a wave of helplessness in her heart. She could only follow behind Yoru and enter this dark underground world. Behind the door was an incomparably vast underground plaza. Glowing crystals were embedded around the plaza, lighting up the entire underground space as bright as day. But it was not empty. The air was filled with a killing intent, so thick it wouldn't dissipate. "Ha ha ha, you actually dare to barge in." A coarse and arrogant laugh suddenly rang out within the plaza. Over 100 fully armed ninjas emerged from the shadows all around. They wore the rogue ninja attire of various hidden villages. Every one of them emitted not weak chakra fluctuations. A uniform group of S-rank and A-rank elites. They quickly formed a tight, airtight battle formation. In the front were Earth Release ninjas holding giant shields, and in the back were Lightning Release and Water Release experts ready to form seals. This was definitely a battle-hardened killing legion. The enemy leader standing at the very front had a burly build. His hands wore special metal bracers, and his face was full of a fearless sneer. "He's the former head of the Iwagakure Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit," Conan reminded in a low voice. He was wanted back then for murdering high-level officials of his own village. "I didn't expect him to end up as a watchdog for the black market." The enemy leader looked triumphantly at the two people who walked in. "Uchiha Yoru, that slash of yours outside was indeed remarkable. For that kind of large-scale destructive attack, if we were on a plane, we would definitely turn and run immediately." The leader extended a finger and pointed at the solid rock layer overhead. "But you are too arrogant and too stupid. This is an enclosed underground space, 100 meters deep. Here, your large-scale ninjutsu simply cannot be unleashed." The leader's eyes were full of greed and calculation. "As long as you dare to recklessly use those moves with excessive power, the entire underground plaza will collapse instantly. When that time comes, you will be buried alive in the depths of this earth by tens of thousands of tons of rock." Around him, the 100 elite rogue ninjas all drew their weapons and let out bursts of laughter. The leader is right. He's now a turtle in a jar with no way to escape. Without those large-scale ninjutsu, he's just an ordinary ninja. Don't be afraid, everyone, attack together. As long as we take his head, the sky-high bounty of 1 billion Ryo will be ours. Conan's gaze quickly swept over the plaza floor and stone pillars. "Yoru, don't be careless." Conan's voice carried a hint of solemnity. "The terrain here not only restricts large-scale destructive ninjutsu. The surrounding rock walls are also filled with very hidden chakra traps. This group of people has already set up an inescapable net here. Facing this death trap, Yoru still maintained his leisurely posture with his hands in his pockets. His eyes were full of disdain as his purple Rinnegan swept across the field. "Are you finished?" Yoru's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of every rogue ninja. "You rats in the sewer, do you think you can challenge me just because you're hiding in a hole? Do you really think you can survive just because I don't use ultimate moves?" The enemy leader's face darkened. Still acting tough when death is near. The combined attack of over 100 elites is enough to tear you to pieces. Yoru didn't bother with any tactical maneuvering at all. He slowly pulled out his hands and casually made a 10 gesture in front of him. "I'm in a hurry today." Yoru's voice was like a high-end mighty proclamation from a Shinigami, cold and heartless. "So I'll show some mercy and give you a decent way to die. I'll give you 10 seconds to commit mass suicide." The sound in the entire area froze for a second. The rogue ninjas looked at each other, as if they had heard some unbelievable joke. Yoru lowered his hands, his gaze cold as frost. "After 10 seconds, if there's still anyone breathing in this room, I will crush the bones in your bodies, inch by inch." An extremely arrogant unilateral declaration. The ultimate dominance of viewing the crowd as ants. This humiliation, which didn't treat them as human beings at all. Completely enraged, all the elite rogue ninjas present. They were all desperate criminals hired by the great nations for large sums of money. They had never suffered such an insult. Arrogant brat, who do you think you are? A single person dares to threaten over 100 of us. Have you lost your mind? Everyone attacked together, cut him into slices. Various ninjutsu, lights lit up in the hands of the rogue ninjas. Violent killing intent surged back and forth within the underground plaza. The protagonist's aura and psychological pressure were pushed to the max at this moment. Yoru turned a deaf ear to these clamors. He just looked forward nonchalantly. His mouth spat out the first number. 10. Though the voice was soft and slow, it carried an irresistible magic, making the footsteps of several rogue ninjas rushing at the front paws slightly. 9. Yoru continued the countdown. He didn't even make a move to draw his blade, just standing quietly in place. A few impatient Iwanin attempted to throw kunai, but Yoru's purple eyes just gave them a faint glance. Those few people immediately felt their breathing hitch, and the kunai in their hands fell to the ground with a clang. Don't be intimidated by him, he's just bluffing. The enemy leader roared loudly to stabilize morale. Water release ninjas, get ready. Use high-pressure water streams to cut him. 8. 7. Yoru's countdown was like a life-claiming pendulum. Standing by Yoru's side, Konan had already gripped sharp paper shuriken in her hands. She turned to look at Yoru. Do you really plan to stand here and be a sitting duck for them? Yoru didn't turn his head, still looking at those panicked rogue ninjas. Step back a bit, Konan. When the blood splatters later, don't get your clothes dirty. 4. 3. The countdown was about to end. The rogue ninjas' combined ninjutsu was already poised and ready. Dozens of powerful chakras gathered together, forming a terrifying pressure, only waiting for the leader's command to completely submerge the front. 2. 1. Yoru slowly spat out the last number. He slightly raised his chin, his purple rippled eyes bursting with bloodthirsty light. Time's up. Since you refuse to do things the easy way, then prepare to feel the taste of being crushed to pieces. Just at the moment, Yoru was about to act. The enemy leader, standing at the very front, didn't charge forward out of anger. Instead, a sinister sneer appeared on his coarse face. Suicide, go be arrogant in hell. The enemy leader suddenly opened his right hand. In his palm was hidden a blood-colored crystal, emitting an evil aura. Without any hesitation, the leader crushed the crystal with force. Boom! In an instant, the ground of the underground plaza underwent a drastic change. Countless blinding scarlet lines suddenly lit up from the ground. These lines intertwined into a massive and complex eerie formation diagram. This was a long-lost ancient ceiling-killing formation, specifically used to slay cage-level experts. The scarlet light instantly shot up into the sky, directly swallowing the figures of Yoru and Konan within it. 61, Chapter 61, shattering the array core and domineeringly protecting his beloved. The moment the ancient killing formation activated, the gravity of the entire underground plaza skyrocketed by dozens of times. The air became as viscous as mercury, making even breathing incredibly difficult. The formation emitted an extremely sinister red light. This red light seemed to possess a life of its own, forcibly suppressing the chakra flow of those within the formation. Conan's cold expression shifted slightly. Something's wrong with this formation. Konan knitted her delicate brows, attempting to mobilize the chakra within her body. The circulation of chakra in my body has become incredibly sluggish. She even discovered that she couldn't fully unfurl the paper wings behind her back. Ha ha ha, you noticed. The enemy leader stood outside the formation, letting out a burst of arrogant laughter. This is an ancient ultimate killing formation, excavated from a daimyo's tomb. The leader's eyes were filled with malice and triumph. As long as you are inside the formation, your chakra will be continuously drained. Even a cage-level expert, who is famous throughout the ninja world, shouldn't dream of walking out of here alive. The leader waved his hand abruptly. Turn these two arrogant fools into a pile of minced meat. Immediately after, the ground inside the formation lit up with a blinding light. Thousands of highly corrosive scarlet energy blades suddenly condensed in midair. These energy blades covered the sky and earth, carrying a momentum that could tear everything apart. They were like a scarlet rainstorm, frantically strangling toward Yoru and Konan. Faced with this overwhelming killing intent and chakra seal, Konan gritted her teeth and slammed her hands together. I'll use my remaining chakra to forcibly tear open a gap. Conan's voice held a hint of resolve. Take the chance to rush out, don't let me hold you back. Just as she was about to forcibly perform the dance of the Shikigami to defend, Yoru let out a cold snort full of disdain. Put away those unnecessary movements. Yoru suddenly reached out with his strong, powerful arm. He dominantly grabbed Conan's slender waist, which was small enough to be held in one hand. Without giving Konan any chance to resist, he pulled her directly into his embrace. What are you doing? Konan was pale with shock, completely unexpected that Yoru would make such a move in this desperate situation. Stay obediently in my arms and don't move. Yoru's voice was magnetic, yet carried an undeniable authority. At the same time, advanced armament haki erupted instantly. A layer of pitch-black substance, radiating a cold metallic luster, covered Yoru's entire body like an indestructible divine armor. It not only protected himself, but also completely enveloped Konan in his arms. It formed an absolute barrier that no technique could penetrate. Konan was tightly wrapped by Yoru's broad chest. Her cheek was pressed against Yoru's firm muscles. Yoru's steady and powerful heartbeat echoed in her ears. Thump, thump, accompanied by the overwhelming scent of strong male hormones. The mind of this eternally frozen ice beauty went blank for a moment. An unprecedented sense of security completely submerged her. A rare, charming blush actually appeared on Conan's cold cheeks. She forgot to struggle and could only lean dazed in this man's arms. In this slightly sweet moment, the sky full of scarlet energy blades had already frantically slashed down. Die, the rogue ninjas outside the formation shouted excitedly. However, the energy blades that were enough to shred steel, when slashing against Yoru's layer of pitch-black armament haki, produced crisp metallic clanging sounds. There was no blood splattering. Not even a faint white mark was left behind. Those violent energy blades dissipated into points of red light like clay oxen entering the sea. How is this possible? The wild laughter on the enemy leader's face froze instantly, and his eyes almost popped out. Those are energy blades from an ancient killing formation. They can cut through 3 inches of solid steel into powder, yet he blocked them purely with his physical body. The rogue ninjas retreated in fear, looking at Yoru as if they were looking at a monster. Holding Konan with one arm, Yoru completely ignored the dissipating light, as if he were taking a stroll in his own backyard. He walked calmly toward the very core of the formation, against the sky full of red light. You want to drain my chakra with this kind of low-quality glowing toy. Yoru's voice penetrated the roar of the formation, clearly reaching everyone present. I think you haven't seen true power for far too long. Yoru walked directly above the formation core. He slowly raised his combat boot, which was entwined with senjutsu chakra and armament haki. His gaze was cold to the extreme. This kind of trashy rule isn't even qualified to bind me. Without any fancy movements, Yoru aimed at the ancient formation core that was emitting blinding red light, and stomped down ruthlessly. Cracked! A dull yet crisp sound of shattering echoed in the underground plaza. That formation core, claimed to be indestructible and unbreakable even by cage-level experts, under Yoru's arrogant and unreasonable stomp, was actually crushed directly into powder. The operational hub of the Grand Formation collapsed instantly. Rumble! A massive backlash force surged back like a flood, breaking through a dam. The surrounding rogue ninjas, who were maintaining the formation, bore the brunt of it. Evident. Over 100 elite rogue ninjas simultaneously spat out a large mouthful of blood. It was as if they had been struck in the chest by a heavy hammer, and they flew backward one after another with screams. The floor of the entire underground plaza was shaken to the point of cracking inch by inch. The red light in the sky was completely extinguished, like a light bulb losing power. The suppression of gravity and chakra vanished in an instant. No, this is impossible. The enemy leader's legs went weak with fear, and he knelt directly on the ground. He looked at Yoru, who walked out unscathed, with a face full of horror, his whole body shaking like a sieve. Breaking the formation with brute force, completely ignoring all ninjutsu rules. This was a dimensional suppression of absolute power. Yoru gently let go of Konan in his arms. Konan quickly stepped back half a pace, lowering her head to tidy her slightly messy red cloud-black robe. She tried to hide the crimson that had not yet fully faded from her cheeks. Her heart, which had been frozen for years, was beating exceptionally fast right now. "Why are you kneeling already?" Yoru put his hands back into his pockets and looked down at the enemy leader. "Didn't you just say you were going to turn me into minced meat?" The leader was pale, desperately trying to crawl backward. You aren't human at all. You're a complete demon." Yoru sneered, just about to step forward and end this trash's life with a kick. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Clap, clap, clap. A series of hair-raising, slow clapping sounds suddenly echoed in the empty plaza. The sound came from the deepest part of the vault. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound. They saw that heavy, solid gold door making an ear-piercing grinding noise. The door slowly opened to both sides. A terrifying aura, 100 times more disgusting than Kakuzu's. Like a tangible black mist, surged out from within the door. What a wonderful performance, Uchiha Yoru. A hoarse, eerie voice that sounded as if it were pieced together from several people's vocal cords spoke. The behind-the-scenes tycoon of the underground black market finally appeared. It was a massive figure, nearly 3 meters tall. He was actually a deformed monster who had forcibly stitched multiple bloodline limit organs onto his own body. The light of lava release shimmered on his arms, while ice release crystals formed on his shoulders. Various different chakras were chaotically intertwined within his body. He stared fixedly at Yoru, with the greedy gaze of someone looking at an excellent experimental material. What a perfect body. The monster let out a sickening, strange laugh. "I can't wait to take your eyes and heart and stitch them all into this great body of mine." 62, Chapter 62, Illusion Instant Kill and Giant. The heavy, solid gold doors emitted a tooth-aching grinding sound. The tycoon behind the scenes finally emerged completely from the dark passage. Upon his massive, nearly 3-meter-tall frame, multicolored chakra light flickered. Look at this perfect body. Look at this unparalleled power. The stitched-together Dominator boastfully displayed his physique. This is the lava release of Iwagakure, and that is the ice release of the Land of Water. All of them are top-tier specimens I handpicked. His face, pieced together from several different facial skins, twisted into a greedy, hideous grin. I originally thought these bloodline limits were perfect enough. Until I saw you, Uchiha Yoru. A fanatical light erupted from the monster's single eye. Your Mangekyou Sharingan, your indestructible and perfect physical body. As long as I cut you up and stitch you into this great body of mine, I will be the new god of the ninja world. Faced with such a disgusting and arrogant declaration, Yoru didn't even have the interest to draw his blade. He merely tilted his head slightly. He looked at the self-important monster before him with eyes full of sarcasm. The new god of the ninja world. Yoru's laughter was laced with bone-chilling contempt and mockery. You think you're invincible just because you forcibly stitched a pile of someone else's rotten meat onto yourself. Yoru stood with his hands in his pockets, his tone cold to the extreme. You're nothing more than a walking trash can. This kind of low-quality patchwork makes one feel nauseous just looking at it. Hearing such relentless humiliation, the stitched Dominator instantly flew into a rage. Arrogant brat, you dare to be stubborn even when death is at your door. I'll stitch your mouth onto your stomach later. Konan stood beside Yoru, her elegant brows furrowed tightly. Yoru, don't be careless. This monster's chakra volume is very abnormal. He can forcibly fuse mutually exclusive bloodline limits. He must have some trump card. Yoru tilted his head slightly, giving Conan a casual side profile. Trump card. In the face of absolute power, trump cards are nothing but scrap paper. Yoru wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he let out a sneer. I don't even have the interest to lift a finger against this kind of freak. Just stand back and watch the show. The Stitched Dominator was completely enraged by Yoru's disregard. Watch the show, I'll make you experience a fate worse than death. He suddenly swung his thick arm, which was encrusted with ice crystals. Come forth, my most perfect immortal army. Tear this ignorant brat to pieces for me. Along with his roar, the doors of the surrounding secret chambers burst open. Roar. Hundreds of elite death soldiers, controlled by special drugs and bloodline limits. They surged out from the surrounding dark passages like zombies. The eyes of these death soldiers were rolled back, and their bodies emitted a beast-like aura of madness. Their muscles were in a state of unnatural swelling. They burst through their outer clothing, and veins writhed under their skin like earthworms. Do you see? They feel no pain. The Stitched Dominator shouted excitedly. They are the strongest killing weapons I've modified with drugs. They only know how to execute the command to tear the enemy apart. Hundreds of monsters, who knew only slaughter, charged with a suffocating sense of pressure. The heavy sound of footsteps made the entire underground plaza tremble violently once again. The death soldiers roared, completely sealing off Yoru and Conan's retreat from all directions. Seeing this, the chakra within Conan instantly began to circulate at high speed. I'll handle these pawns. Conserve your stamina to deal with that leader. Don't let them wear you down. Conan didn't hesitate to prepare to undo her wide, red cloud-black robe. Her hands quickly came together, preparing to release Dance of the Shikigami to construct a defensive barrier. However, a warm, large hand unexpectedly pressed down on her wrist. Yoru domineeringly interrupted Conan's casting. He smoothly pulled her behind him, his broad back blocking her entire view. Step back. Yoru's voice was magnetic, yet it carried an authority that brooked no disobedience. Against these soulless puppets, even lifting a hand is a waste of energy. Just hide obediently behind me. Conan was stunned for a moment, and as she watched the tide of death soldiers surging forward, a hint of anxiety entered her cool voice. But they feel no pain. Physical attacks will be hard to make effective immediately. If we get entangled by so many monsters, it will be very troublesome. Yoru let out a low, cold laugh, his tone arrogant to the extreme. No pain, so what? What I'm going to destroy is their pathetic brain matter. Yoru crossed his arms, completely ignoring the hideous death soldiers who were close enough to spit on him. The purple rinnegan in his eye sockets flickered slightly. The light withdrew, instantly switching back to the hexagram form of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. The crimson glow was exceptionally piercing in the dark underground space. Wanna play with mental control? Yoru's voice wasn't loud, yet it pierced through all the roaring. Today, I'll let you see what a true dimensional reduction strike looks like. As soon as he finished speaking, Yoru didn't even bother to draw his sword. A massive, suffocating mental energy poured directly out of his eyes. This mental energy was released without restraint, as violent as a bursting dam. Yoru's gaze was like a physical blade, carrying an incomparable regal pressure. He just casually turned his head and swept his gaze across the area. There were no complicated hand seals, nor any chakra-light explosions. It was merely this one understated gaze. A terrifying genjutsu wave instantly rippled out like a tsunami. The ripple of genjutsu ignored all physical defenses, precisely penetrating the brain of every death soldier. A second ago, the hundreds of elite death soldiers had been ferocious and charging madly. The moment they came into contact with Yoru's gaze, their running steps came to a dead halt. What's going on? The Stitched Dominator widened his single eye, looking at the halted army in disbelief. Go tear him apart. However, the death soldiers could no longer obey any commands. Their brains felt as if they had been struck by a 10,000-ton hammer. A shattering sound, audible only in the mental world, rang out. Arg! The death soldiers, who were supposedly incapable of feeling pain, actually let out inhuman screams of extreme agony in unison. They all dropped their weapons and clutched their heads tightly. They rolled frantically on the ground in pain, smashing their heads against the hard stone slabs. The shattering of the mental level was far more terrifying than physical torture. In just a single second, these hundreds of incredibly powerful killing machines all bled from their 7 orifices. Their eyes completely lost focus, and they foamed at the mouth. Like mud with its bones sucked out, they all collapsed onto the ground. They couldn't even put up the slightest bit of a struggle. Within 1 second, hundreds of elites had all become useless people who had completely lost consciousness. This kind of miraculous genjutsu suppression was purely a dimensional reduction strike from the mental dimension. Not a single drop of blood was spilled, nor was there any exchange of fists or kicks. With just a single look, the entire field was instantly killed. Konan stood blankly behind Yoru, her cool eyes filled with unconcealable shock. Her heart, which had been frozen for years, was once again struck with a powerful impact. Is this the ocular power of the eternal Mangekyou? Konan looked at the useless people wailing on the ground, her breathing becoming hurried. Without needing to touch them, a single look can destroy the mental defenses of hundreds of experts. This kind of power simply defies all logic. Yoru casually brushed his sleeve, turned to look at Konan, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. I told you, lifting a hand was unnecessary. Against this trash with no independent consciousness, it's easiest to just crush their minds. The wild laughter on the Stitch Dominator's face completely froze. He watched his proud, invincible army like a wooden chicken, wiped out in a single second, with the ground covered in foaming, useless people. No, this is absolutely impossible. The monster retreated frantically, his massive body trembling violently from extreme fear. They are death soldiers who feel no pain. My drugs block their nerves. How could they be instantly killed by genjutsu? Yoru slowly walked forward, his eyes full of cold mockery. His combat boots stepped on the stone slabs, making a crisp sound like the approach of the Shinigami. Your drugs are worth less than a fart in front of my eyes. Yoru's tone was calm, yet it carried a bone-chilling killing intent. Now, it's the turn for this pile of stitched-together rotten meat. As Yoru pressed closer step by step, the monster's liver and gallbladder were completely split by fear. Extreme terror caused the chakra within him to lose control. The multiple mutually exclusive bloodline limits clashed violently within his body. The powers of ice release and lava release became completely chaotic, emitting sizzling explosive sounds. The stitched wounds began to burst open, oozing sickening pus and blood. He no longer had even a fraction of the courage to fight. His original arrogance had vanished without a trace. With a loud thud, the nearly 3-meter-tall Stitched Dominator's legs gave way, and he knelt heavily before Yoru. His massive weight smashed the stone slabs on the floor. His ugly head slammed frantically against the hard ground. Like a pestle in a mortar, he kowtowed until his forehead was a bloody mess. My lord, Lord Yoru, please spare my life. I was wrong. I shouldn't have had any improper thoughts about you. The monster wailed, his voice echoing with the deepest layers of fear and despair. I'm a blind waste. Please just let me go like a fart. Yoru stopped walking and looked down from above at the stray dog with no dignity. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Your rotten life isn't even worthy of dirtying my hands. To save his life, the Stitched Dominator reached out his trembling hands, which were covered in stitch lines. From his bosom, he carefully brought out a specially made key that emitted a strange light. He held it high above his head, pleading shrilly. Don't kill me. This is the key to the corridor in the deepest part of the vault. Inside, there are not only billions in assets, enough to buy a country, but more importantly, it hides the top-secret files of the 5 great nations regarding the Akatsuki organization. I'll give it all to you. Hearing the words top-secret files and billions in assets, Yoru's gaze slowly fell upon that strange key. He didn't speak. His mouth merely curled into a bloodthirsty, cruel, and cold arc. 63, Chapter 63, Black on Black and the True Colors of a Tyrant. The stitched monster held the special key, which emitted a strange light, high above its head with both hands. His massive and ugly body lay prone on the cracked stone floor, shaking like a sieve. "Lord Yoru, this is the key to the vault's core. I'll give you everything." Yoru had his hands in his pockets and didn't even bend his waist. He merely lowered his eyes slightly, his purple ripple-patterned eyes filled with indifference. "Bring it over." Yoru's voice wasn't loud, yet it carried an irresistible pressure. The stitched monster felt as if he had been granted a massive amnesty, and hurriedly handed over the key with his suture-covered hands. Yoru took the key with one hand, without sparing a single glance at the monster kneeling on the ground. He strode with his long legs directly toward the heavy, pure gold door at the end of the passage. Konan silently followed behind Yoru, her gaze falling upon that door. That lock core is forged from deep-sea chakra sunk silver. Without this key, even if it were bombarded with tailed beast balls, it would still take half a day. Yoru ignored this common knowledge and inserted the key directly into the keyhole. Accompanied by a heavy mechanical roar, the thick door slowly opened to both sides. Dazzling light instantly poured out from the gap in the door, illuminating the dark passage. The space inside the door was so large it was staggering. Mountains of rare chakra metal emitted an enticing luster. Boxes of packed advanced exploding tags were neatly arranged like small hills. At the deepest part of the vault, several locked, specialized scroll racks were placed. Stored there were the top-secret files of the Great Nations regarding the Akatsuki organization. There were even records of fatal weaknesses in the border defense maps of the 5 Great Nations. A trace of unmaskable shock flashed through Conan's cold eyes. The resource reserves here are simply beyond imagination. With this funding and intelligence, the Akatsuki organization's plans can be moved forward by several years. Seeing this, the stitched dominator kneeling outside the door immediately rubbed his hands together flatteringly. He felt he had seen the dawn of survival. "Lord Yoru, are you satisfied? This is all my tribute to you." The monster was like a vicious dog seeking favor, crawling forward a few steps on its knees. Although this wealth is vast, the money laundering channels of the underground black market are very complex. Moreover, those secret files require a specialized intelligence network to process. He looked up with that hideous, patched-together face, his eyes full of sycophancy. "You surely need a subordinate who knows the ropes to help you manage these complicated trifles. I am willing to be the most loyal dog at your feet. As long as you spare my worthless life, the resources of the underground black market will be open to you at any time." Hearing this solemn pledge of loyalty, Conan's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. She stepped forward 2 paces, coming to Yoru's side and lowering her voice. "Yoru, although this monster is disgusting, his words have some truth to them." Konan prioritized the Akatsuki organization's overall situation and offered her judgment. "The underground black market's plate is too large. It will be difficult for us to operate it immediately if we take over rashly. If we keep him as a puppet to help us handle that dirty money that cannot see the light, it would be of great help for the organization's subsequent intelligence gathering and expansion of influence." Konan looked at Yoru's profile, waiting for this domineering man's decision. Hearing Conan's plea, the stitched dominator breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. He thought the deal was completely settled and his life was saved. However, Yoru suddenly let out an undisguised sneer. Keeping him as a dog. With a wave of his hand, Yoru's massive spatial ocular power suddenly erupted. The mountains of chakra metal, exploding tags, and secret scrolls inside the vault were all sucked into Yoru's system space in the blink of an eye, like a whale inhaling water. The huge vault that was originally packed to the brim instantly became empty. After doing all this, Yoru slowly turned around, looking down at the stitched monster. "Do you have some misunderstanding about my standards?" Yoru's tone was calm, yet it carried a chill that made one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. "If you want to be my dog, you have to see if you're worthy." The flattering smile on the stitched dominator's face froze instantly, and his movement to stand up halted abruptly. Lord Yoru, what do you mean by that?" "I'm very useful. I'm really very useful." Yoru put his hands back into his pockets, his gaze toward him as if looking at a corpse. Your residual value was completely exhausted the moment you handed over the key. I have a habit. Once I take someone's money, I must send them on their way. That way, things can be considered to have a beginning and an end. The corners of Yoru's mouth curled into a cold, ruthless arc like that of a hegemon. Without any nonsense or any sign of forming hand seals, Yoru's purple Rinnegan instantly switched back to the hexagram form of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. His left eye locked onto the stitched dominator on the ground. Amaterasu. Those two extremely cold words were spat from Yoru's mouth. Boom! A mass of ink black, eerie flames ignited violently on the monster's body without warning. Aiza. The stitched dominator let out a heart-wrenching, shrill scream. The black flames spread instantly, completely engulfing his nearly 3-meter-tall massive body. No, you can't burn the bridge after crossing it. You're not keeping your word. The monster rolled frantically in the black flames, trying to use his own bloodline limit to resist. The ice release chakra within him surged out frantically, attempting to extinguish the flames on his body. But in the face of Amaterasu, which is said to burn everything, any struggle was futile. Those hard ice crystals didn't even last half a second before being burned into nothingness by the black flames. The lava release magma became the perfect fuel for the black flames, making the fire even more intense. Help, Lady Conan, save me. The stitched monster reached out a charred arm burning with black flames, desperately calling to Conan for help. Yoru just watched this scene indifferently, without a shred of pity in his eyes. Take your black market dreams and go make your fortune in hell. In just a few short seconds, the shrill screams came to an abrupt halt. The stitched dominator, along with the various bloodline limits he was so proud of inside his body. Under the burning of Amaterasu, not even a single intact bone was left behind. He was directly burned into a pile of ash, with not even a soul remaining. A merciless act of black eating black. The ultimate eradication by the roots. Yoru's cold and ruthless nature as a hegemon was displayed to the fullest at this moment. The empty underground plaza returned to its normal state once more. Only that clump of black flame was still quietly burning on the ashes. Conan stood frozen in place, her cold eyes filled with shock. She looked at this man beside her, standing tall with his hands in his pockets. This domineering style of having no bottom line and turning hostile in an instant completely subverted Conan's perception of a conventional ninja. But it was undeniable that the arrogance Yoru displayed, treating all rules as nothing, exuded an incomparably fatal attraction. It caused this perennial iceberg beauty to feel a sudden, inexplicable racing of her heart. Let's go, the air here is too foul. Yoru didn't even look at the ashes on the ground as he turned to walk toward the exit of the underground plaza. Conan took a deep breath, suppressed the throb in her heart, and quickly followed. The two left this underground black market, which had been turned into ruins, in a composed manner. However, they did not know. Shortly after the two left, in the shadows of the collapsed rocks on the vault's periphery, a strange wriggling occurred in the soil on the ground. A body with a pitcher plant shell, half black and half white, slowly emerged. Zetsu quietly looked at the pool of ash on the ground, a sinister light flashing in his single eye. What a ruthless fellow, even burning a tycoon of the black market directly to ash. White Zetsu let out a series of sharp, weird laughs. And he's now stuffed 1 billion ryo worth of assets entirely into his own pocket. Black Zetsu's raspy voice followed immediately, filled with endless calculation. Obito's plan has already begun to operate. Such a large piece of fat is enough to make those greedy great nations go completely mad. Zetsu slowly sank into the ground, his voice echoing in the ruins. I have already sent the top-secret intelligence that Uchiha Yoru possesses 1 billion ryo in cash. Word for word, to the desks of Iwagakure. Next, let us enjoy this fine show of killing with a borrowed knife. 64, Chapter 64, Warming Wine Under the Moon and Piercing the Heart. Leaving the ruins of the underground black market behind, Yoru did not follow his original route to rush back to Mangekyou overnight. Instead, he took Conan straight to the most luxurious hot spring inn in the border region. Clack! 2 heavy gold bricks infused with chakra were casually tossed by Yoru onto the innkeeper's counter. I'm booking this entire place tonight. Get all the riffraff out of here. The innkeeper's eyes gleamed with greed as he looked at the gold bricks radiating an alluring luster. He bowed and scraped repeatedly, clearing out all the guests with the utmost speed. In less than 10 minutes, the entire massive hot spring inn fell completely silent. Yoru washed away the slight scent of blood brought by the continuous slaughter. He changed into a loose and comfortable black silk bathrobe. He sat lazily on the moonlit corridor in the inn's backyard. A pot of warm sake sat on an exquisite low wooden table. Holding a white porcelain cup in one hand, Yoru leisurely poured and drank for himself. His half-open bathrobe collar revealed his firm and rugged chest muscles. Under the glow of the cold moonlight, Yoru's entire body exuded an extremely dangerous, yet lethal masculine pheromone aura. From the other end of the corridor came very faint footsteps. Although Conan had also washed away the dust of travel and changed into simple, elegant casual clothes, she still maintained a high state of alertness and her perennial icy demeanor. She did not approach, but stopped 3 meters away from Yoru. The 1 billion ryo in funds has been obtained, and those classified files are of great importance. Conan's cold and ethereal voice rang out in the night. Wasting time here is a very unwise choice. Conan frowned slightly, looking at Yoru's indifferent posture. Although the black market tycoon is dead, this huge sum of money will surely attract more greedy people. I suggest we set off immediately to deliver the funds safely back to the organization. Yoru tilted his head back and drained the warm wine in his cup in one go. He let out a light chuckle and turned his head to look at Conan, who stood in the shadows. What's the rush? Yoru's voice carried a casual laziness and absolute confidence. Since the money has entered my pocket, no one in this ninja world can take it away. Compared to traveling through the night, I prefer this cup of warm wine under the moon. He casually picked up the wine pot and refilled his cup. Then he very casually patted the empty seat beside him. Don't just stand there like a wooden post. Yoru's eyes were deep, and his tone carried an undeniable dominance. Come here and have a drink with me. Faced with this boundary-crossing invitation, Conan instinctively took half a step back. I don't have time for such leisure. Conan's voice turned a few degrees colder. I am your exclusive contact person, responsible for assisting you in executing missions. I'm not here to enjoy the moon and drink wine with you. Conan hid herself deeper in the shadows, attempting to widen the distance. This fund concerns the future of the Akatsuki organization. There must be no mistakes. Holding his wine cup, Yoru let out a disdainful snort. Future is your so-called future, just hiding in the dark, picking up scraps everywhere. For the sake of a few pieces of scrap paper, you don't even have the courage to enjoy life. Conan bit her lower lip and retorted. This is the necessary funding for collecting the tailed beasts. Without money, the intelligence network and war reserves are out of the question, and the plan for peace cannot be realized. In my eyes, these are nothing but excuses for the weak. Yoru placed the wine cup heavily on the table with a crisp clink. The truly strong just take whatever they want directly. Your style of relying only on brute force will sooner or later attract a siege from the entire ninja world. Conan raised her voice. Yoru, however, laughed dismissively. A siege from the ninja world? I'm just worried I won't find a reason to trample them all under my feet. Seeing Yoru's arrogant posture, Conan took a deep breath. If you insist on staying here to rest, then I will go to the perimeter to set up exploding tags traps for surveillance. Conan turned to leave. Stop. Yoru's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an irresistible magic that made Conan's footsteps instantly freeze. Every day you wrap yourself in those oversized red cloud black robe. Yoru looked at Conan's slender back, his tone carrying a sharpness that saw through everything. You wrap yourself tightly in those cold white papers. Do you really think you're just a piece of paper with no emotions, only knowing how to execute orders? Conan didn't turn around, but her hands tightened unconsciously. Members of the Akatsuki organization do not need redundant emotions. My will is an extension of God's will. God's will? Yoru sneered mercilessly. That self-deceiving rhetoric of yours might work on those trash. Before me, you're nothing but a coward who's afraid to face reality. Deeply stung by these words, Conan whipped around. What do you know? You have no idea what we've been through. Don't use your arrogant attitude to speculate about me. Yoru slowly stood up, still holding that cup of warm sake. He stepped out with his long legs, walking toward Conan step by step. His tall and upright frame brought an intense pressure that made Conan subconsciously want to retreat. I don't need to know what you've been through. Yoru walked up to Conan and looked down at her. I only know that you've frozen yourself into a block of ice, now simply because you're afraid of being shattered by others again. The distance between them was less than half a meter. Yoru's deep gaze seemed able to see through all the secrets in the depths of her soul. You're afraid of forming bonds, and even more afraid of losing them again. Yoru slowly leaned down, his thin lips approaching Conan's fair ear. Word by word, he spat out an incredibly sharp sentence. What, are you afraid that getting too close to me will make you feel the pain of loss again, just like when you lost Yahiko back then? These words were like the sharpest of daggers. Without any warning, they ruthlessly tore open the cold disguise Conan thought was indestructible in the depths of her heart. Yahiko's name was her nightmare day and night. She had turned herself into a cold paper angel just to hide this fragility. But now, it was being mercilessly stripped away by Yoru. Yahiko. Conan's delicate body shuddered violently, as if struck by lightning. In her perennial icy eyes, a rare flash of panic and deep-seated fragility instantly appeared. Her breathing became incredibly rapid, and her mind went momentarily blank. How do you know? Conan's voice was trembling, her usual composure completely gone. In the moment, she was dazed, and her psychological defense had completely collapsed. Yoru reached out with his warm, large hand. He grabbed Conan's wrist, which was slightly cold due to extreme tension. Let go, Conan instinctively tried to struggle. But Yoru's strength left her no room for resistance. He directly led her by the wrist and forced her to the seat on the corridor. Yoru dominantly pressed her down into the seat beside him. Then, he took the cup of warm sake he had been holding, and without a word, stuffed it into Conan's icy palms. Your hands are too cold. Yoru sat back down and used his large hand to cover Conan's hands as they held the wine cup. The touch of their fingertips transmitted the scorching temperature of Yoru's palm. Conan stared blankly at her hands being held by Yoru. Through the thin white porcelain cup, that warm heat flowed along her fingertips, all the way to the bottom of her heart, which had been frozen for years. This long-lost warmth caused her an inexplicable tremor. Her heart, which beat only for Nagato and the Akatsuki organization, actually felt an unprecedented sense of security and warmth, rising uncontrollably at this moment. This was the feeling of being protected that she had never experienced again since Yahiko died. Drink it to warm your body. Yoru's voice had lost some of its arrogance and gained a hint of unquestionable gentleness. Seeing through everything, absolute psychological suppression, Yoru had not only crushed the enemy in terms of martial force, but had also completely destroyed Conan's defense on a psychological level. This high-end mighty white tiger of Akatsuki, under Yoru's dominance and soul-piercing words, had completely shed her thorns. She forgot to resist, forgot the iron discipline of the Akatsuki organization. She could only obediently hold the wine cup, letting Yoru's broad hand wrap around the back of hers. Conan lowered her head slightly and obediently took a small sip of the sake in the cup. The warm liquid slid down her throat, dispelling the chill in her body, causing an alluring blush to instantly bloom on her cheeks. At this moment, where was any of the coldness or decisiveness of God's messenger? She was like an ordinary girl at a loss, having had her innermost thoughts completely seen through. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she didn't dare look up at the man beside her. How does it taste? Yoru turned his head slightly, admiring this rare display of feminine shyness. A satisfied smile curled the corner of his mouth. It's all right. Conan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, her head lowered as she silently watched the clear liquid in the cup. The air was filled with a slightly sweet, ambiguous atmosphere. The distance between the two was extremely close. The pheromones sent on Yoru completely enveloped Conan, just as the atmosphere between the two was gradually heating up. Above the tall tree canopy on the perimeter of the inn, a strange distortion occurred in space. Obito, wearing a new mask, looked down coldly at the inn below. Uchiha Yoru, no matter how strong you are still flesh and blood. Malicious calculation flickered in Obito's lone eye. With the temptation of 1 billion ryo, I want to see how you'll handle this. Zetsu slowly emerged from the tree trunk. The intelligence has been accurately delivered. The Iwagakure troops are very excited. Let them wear down this arrogant monster for us first. The scene returned to the inn's backyard. The wine pot on the table suddenly made a slight clinking sound. Ding ding dang dang. Then, the ground on the perimeter of the inn began to shake violently without warning. The warm wine in Conan's cup broke into dense ripples. She instantly woke up from that ambiguous atmosphere, her eyes immediately regaining their clarity. Enemy attack. Conan whipped her head toward the perimeter of the inn. The originally bright moonlight outside the window was now completely obscured by dense black shadows. Massive killing intent enveloped the entire hot spring inn like something tangible. Hundreds of fully armed members of the Iwagakure Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit, holding exploding clay, had already tightly surrounded the inn under the guidance of Obito's top-secret intelligence. 65, Chapter 65, Obito's Borrowed Sword and the Encirclement by Iwagakure. On a distant cliff, Obito wore a newly replaced swirl mask. He looked down from a height at the inn below. The Iwagakure people have finally arrived. Obito's voice sounded cold. The temptation of 1 billion ryo is indeed great enough. Zetsu emerged from a tree trunk. Zetsu gave a strange laugh. Iwagakure really went all out this time. They even sent out their most elite explosive ordnance disposal unit. Obito snorted coldly. Uchiha Yoru is indeed a monster. But a body of flesh and blood always has its limits. Obito's single eye flickered with calculation. Facing hundreds of elites from a great nation and a massive amount of exploding clay. Even if he can win, he will surely consume a vast amount of physical strength. Zetsu continued, we intentionally leaked the intelligence to the Iwagakure high-level officials. They think they've seized an opportunity to get rich. Zetsu's voice was full of mockery. But they don't know they are just pawns we're using to wear down Uchiha Yoru. Obito crossed his arms, when they both end up wounded. That 1 billion ryo in funds, and the secret files will all fall into my hands. This is called killing with a borrowed blade. Obito's tone was full of self-satisfaction. The scene shifted to the perimeter of the inn. Over 100 members of the Iwagakure Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit had already surrounded the entire building so tightly that not even water could leak through. Not even a fly could escape. Each of their ninja tool pouches was stuffed with specially made exploding clay. The Iwagakure commander walked to the very front of the group. He formed hand seals with both hands and performed a voice-amplifying ninjutsu. Listen, those inside. The commander's voice echoed in the night sky. Uchiha Yoru, you have been heavily surrounded by our Iwagakure. There are over 100 elites here. You won't be able to escape even if you had wings. Inside the inn, Conan heard the shouting outside. She immediately put down the wine cup in her hand. Her gaze turned cold instantly, and her hands prepared to form seals to face the enemy. It's Iwagakure's Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit, Conan said in a solemn tone. They specialize in using exploding clay for large-scale destruction. If they are allowed to detonate the inn, we will be in a very disadvantageous position. Yoru sat in place, not even changing his posture. He didn't even feel anger at having his elegant mood interrupted. Instead, he let out a very disdainful sneer. Just a bunch of trash throwing firecrackers everywhere, Yoru said slowly. The commander's voice came from outside again. Hand over that 1 billion ryo in funds on you immediately. And that secret file you snatched from the black market. As long as you comply obediently, we can consider leaving your body intact. Otherwise, the commander raised his voice. We have already planted 5,000 exploding tags in the foundation of this inn. With just one command from me, this place will instantly turn into ashes. We will detonate all of this massive amount of exploding clay and blow this inn, along with you, completely into the sky. Hearing the threats from outside, Conan stood up. The 1 billion ryo in funds must never fall into Iwagakure's hands, Conan said. 5,000 exploding tags, their power cannot be underestimated. I'll go out and deal with them, you save your strength. Conan prepared to act. Yoru reached out and grabbed Conan's wrist. Did I tell you to move? Yoru's voice carried an overbearing tone. He picked up the white porcelain wine cup on the table and drained the warm wine in one gulp. Yoru stood up. He was even too lazy to change out of the loose black bathrobe he was wearing. Since some people are in a hurry to die, Yoru said coldly, "Then I'll fulfill their wish." Yoru very dominantly put his arm around Conan's shoulder. He led her straight to the front door of the inn. Bang! Yoru raised his combat boot and kicked the inn's door to pieces. Wood splinters flew everywhere. Yoru walked out swaggeringly. With one arm around Conan, he walked straight into the center of the encirclement formed by over 100 Iwagakure elites. The Iwagakure ninjas all raised the exploding clay in their hands. They looked at this man in a bathrobe, as if facing a formidable enemy. You are Uchiha Yoru, the Iwagakure commander sized Yoru up. Facing death, and you still dare to bring a woman out for a stroll, the commander sneered. Yoru's gaze swept across the scene, as if he were looking at a bunch of dead people. The items are on me. If you have the ability, come and take them yourselves. Yoru's voice wasn't loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of every Iwagakure ninja. The commander was furious. Everyone, get ready, blow him to death for me. The Iwagakure ninjas pulled out their exploding clay, one after another. Yoru let out a mocking laugh. Just based on you trash who play with mud, Yoru's gaze was cold to the extreme. You also want to rob me. These words completely enraged the Iwagakure elites present. Arrogant brat, the commander roared. Do you really think your Sharingan is invincible under heaven? We have over 100 people here. The commander pointed around. If each person throws one piece of exploding clay, we can blow you to ashes. Yoru looked at him coldly. You know nothing of power. Facing the shouting of the great nation's elites, Yoru's arrogant posture was pushed to the max once again. He released Conan's shoulder with one hand. He slowly drew the blade of thunder from his waist. A faint blue blade light flickered in the night. Yoru looked at the prey before him, preparing to give a bloody lesson in what is known as a dimensionality reduction strike. Throw all that low-quality mud in your hands over here, Yoru said. Let me see how big of a bang it can make. The Iwagakure ninjas were intimidated by Yoru's tangible killing intent. For a moment, no one dared to be the first to act. Their blind confidence that they could secure victory through numerical advantage seemed so laughable before Yoru. Don't be scared by him, the commander gritted his teeth. He's only one person, attack. Just as the commander was about to give the order to attack, a sudden commotion broke out at the front of the encirclement. The crowd slowly split to both sides, making way for a path. Heavy footsteps came from the end of the path. Everyone stepped back, a gruff voice rang out. The Iwagakure Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit had not been scared off by Yoru. The leader of the group emerged from the crowd and walked to the front of Yoru. This man had a burly build and wore a large cloak over his body. Uchiha Yoru, you indeed have the capital to be arrogant, the leader said. But my decades of experience haven't been for nothing. The leader let out a violent roar. He ripped off the large cloak he was wearing and tossed it onto the ground, revealing the terrifying body underneath. His entire body was actually flowing with scorching hot lava. The high temperature caused the surrounding rainwater to evaporate instantly, giving off a large amount of white mist. A terrifyingly powerful tailed beast chakra instantly swept across the scene. Violent red chakra rolled over the surface of his body. The four-tails Jinchuriki. A flash of shock appeared in Conan's cold eyes. It's actually Iwagakure's Roshi. Roshi stared fixedly at Yoru, lava constantly dripping from his body. This old man will take your life today. 66. Chapter 66, Catching Lava Barehanded and Slapping Someone Away. Roshi's burly body, flowing with scorching magma, emitted a suffocating tailed beast chakra. The high temperature burned the soil beneath his feet, directly into glass. The surrounding Iwagakure explosive ordnance disposal unit backed away to both sides, making enough space for their hero. Uchiha Yoru, I have struggled in the ninja world for most of my life. Roshi's eyes, reflected red by the magma, stared intently at the young man in the bathrobe before him. You do have some skill, but today you've met someone you shouldn't have. Yoru held the blade of thunder in one hand, not even assuming a combat stance. He looked Roshi up and down, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful arc, as if looking at a rare animal. Finally, someone worth looking at. Yoru's tone was contemptuous to the extreme. But it's just a large monkey, nothing more. Is Iwagakure out of people, sending an old guy like you to die? This sentence was like a red-hot iron rod poked into a hornet's nest. Roshi's eye twitched violently, and the magma all over his body began to surge fiercely. Kid, say that again. I said you are a large monkey. Yoru's tone didn't even change, still maintaining that nonchalant look. Hard of hearing, at your age, you should go home and retire. Konan stood behind Yoru, a hint of helplessness flashing in her cool eyes. Yoru, don't provoke him. The Four Tails Jinchuriki's lava release is enough to melt all known substances. Once he enters the tailed beast transformation state, this entire area will be completely destroyed. Konan's voice was heavy. We should settle this quickly and not give him time to transform. Yoru slightly turned his head, giving Konan a nonchalant side profile. Settle it quickly, where's the fun in that? It's rare to encounter such a big toy. Let me play enough first. Roshi was completely enraged by Yoru's attitude of treating him like a toy. Arrogant brat, I'll teach you what respect means. Roshi suddenly spread his arms, and the Four Tails chakra inside him began to leak out frantically. A layer of dark red tailed beast chakra cloak instantly covered his entire body. 4 giant tails condensed from scorching, magma grew out of his back out of thin air. Each tail left a searing trail in the air. Semi-tailed beast transformation. Roshi's size instantly ballooned. His already burly body became even more massive, his muscles covered in dark red chakra armor. Do you feel it? This is the power of a tailed beast. Roshi's voice became deep and coarse, carrying a beast-like pressure. Before this power, your little tricks are nothing. Seeing Roshi's transformation, the morale of the surrounding Iwagakure ninja soared. Master Roshi has activated the semi-tailed beast transformation. That Uchiha kid is dead for sure. No one can block Master Roshi's lava release. That's a terrifying temperature that can melt even mountain ranges. The Iwagakure ninja roared excitedly. Yoru looked at the semi-tailed beast monster in front of him and let out a disdainful sneer. You think you're something special just because you got a bit bigger. In my eyes, you've just gone from a monkey to an even uglier monkey. You're looking for death. Roshi's last bit of sanity was completely pierced by these words. He tilted his head back and opened his bloody maw, which was stretched wide by the tailed beast chakra. Scorching chakra condensed frantically in his mouth. A giant lava release fireball, over 3 meters in diameter and hot enough to melt metal and stone, suddenly took shape. The surrounding air was directly distorted by the high temperature of this fireball, making a piercing hissing sound. Lava release, melting exploding acid. Roshi swung his head forward, and the giant lava fireball left his mouth. Carrying the terrifying high temperature that distorted space, it bore down directly on Yoru's face. Wherever the fireball passed, the stone slabs on the ground instantly melted into magma. The air was filled with a suffocating smell of sulfur. The temperature of this strike was enough to evaporate any ninja tool in an instant. Konan's expression changed drastically, and she slammed her hands together. Get out of the way. The temperature of that fireball exceeds 3,000 degrees. She prepared to use body flicker to take Yoru away and dodge this attack that could melt everything. However, a warm, large hand pressed down on her shoulder at this critical moment. "Stand back." Yoru's voice was as flat as if he were saying the weather was nice today. "Are you crazy?" Conan suddenly looked up at Yoru. "That's lava release, enhanced by tailed beast chakra. Even Susanoo would." Yoru didn't let Conan finish. He casually stabbed the blade of thunder into the ground, freeing his hands. Next, a layer of substance, black as ink and emitting a cold metallic luster, covered his entire right arm. Advanced armament haki. Yoru didn't even blink. Facing the whistling lava fireball, he directly reached out his pitch-black right hand. What is he doing? The Iwagakure commander's eyes widened. He wants to catch lava release with his hand. That man is insane. Hahata let him die. Roshi also revealed a gruesome smile. Overconfident fool. Your arm will be burned to ashes in an instant. However, the scene that followed caused the smiles on everyone's faces to freeze. Yoru's pitch-black right hand firmly caught the lava fireball. His fingers suddenly tightened, firmly grasping the high temperature that could melt mountain peaks in his palm. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The surface where the fireball met the armament haki made a piercing sound. Scorching sparks flew everywhere, casting flickering shadows on Yoru's face. But that layer of pitch-black haki didn't show even a single crack. The terrifying 3,000-degree heat actually seemed so powerless in Yoru's palm. It was like an adult squeezing a mud ball thrown by a child. How is that possible? Roshi's pupils constricted to the extreme. The lava release he was so proud of was actually caught barehanded by the opponent. Is that it? Yoru looked down at the fireball, still sizzling in his palm. His face was full of disappointment. I thought the power of a tailed beast was something impressive. Yoru's voice was filled with bone-chilling contempt. Turns out it can't even burn my hand. As he spoke, Yoru's fingers suddenly exerted force. Bang! The giant lava release fireball that could melt metal and stone was directly crushed by Yoru like an egg. Scorching magma fragments splattered in all directions. Sparks landed on Yoru's black bathrobe, but not even a single singe mark was left. Conan stood blankly behind Yoru, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. This. The Iwagakure commander's voice was trembling. He crushed Master Roshi's lava release with his hand. The entire field was silent. The expressions of over 100 Iwagakure elites were all frozen as if they had seen a ghost. Their faith suffered a violent shaking at this moment. Roshi had not yet recovered from the shock. His eyes, reddened by the tailed beast chakra, were filled with incomprehensible bewilderment. What kind of monster are you? He couldn't finish his sentence, because Yoru had already disappeared from where he stood. The speed brought by the perfect sage body, combined with the flying thunder god, had already far exceeded Roshi's reaction limit. Over here. Yoru's cold voice exploded in Roshi's right ear. Roshi turned his head sharply, only to see a pitch-black palm already pressed against his cheek. That palm was wrapped in the dual enhancement of Senjutsu's monstrous strength and armament haki. Yoru didn't use a punch, didn't use a blade, and didn't use any ninjutsu. He simply used the most primitive, crude, and insulting method. A slap. Bang. A dull, massive sound, as if the sky were falling and the earth were rending, boomed across the entire battlefield. Roshi's massive semi-tailed beast body, under the slap, was like being hit head-on by a train traveling at full speed. His cheek instantly caved in and deformed, and the teeth in his mouth sprayed out mixed with blood. Roshi let out a shrill scream. His body completely lost control under the massive force. Like a cannonball fired from a barrel, he flew backward frantically while screaming. A distance of several hundred meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Roshi's massive body smashed through 3 rocky hills in succession. Each impact kicked up a cloud of rubble and dust. Finally, his semi-tailed beast body was deeply embedded into a 4th mountain. A giant human-shaped crater was clearly visible. Cracked rocks continuously peeled off from the mountain wall. His physical body had hardened against a bloodline limit, catching lava release barehanded and slapping away the Four Tails Jinchuriki. This kind of crude, illogical dimensional strike completely shattered everyone's perception. Over 100 Iwagakure ninja on the field even forgot to breathe. They froze in place, the exploding clay in their hands slipping out unconsciously. The man in the bathrobe before them was simply not human. Konan tightly gripped her sleeve, looking at Yoru's tall back. Her heart was beating faster than ever before at this moment. Catching lava release barehanded, slapping away a Jinchuriki. Konan murmured to herself, her cool eyes shimmering with a complex light. This kind of unreasonable power had completely exceeded her range of understanding. Every time Yoru acted, he was constantly refreshing the seemingly indestructible bottom line in her heart. Yoru withdrew his pitch-black right hand, and the haki slowly faded away. He turned his head to look at Roshi, embedded in the mountain in the distance, his mouth curling into a sneer. "I gave you a slap, but I don't know if that old face of yours is worth enough to compensate for my hand." Yoru bent down to pick up the blade of thunder stuck in the ground and casually slung it over his shoulder. He turned around and took 2 steps toward Konan. "Let's go, there's nothing interesting about this monkey show." Before he could finish his sentence, from the mountain ruins in the distance, a violent roar that didn't sound human suddenly erupted. Roar! That sound tore through the night sky and shattered all the intact rocks around. A terrifying tailed beast chakra, more than 10 times stronger than before, soared into the sky from inside the mountain. A crimson chakra pillar shot straight into the clouds, dyeing the dark clouds overhead blood red. Roshi, embedded in the mountain, had his sanity completely destroyed under the absolute humiliation of power. His semi-tailed beast body began to undergo violent expansion and distortion. The human silhouette quickly disappeared within the violent chakra storm. The mountain collapsed with a bang. Amidst the splattering rubble, a giant dark shadow was growing frantically. Roshi completely abandoned his human form. He roared, activating the full-tailed beast transformation. 67, Chapter 67, The Giant Ape Arrives and Ling Feng Laughs. The mountain collapsed with a bang. Amidst the sky-filling rubble, a massive black shadow, large enough to blot out the horizon, was expanding wildly. Roshi's human form had completely disappeared. In its place was a giant ape over 100 meters tall, its body burning with scorching lava. Four-Tail's son Goku. Its mountain-like body slammed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently beneath its feet. Scalding lava poured continuously from its pores, scorching everything around it into charred earth. Roar! The giant ape let out a violent roar toward the sky that shattered the clouds. With every breath, it spat out scorching steam, evaporating a huge hole directly through the dark clouds overhead. The terrifying tailed beast pressure, like a physical storm, spread wildly in all directions. Although the morale of the Iwagakure's explosive ordnance disposal unit was greatly boosted, they were so frightened by this oppressive feeling that they retreated repeatedly. Lord Roshi has completely transformed into his tailed beast form. The commander roared excitedly. That Uchiha kid's arrogance is useless now. This is the complete Four-Tail's son Goku. Even a cage-level expert can only run for their life in front of a tailed beast. Four-Tail's son Goku's giant eyes, burning with lava, locked onto Yi below, who was as tiny as an ant. Its wild bestial nature, triggered by humiliation, had completely overwhelmed Roshi's remaining sanity. It had only one thought, to crush the human who had insulted it into fine powder. Roar! The giant ape suddenly raised its hill-like iron fist. The fist was covered in a layer of churning, scorching lava armor. Without any hesitation, the iron fist carried 10,000 tons of force as it smashed down toward where Yi and Konan were standing. Before the wind from the punch even arrived, the ground began to crack and collapse. Konan's expression instantly became solemn. The paper wings behind her back unfolded immediately. "Leave here quickly," Konan said coldly. "Once its fist hits the ground, everything within 100 meters will be swallowed by lava." Konan pressed her hands together, preparing to activate the dance of the Shikigami to construct a defensive barrier. She intended to use paper release to cover Yi's retreat from this area that was about to turn into a sea of fire. However, at this critical moment, Yi let out a disdainful sneer. Retreat, for what? The good show has just begun. Yi's voice carried a leisureliness, as if he were watching a circus. He didn't give Conan a chance to form hand seals. A warm and powerful arm directly wrapped around Conan's slender waist, which could be held in one hand. What are you do? Before Conan could finish her sentence, the seal-less version of the flying thunder god was instantly activated. The figures of the two disappeared from the spot without any warning. The Four-Tails' iron fist smashed into the empty ground. Boom, a huge crater over 100 meters in diameter instantly exploded in the ground. Scalding lava gushed from the bottom of the pit, swallowing everything around it. The position where Yi and Conan had originally stood had turned into a rolling sea of fire. If they had been even half a second late, anyone would have been directly evaporated. However, at this time, Yi and Conan had already appeared thousands of meters high in the sky. He held Conan's waist with one hand, and the two hovered in the cold night sky. The high-altitude wind blew fiercely against Yi's loose black bathrobe. The half-open collar revealed the firm lines of his chest. He hadn't even changed his clothes, hovering above the tailed beast's head while wearing his bathrobe. Conan was tightly restrained in Yi's arms. She could clearly feel Yi's steady and powerful heartbeat, and the scorching body temperature coming from his chest. The psychological gap that had been opened earlier on the moonlit corridor of the inn was now continuing to expand at an unstoppable speed because of this domineering hug. Conan's body stiffened slightly, but she didn't struggle as she had before. Don't be nervous. He lowered his head, his lips almost pressed against Conan's fair ear. Stand firm, I'll show you a free show of teasing the monkey. His warm breath hit Conan's skin. It caused an uncontrollable blush to rise once again on her perennial ice-gold face. Her heart was beating wildly, and her brain told her she should push this man away. But her body, as if possessed, made no move. Being held tightly by Yi's arms, which were full of a sense of security, and hovering thousands of meters in the air, looking down at the rampaging tailed beast below. This feeling was too unfamiliar and too dangerous. But Conan had to admit that in this man's arms. She felt a sense of peace she hadn't experienced since Yahiko's death. Conan didn't speak. She just gently leaned her head against his broad shoulder. Her pretty face was slightly red, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Below, the Four-Tails' son Goku missed its strike and was furious to the extreme. It raised its massive head and saw the two tiny figures hovering high in the sky. Roar, the giant ape let out a sky-shaking roar. It began to beat its broad chest wildly. Every strike made a loud noise, like muffled thunder. The surrounding Iwagakure ninjas were shaken and stumbled. Its gathering power, Conan leaned against his shoulder, her voice regaining some of its coldness. The Four-Tails' chakra is condensing wildly in its mouth. It's going to release a tailed beast ball. Sure enough, the giant ape stopped beating its chest and opened its bloody maw, large enough to swallow a small mountain. A pitch-black energy ball formed by the high-speed compression of positive and negative chakra was rapidly expanding at a visible rate in its mouth. That energy ball emitted a destructive aura that made one's soul tremble. The surrounding air was sucked wildly into its gravitational field, making a piercing whistling sound. Once the tailed beast ball is fired, this area will be completely erased. Conan's voice became a bit more urgent. It must be stopped before it takes shape. He looked down at Conan, leaning on his shoulder. He didn't answer her words. Only the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a playful arc. Stop it, why stop it? Yi's tone carried a sense of absolute control. Let it fire, it's only interesting if it's fired. You? Conan raised her head and looked at Yi in disbelief. That's a tailed beast ball, a power enough to destroy a city. A city, Yi laughed softly. In front of me, that's nothing more than a large marble. Hold on to me, don't let go. After Yi said this, his purple Rinnegan suddenly lit up with a blinding light. A deep blue chakra storm, centered on him, suddenly swept through heaven and earth. The violent energy air current tore all the surrounding clouds to shreds. Conan was so shaken by this majestic power that she subconsciously tightened her arms. She didn't grab Yi's sleeve. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his waist. She didn't even realize what this action meant. At this moment, she had completely entrusted her safety to this man. No longer the angel of the Akatsuki organization, no longer the messenger of God. Just an ordinary woman being held tightly by this domineering man, thousands of meters in the sky. Below, Fortail's son Goku finished gathering power. Roar! It looked up at the two in midair and violently spat out that pitch-black-tailed beast ball. The destructive energy ball tore through the air. With a whistling sound, so piercing it made one's scalp tingle. It headed straight for Yi and Konan like a black sun. Seeing this scene, the Iwagakure ninjas fled backward frantically. Run, the tailed beast ball is about to explode. Those two are dead, no one can block this strike. On a distant cliff, Obito, wearing his mask, watched all this coldly. A tailed beast ball, even for him, he'll have to lose a layer of skin. However, facing this whistling destructive projectile, there was not a hint of panic in Yi's purple Rinnegan. The deep blue chakra storm became even more violent, like an awakening ancient deity. Yi slowly released his right hand that was holding Konan. He moved Konan behind him, using his left hand to shield her firmly. His free right hand aimed from afar at the rapidly approaching tailed beast ball. Watch closely, Konan. Yi's voice was calm and domineering. This is something that even the so-called God you speak of cannot do. Yi's right palm suddenly opened. His massive senjutsu chakra and Rinnegan reached an unprecedented perfect resonance at this moment. An absolute power that stood above all things erupted from his palm. The deep blue chakra storm was like an awakening ancient deity. Centered on Yi, it swept through heaven and earth. 68, Chapter 68, Thunder Susanoo and Forceful Extraction of Tailed Beasts. A deep blue chakra storm swept through heaven and earth, shredding all the surrounding clouds. Yue hovered 1,000 meters in the air, his right palm suddenly snapping open. The massive senjutsu chakra and the Rinnegan's ocular power reached a perfect resonance at this moment. An absolute power that reigned above all things erupted from his palm. Preta Path Absorption. Yue did not choose to block it head-on, nor did he choose to counter it with repulsive force. He used a way that was even more overbearing and insulting. The Rinnegan's Preta Path power was instantly activated. That whistling, pitch-black-tailed beast ball was enough to destroy a city. When it flew to a position 30 meters in front of Yue, it was as if it were being sucked in by a bottomless black hole. The massive destructive energy shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The violent positive and negative chakra were frantically devoured by Yue's palm. I am impossible. On the distant cliff, Obito stood up abruptly, his lone eye filled with disbelief. He's actually absorbing a tailed beast ball. Zetsu was also so shocked his mouth hung open. That's the tailed beast ball of the Fortail's complete form. With this amount of chakra, even the Rinnegan shouldn't be able to absorb it all. However, the truth was right before their eyes. That pitch-black energy sphere, which originally had a diameter of dozens of meters, was completely devoured by Yue's palm in just 3 short seconds. Not even a trace of chakra residue was left behind. Yue withdrew his right hand and lightly flexed his fingers. That's it, it's not even as stimulating as a cup of warm wine. Konan leaned behind Yue, her cold eyes shimmering with unconcealable shock. Absorbing a tailed beast ball with his bare hands. Her voice was trembling slightly. Below, Fortail's son Goku saw its ultimate move being eaten so nonchalantly. Its remaining animalistic instincts finally made it feel true fear. The giant ape let out a terrified roar and turned to flee. Wanna run? Yue's voice drifted down from high above, cold and full of mockery. The monkey show isn't over yet, what's the rush? Yue slowly let go with his left hand. He gently pushed Konan back half a step behind him. Stand firm, the next scene might be a bit loud. Konan did not argue. She just silently stepped back half a step and wrapped her arms around Yue's waist, completely entrusting her safety to this man. Yue felt those slightly cool hands around his waist, and a satisfied arc curled at the corner of his mouth. In the next second, A deep blue chakra pillar that blotted out the sun erupted from behind him. Since you want to play big. Yue's voice was like the sentence of an ancient god. Then I'll play with you to the end. Massive chakra condensed frantically around Yue. First, a giant deep blue skeleton crashed into formation. Immediately after, muscles, armor, and wings grew in sequence. A terrifying giant god, several times larger than Fortail's son Goku. Clad in Karasu Tengu armor and wielding a lightning greatsword. Perfect Susanoo rose from the ground. Roar! Fortail's son, Goku, instinctively let out a roar of fear. In its giant eyes burning with lava, the image of this energy demon god that blotted out the sun was reflected. What is that thing? The Iwagakure commander collapsed to the ground, his crotch already wet. It's even bigger than a tailed beast. Lord Roshi, run. The Iwagakure ninjas fled backward in a frenzy. That monster isn't human at all. On the distant cliff, Obito clenched his fists tightly. Perfect Susanoo. A chakra construct of this scale has only appeared a few times in the entire history of the ninja world. Zetsu's voice became exceptionally hoarse. Obito, our plan to kill with a borrowed knife, is probably going to fail. Obito gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. Susanoo's massive shadow completely enveloped the entire battlefield. Though Fortail's son Goku was afraid, the remaining animalistic nature triggered by the humiliation made it unwilling to flee. The giant ape roared and raised both fists, smashing them toward Susanoo's chest. Bangs, bang. Two dull thuds. The Fortail's iron fists smashed into Susanoo's armor, but only kicked up two insignificant clusters of sparks. Not even a single crack was left behind. Is that a tickle? Yue stood inside Susanoo's crystal, one arm around Conan, his face full of sarcasm. Let me teach you what a real power gap looks like. With a thought from Yue, Susanoo's giant chakra right foot suddenly lifted. There were no fancy moves. Just the simplest, most brutal, and most insulting action. A single kick, stomping down hard on Fortail's son Goku's head. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion erupted across the entire land. Fortail's son Goku didn't even have time to react. Its massive head was stomped firmly into the ground by Susanoo's giant foot. The earth collapsed dozens of meters downward under this terrifying force. The ground for hundreds of meters around instantly cracked into a dense web of fissures. The giant ape let out a shrill wail. Its four giant lava tails lashed the ground frantically, attempting to break free. But under Susanoo's absolute crushing power, all its struggles were like an ant trying to shake a tree. Stepping on a tailed beast's head, Conan leaned in Yue's arms, looking up at the giant ape pinned to the ground. This scene is practically like a dream. Yue looked down at her. A dream, this is just the beginning. What happens next might feel even more unreal to you. After Yue finished speaking, his figure suddenly flew out from Susanoo's crystal. He left Conan in the safest position inside Susanoo. He himself, like a meteor, landed precisely on the back of Fortail's son Goku. The giant ape felt the tiny but terrifying presence on its back and let out an even more frantic roar. It twisted its body violently, attempting to shake Yue off. But Susanoo's giant foot pinned its head down firmly, leaving it unable to move. Yue stood steadily on the giant ape's back. He slowly crouched down, spreading his 5 right fingers and pressing them onto the layer of scalding lava skin on the Fortail's body. Armament Haki instantly blocked the high temperature. The Fortail's chakra is indeed good stuff. Yue's purple Rinnegan erupted with an unprecedentedly dazzling light. Unfortunately, it's a waste to stay inside a monkey like you. Yue formed a hand seal with one hand, and the Rinnegan's ocular power erupted in full. A massive, suffocating extraction force poured from Yue's palm into the Fortail's body. He was going to do something that no one in this ninja world had ever done before. Forcibly extract tailed beast chakra from within a Jinchuriki. Roar! Fortail's son Goku let out the most miserable wail in history. It could feel the massive tailed beast chakra within its body being stripped away, strand by an irresistible force, brutally and forcefully. This sensation was more painful than death. No, don't. Roshi's consciousness within the giant ape let out a desperate cry. My chakra is being drained by him. The crimson-tailed beast chakra was like surging rivers. It flowed continuously from the Foretail's body into Yue's palm. Yue was enveloped by this violent red energy, yet he was completely unaffected. The Rinnegan perfectly tamed every shred of incoming tailed beast power, converting it into pure energy that he could control. The Foretail's size began to shrink rapidly at a visible rate. He's draining the tailed beast's chakra. Konan stood inside Suzanu's crystal, her beautiful eyes filled with an expression of extreme shock. Stepping on a tailed beast's head and forcibly extracting its chakra. This kind of overbearing method that defies all logic. Konan's heart beat faster than ever before. Her lips parted slightly, but she couldn't make a sound. The Iwagakure commander watched this from afar, his legs having completely lost their strength. Lord Roshi. His soul is being drained alive by that monster. The remaining 100 or so members of the Iwagakure Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit watched helplessly as their village's hero, the incredibly powerful Foretail's Jinchuriki, was stepped on like a dead dog and drained of chakra alive. The last shred of faith in their hearts completely collapsed at this moment. This kind of crushing defeat had already surpassed the scope of ninjutsu. This was a one-sided judgment by a god upon ants. Fear, despair, and a near-insane hysteria rapidly spread through the ranks of the Iwagakure ninjas. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. We can't just watch Lord Roshi be killed. An Iwagakure Jonin bit the tip of his tongue, his eyes bloodshot. Even if we die, we must fight this demon. His words triggered a chain reaction. The remaining Iwagakure ninjas looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with the madness of mutual destruction. They all pulled out their final trump cards from their tool pouches. It was the Iwagakure village's top secret, specially made exploding clay. Each piece's power was enough to level a small hill. Hundreds of Iwagakure ninjas simultaneously formed a strange circular formation. They gathered all the exploding clay together. They began frantically injecting chakra into it. Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit, final profound truth. The commander hissed and roared. All member exploding clay, mutual destruction style. Even if we blow this land to pieces, we will bury that demon along with us. Hundreds of pieces of exploding clay merged into a giant white energy sphere over 10 meters in diameter. The terrifying chakra fluctuations caused the surrounding air to begin distorting and burning. The power of this ultimate self-detonation bomb was enough to turn everything within a radius of several kilometers into nothingness. Yue pressed his hand onto the Foretail's back and looked up, his purple Rinnegan coldly scanning the group of madmen gathering power in the distance. A meaningful and cruel arc curled at the corner of his mouth. A bunch of ants who don't know the meaning of death. Yue's voice echoed in the night wind. You can't even choose a proper way to die. 69, Chapter 69, the Yasaka Magatama and the effortless annihilation of 1,000 armies. The Iwagakure commander's eyes were bloodshot as the chakra within his body poured out frantically and without reservation. Over 100 members of the Iwagakure Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit formed a bizarre and desperate death formation. They gathered all their specialized exploding clay in the center, forming a giant white energy sphere that radiated destructive high temperatures. Uchiha Yoru, you demon without a shred of humanity. The commander's voice was completely hoarse due to extreme anger and tragic resolve. Not only did you trample and humiliate Lord Roshi, but you also dared to try and take away the pride of our Iwagakure. Today, even if we exhaust our last drop of blood, we will blow this earth right through. An Iwagakure Jonin ground his teeth to pieces, followed by a hysterical roar. We will absolutely not let a monster like you leave here alive. The violent white energy sphere expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The surrounding air was distorted by this terrifying energy, making a strained hissing sound. Even the rocks on the ground began to melt because they could not withstand such high pressure. Facing this group of Iwagakure elites who were acting crazy and wanting to perish together. Yoru stepped on the broad back of the Fortail's son Goku, not even lifting his eyelids much. With one hand pressed against the center of Roshi's back, he continued to methodically extract the tailed beast chakra. "Want to drag me down with you?" Yoru let out an extremely disdainful cold laugh, his voice echoing in the empty valley. "You trash, aren't you overestimating yourselves a bit too much?" Standing inside the crystal of the perfect Susanoo, a hint of solemnity flashed through Conan's cold eyes. She could clearly sense the terrifying destructive power contained within that white energy sphere. "Yoru, don't be careless," Conan couldn't help but call out a warning. The exploding clay condensed by over 100 explosive elites, simultaneously burning their lives. Conan's beautiful brows furrowed tightly as she quickly analyzed the situation before her. Once chakra of this density is detonated, it's definitely not as simple as an ordinary explosion. Everything within a radius of several kilometers will be instantly evaporated into a vacuum. Conan quickly clasped her hands together, ready to activate paper release at any time. "Stop extracting the tailed beast chakra immediately, and use Flying Thunder God to take me away from this area." Hearing Conan's urgent warning, Yoru didn't have the slightest intention of backing down. He slowly raised his head and glanced at Conan inside the Susanoo. In those purple Rinnegan, a light of arrogant disdain for the world flickered. "Leave." A cruel arc hooked at the corner of Yoru's mouth. "I finally have the mood to watch a fireworks show. Why should I leave?" "Are you crazy? This isn't an ordinary ninjutsu." Seeing Yoru's nonchalant attitude, Conan's tone became anxious. "That's the ultimate self-destruction of over 100 Iwagakure ninja. Even mountain ranges can be blown to bits." With a thought from Yoru, his main body instantly disappeared from the Fortail's back. The next second, he appeared directly inside the Susanoo's crystal. Yoru very dominantly extended his arm, pulling Conan into his broad embrace. "Don't use your pitiful common sense to measure me." Yoru looked down at the slightly struggling ice beauty in his arms, his voice carrying an unquestionable majesty. "In my dictionary, the words retreat or avoid have never existed." Conan was tightly imprisoned in Yoru's arms, feeling the steady heartbeat coming from his chest. But an explosion of that level— "Shut up and just stand here and watch," Yoru interrupted her without ceremony. "Today, I'll teach you what a true gap in power is called." Yoru raised his head, his gaze coldly sweeping over the group of Iwagakure ninjas in the distance who were still frantically charging up. "To think a pile of rotten mud dares to shout in front of me." At this moment, the Iwagakure commander saw that Yoru not only didn't flee, but was instead leisurely holding a woman. The humiliation and anger in his heart reached their peak. "Arrogant bastard, you will pay the price for your conceit. All members of the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit, listen to my command." The commander raised both hands high, issuing the final death charge order. "Ultimate profound truth. Perish together explosion formation. Blow him to pieces. For Iwagakure, for Lord Roshi." Over 100 Iwagakure ninjas let out a unified, tragic roar. They pushed all their remaining life force into that giant white energy sphere. That terrifying bomb, like a small sun, carried the momentum to destroy heaven and earth. It smashed violently towards Yoru's massive perfect Susanoo. The blinding light made the entire night sky as bright as day. A boring trick. Yoru didn't even bother to look at this group of frantic ants again. The ripples in his purple Rinnegan shifted slightly. With a slight thought, the perfect Susanoo that completely enveloped him and Conan shook violently. That energy demon god, several times larger than a mountain, slowly raised its massive right arm clad in Karasu Tengu armor. "Wanna play with explosions?" Yoru's tone was calm, yet it carried a bone-chilling killing intent that made the soul tremble. "Then let me show you what true destruction is." Vast dark blue senjutsu chakra gathered at high speed in the Susanoo's palm. The violent energy caused the surrounding space to let out a strained wail. In just a brief moment, 3 dark blue chakra magatama, as massive as small hills, suddenly took shape in the Susanoo's palm. Each magatama was wrapped in terrifying destructive power sufficient to tear apart heaven and earth. What is that thing? The Iwagakure Jonin at the very front widened his eyes and screamed in terror. That chakra density, how can it be even more massive than our ultimate self-destruction? Don't worry about it, keep charging, we have no way back. The commander shouted at the top of his lungs, attempting to stabilize the morale. However, Yoru didn't give them any chance to continue their fantasies. Catch it well, this is the final meal I'm granting you. Yoru stood proudly within the Suzanu's crystal, one hand holding Konan, his right hand waving forward casually. Yasaka Megatama. The perfect Suzanu violently hurled the 3 massive dark blue Magatama from its palm. The 3 Magatama formed a line in midair, carrying a sharp whistling sound that pierced the eardrums. They were like 3 world-ending meteors falling into the mortal realm. In a posture of a completely unreasonable dimensional reduction strike. Before that white self-destruction energy sphere could explode, they crashed directly into the center of the Iwagakure enemy formation. No. The Iwagakure commander let out the last desperate howl of his life. The next second, an earth-shattering roar exploded thunderously in the valley. Boom! The entire world seemed to lose all sound at this moment. Blinding dark blue light instantly swallowed all vision. The so-called ultimate self-destruction formation that the Iwagakure Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit was so proud of. In front of the Yasaka Magatama, it was simply like a low-quality paper lantern. It couldn't even stir up a decent splash. That white energy sphere, which gathered the lives of over 100 elites, was arrogantly smashed to pieces on the spot by the blue Magatama at the very front. Before the violent exploding clay energy could fully spread, it was completely crushed and swallowed by the power of the Yasaka Magatama. Immediately after, the 2 subsequent Magatama smashed into the ground one after another. A terrifying storm of destruction swept out frantically in all directions like a level 12 super hurricane. This wasn't a confrontation of the same magnitude. This was a one-sided slaughter of mortals by a god. Alia, countless Iwagakure ninjas didn't even have ashes left in the dark blue storm. The bodies, ninjutsu, and even souls they were so proud of. Under this absolute violent crushing, they vanished into nothingness in an instant. The hard mountain walls were peeled off and vaporized layer by layer like tofu. The entire massive valley terrain was being forcibly leveled by this power. Leaning in Yoru's arms, Conan's beautiful eyes were filled with shock that couldn't be described in words. Through the Suzanu's crystal, she watched the apocalyptic scene outside. One strike leveled a self-destruction formation composed of over 100 elites. Not only crushed their attack, but even the whole valley. Conan's breathing became incredibly rapid, and her heart pounded wildly. She finally understood why Yoru didn't deign to dodge. Before this man's power, any tactics, formations, or even the madness of perishing together were nothing more than an incredibly ridiculous joke. A casual strike from him was an ultimate natural disaster that others couldn't reach in their entire lives. The storm of destruction lasted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. The dust filling the sky slowly dissipated, revealing the devastated earth. The massive valley, originally steep and rugged and hiding over 1,000 Iwagakure troops, had completely disappeared at this moment. Taking its place was a bottomless abyss, with edges completely vitrified by high temperatures. Over 100 Iwagakure elites didn't even leave a single complete bone behind. All traces of them were completely wiped from this world. Yoru still maintained the posture of holding Konan with one hand, a hint of mocking coldness hanging at the corner of his mouth. Is this all the power it has, and it's worthy of being called an ultimate profound truth? It doesn't even have the qualification to entertain me. Wiping out the elites of a great nation with a simple gesture. Yoru's arrogantly boundless and overbearing aura was displayed to the fullest at this moment. And in the high void realm, several kilometers away from the battlefield, the space rippled slightly. Obito, wearing his mask, stood on a thick tree trunk, staring fixedly at all of this. In his single exposed eye, there were scarlet blood vessels. Obito's chest heaved violently, his breathing as heavy as a broken bellows. How is it possible? How can this be? Zetsu slowly emerged from the tree trunk beside Obito, letting out a weird, hoarse voice. Oh my Obito. It seems your carefully planned, killing with a borrowed knife scheme has completely fallen through. White Zetsu added a gloating comment. Iwagakure's most elite explosive ordnance disposal unit didn't even hurt a single hair on him. Instead, they were wiped out by a casual strike. How tragic. Hearing Zetsu's mockery, Obito trembled all over with rage. He gritted his teeth so hard that a trace of blood even seeped from the corner of his mouth due to excessive force. Uchiha Yoru, you unreasonable monster. Obito found himself like a jumping clown. Thinking he was exhaustive in his calculations, using Iwagakure as a pawn to wear down Yoru. In the end, before Yoru's absolute strength that was like a dimensional reduction strike, all his schemes were simply a huge joke. Cracked. Obito suddenly crushed the thick tree trunk beside him, wood chips digging deep into his palm. Extreme unwillingness and resentment grew frantically in the depths of his heart. The IQ and layout he was so proud of were ruthlessly crushed by Yoru in the most brutal way. The Sharingan in Obito's right eye spun frantically, and due to the extreme emotional collapse, a line of scarlet blood tears actually flowed uncontrollably down his cheek. 70, Chapter 76, Paths of Healing and the Emergence of Feelings. The storm of destruction finally ceased, and the billowing thick smoke was dispersed by the cold mountain wind. The originally steep and rugged giant valley, which had hidden over 1,000 people, had completely disappeared. In its place was a terrifying, bottomless abyss emanating a burnt smell. He gave a cold snort and slowly withdrew his massive perfect Susanoo. The deep blue chakra glow dissipated into the air like a receding tide. He toyed with a pitch-black seal scroll in his hand, which contained the Foretail's chakra he had just forcibly drained. In the distance, amidst the devastated ruins, Roshi lay slumped on the ground like a pile of mud. The Foretail's Jinchuriki, having lost his tailed beast, had seen his flame of life completely extinguished. He didn't even spare the corpse a glance, casually stuffing the scroll into his loose black bathrobe. Is it over just like that? Conan's cool voice drifted from the side. She looked at the exaggerated landscape, which resembled the aftermath of a divine punishment from a creator god, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Over 1,000 elites from the Iwagakure Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit, and not a single survivor left. What? You think I should have left a few pieces of trash alive to report back to Anoki? He walked toward Conan with his hands in his pockets. I have a habit. Once I start cleaning up trash, I never leave any loose ends. Conan shook her head and slowly retracted the pair of pure white paper wings on her back. I just feel your methods are too brutal. This will drive Iwagakure completely insane. That old man, the Tsuchikage, has a stubborn personality. He definitely won't let this go. Drive them insane. You let out a highly disdainful sneer. I was just worrying that this ninja world is too boring. If he dares to personally lead people here to their deaths, I'll dismantle those old bones of his along with them. It'll be a good chance to give Iwagakure a more obedient master. As he spoke, he came to a stop in front of Conan. The distance between them closed instantly, his tall and upright frame blocking Conan's view. He didn't continue discussing the fate of Iwagakure. Instead, he frowned slightly. His deep gaze fixed intently on Conan's fair left cheek. What is it? Conan felt somewhat uncomfortable under his aggressive gaze. She instinctively wanted to take half a step back to widen this dangerous distance. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Conan tried to maintain her eternal icy indifference, but there was a hint of something different in her tone. Don't move. Yi's voice was low, carrying an absolute dominance that brooked no defiance. Earlier, while dodging Roshi's berserk attacks in midair, the airflow had kicked up countless fragments of stone. A grain of sand, finer than a needle tip, had grazed Conan's cheek, leaving an extremely shallow blood mark. This wound couldn't even be called an abrasion. It hadn't even bled much. For a battle-hardened ninja, such a mark would scab over and heal on its own in the blink of an eye. Conan herself hadn't noticed any pain at all. But in Yi's eyes, This flaw on her exquisite face was an eyesore. Without any warning, Yi reached out with his large, warm, and powerful hand. His long, clean fingers directly pinched Conan's delicate, small chin. With slight force, he compelled her to tilt her head up and meet his unmasked gaze. "What are you doing?" A visible flash of panic crossed Conan's cool face. She was about to turn her head away from this heart-racing, intimate touch. But Yi's other hand had already naturally wrapped around her slender waist, locking her firmly in place. "I said don't move." Yi lowered his head until their noses were almost touching. "I don't like any flaws on my things." Conan's breathing instantly lost its rhythm, her chest rising and falling slightly beneath the large red cloud black robe. "It's just a negligible scratch, there's no need to care." She tried to mask the flutter in her heart with a cold tone, but her voice had lost all its conviction. "I care," Yi interrupted her directly, his tone matter-of-fact and arrogant. "Since you are by my side, nothing in this ninja world is permitted to leave a mark on you." As he spoke, the thumb Yi used to pinch her chin shifted gently upward. A gentle green light, brimming with vitality, quietly lit up at Yi's fingertip. This was the Six Paths Yang power, which stood above all medical ninjutsu. Even crushed internal organs or broken bones could be perfectly reconstructed in an instant. If Konoha's medical expert Tsunade were to see this, her jaw would likely drop in shock. This supreme divine power capable of bringing back the dead was now being used by Yi for a trivial task, merely to heal a negligible tiny scratch. His fingertip, carrying the gentle green light, lightly brushed over the shallow blood mark on Conan's face. The movement was extremely gentle, a complete contrast to the world-destroying brutality he had shown earlier. The blood mark vanished completely the moment it touched the Six Paths Yang power, leaving her skin as smooth as before. Though the healing was complete, Yi's finger did not immediately pull away. The warmth of his fingertip carried an indescribable, fatal magic. It slid slowly down the contour of Conan's cheek, with a hint of lingering intent. "This looks much better." The corners of Yi's mouth curled slightly, a deep possessiveness flickering in his eyes. "Remember, from now on, as long as you are by my side, you aren't allowed to lose even a single hair without my permission." The warm sensation from his fingertip was like a shivering electric current. It instantly pierced through the defensive line of Conan's long-frozen heart. Her mask of the cold paper angel, used to disguise herself, was declared completely shattered at this moment. Conan stared blankly at the domineering man so close to her, an unprecedented panic flashing in her eyes. The intense scent of male hormones enveloped her completely. Her cheeks burned as if on fire, and a charming blush quickly spread to the tips of her ears. "You..." Conan parted her rosy lips, but found she couldn't utter a single complete sentence. This feeling of being favored and protected without limits by an absolute powerhouse made her lose all ability to think. The sliver of affection in her heart, which had been suppressed for years following Yahiko's death, was now growing uncontrollably amidst his unreasonable doting and crushing strength. She even found herself reluctant to push away the broad, warm hand resting on her waist. He was very satisfied with Conan's current state, that of a small woman whose icy exterior had melted. He looked into those beautiful, shimmering eyes filled with panic and was about to say something more. However, a sudden and urgent vibration abruptly broke the sweet and warming atmosphere. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Conan snapped back to reality and quickly retreated half a step like a startled deer. She hurriedly reached into her large robe and pulled out the specially made communication scroll that was vibrating violently. A familiar and emotionless chakra transmission immediately rang out in both of their minds. It was an emergency contact from Pain, far away in the Hidden Rain village. Uchiha Shin, Conan. Nagato's voice carried an irrepressible gravity. Judging by the chakra fluctuations, the capture of the Four Tails has been successfully completed. Conan took a deep breath, trying hard to calm her wildly beating heart. Yes, Roshi is dead. The Four Tails chakra has been completely sealed in the scroll. Conan quickly regained her cool liaison tone, as if the panic from just now had never existed. The target is currently in Yi's hands. Very good. Pain's orders followed immediately, without any hesitation. With 1 billion ryo in bounty and the Four Tails in hand, you have now become the top targets in the entire ninja world. The major nations will surely go mad and send out pursuit units to retaliate. Immediately find an absolutely hidden location on the spot. Do not expose your whereabouts. He put his hands back into his pockets and interrupted Pain's transmission with a face full of impatience. Hiding again? Is your Akatsuki organization the reincarnation of gophers? Since we have the Four Tails, just say what the next step is. Don't waste my time. Pain did not mind Yi's arrogant attitude and solemnly announced the next major operation. I have already issued the highest assembly order to all members scattered throughout the ninja world. Everyone is to immediately find a safe house and activate the Kagura mirror technique to prepare for the tailed beast extraction sealing ritual. 71, Chapter 71, 1 man against 9 and a shocking explosion. Yi and Conan found a relatively hidden, dry cave nearby. The two sat facing each other, both crossing their legs and closing their eyes. Their mental consciousness followed the special frequency of the communication scroll, instantly connecting to that dark astral projection space. The Jido statue, as massive as a mountain, stood silently in the chaotic darkness. On the 10 giant, withered wood-like knuckles, colorful chakra phantoms lit up one after another. All the top rogue ninjas of the Akatsuki organization had arrived. Yo, looks like our arrogant newcomer is still alive. Kisame, carrying Samehada, grinned with a mouth full of sharp teeth, a hint of surprise in his tone. I heard you ran into over 1,000 members of Iwagakure's explosive ordnance disposal unit this time, as well as the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Deidara stood nearby and let out a cold snort. The feeling of being surrounded and blown up by hundreds of pieces of exploding clay isn't pleasant, is it, Hem? Consider yourself lucky that you, pretty boy, didn't lose an arm or a leg. Although the other members didn't speak, their eyes were filled with scrutiny as they looked at Yi. After all, that was an encirclement of over 1,000 elites from a great nation. If it were anyone else present, it would have been impossible to retreat unscathed so quickly. However, Yi still maintained that lazy and arrogant posture. With a thought, his massive chakra appeared once more on the knuckle of the Jido statue. He materialized a luxurious high-backed chair and sat down on it in a broad, overbearing manner. Can those low-quality dirt firecrackers even be called explosions? He didn't even look at Deidara directly, his tone full of contempt. It was just trampling a bunch of ants in the way. It only delayed me for a bit. What did you say, you bastard? How dare you insult my art? Deidara immediately bristled. Shut up. Pain Tendo's emotionless voice rang out from the highest point, instantly suppressing all the noise. Pain's cold Rinnegan looked down at everyone from above. The Four Tails has been successfully captured. Now, immediately activate the Phantom Dragon 9 seals. Completely strip the tailed beast chakra from the sealing scroll and store it within the Jido statue. Hearing this command, everyone's expressions turned serious. Sealing a tailed beast was a physically demanding task. Pain turned to look at Yi, who was sitting in the chair, and began to explain the organization's sealing rules. You, this is your first time participating in the sealing ritual. Listen to the rules. This Jido statue requires all of us to simultaneously and continuously output chakra as a guide. During the entire process of stripping and absorbing, absolute focus must be maintained. Pain's tone was very stern. The amount of chakra in the Four Tails is enormous. With the output of the 10 of us, this process will take exactly 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days and 3 nights. Hearing this time frame, Yi's brow furrowed slightly, and he let out a sneer full of disdain. You want me to sit here, like a wooden post for 3 days with this bunch of trash? As soon as these words were spoken, the astral projection space instantly erupted in an uproar. What the hell are you acting so arrogant for, you bastard? Hidden shouted, waving his scythe phantom. This is the organization's ironclad rule. Do you think sealing a tailed beast is child's play? Kakuzu also spoke coldly, his voice raspy. Newcomer, don't think you can be so condescending just because you defeated Roshi. The Phantom Dragon 9 Seals depends on the continuous output of chakra. No matter how strong you are alone, you won't be much faster. Kisame laughed in a sarcastic manner. 3 days and 3 nights is the rule set by the leader. Do you really think you can shorten the time on your own? How overconfident. Faced with the rebukes and mockery of all the members, he sat on the materialized chair, not even bothering to argue back. He simply used his purple Renxiong to sweep over these veteran rogue ninjas, as if looking at fools. Rules, my rules are the rules. He let out a cold snort, and the purple light in his eyes suddenly flared. Open your eyes wide and see clearly what true chakra is. The perfect sage body was operating at full power, without reservation at this moment. A vast and boundless, terrifying senjutsu chakra, comparable to the Ten Tails in scale, followed the consciousness link of the astral projection, like a reverse-flowing super tsunami. It directly bypassed the limitations of space, and madly crashed into the body of the Jido statue. Roar! The originally lifeless Jido statue felt as if it had taken a heaven-defying supreme tonic. Its shriveled, massive body shuddered violently, and it actually let out an earth-shattering roar of extreme excitement. Of the 9 tightly closed eyes, one was instantly and completely lit up. The Jido statue opened its bloody maw and spat out a sealing dragon condensed from pure chakra. How is this possible? Konan, standing by Yi's side, her cool eyes instantly widened. She looked at the chakra dragon emerging from the statue's mouth, shocked beyond words. In the past, the chakra dragon condensed, by the 10 of them together, was at most the thickness of a bucket. But now, the chakra injected by Yi alone actually made this sealing dragon dozens of times thicker. The massive dragon, like a tangible torrent of steel, instantly bit down on the Fortail's sealing scroll on the ground. A violent extraction force, in an unreasonable manner, madly tore the Fortail's chakra out of the scroll and poured it into the statue's body. What terrifying chakra density! The strange smile on Kasame's face froze completely. He could feel his samehata trembling slightly. This guy's chakra capacity is simply a bottomless pit. Deidara was so shocked his jaw almost hit the floor. This isn't chakra that a normal human should possess him. The amount he outputs alone is actually dozens of times more than all 9 of us combined. Even the high and mighty pain had a flash of undisguisable shock in his eyes. Nagato's original body in the Hidden Rain village was shaken by this surging, majestic energy, making his blood boil. This kind of overwhelming power suppression. He still leaned back leisurely in his chair, without even a single drop of sweat. Is it hard? Did this scare you silly? Yi's tone carried absolute dominance as he mockingly looked at the several speechless rogue ninjas. 3 days and 3 nights, that's the time you trash need. Yi announced coldly. For me, half a day is enough. The facts were exactly as Yi said. Under the absolute crushing force of his chakra, the originally long and tedious sealing process was forcibly fast-forwarded by Yi in the most brutal way. After less than half a day, accompanied by a satisfied roar from the Jido statue, the massive Fortail's chakra was completely drained and fully sealed within the statue's body. All the sealing history records since the establishment of the Akatsuki organization were easily crushed underfoot by Yi alone. The astral projection space was pin-drop silent. All the S-rank rogue ninjas were completely cowed by this dimension-reducing display of strength. No one dared to speak up in provocation anymore. Konan looked at Yi sitting in the chair, her gaze becoming incredibly complex. This man was not only invincible in battle, but even in a sealing ritual that was a pure test of foundation, he could crush everyone present. Well done, you. Pain took a deep look at Yi and finally broke the silence. This mission was completed perfectly. Your privileges are well deserved. The sealing ritual was declared over, and the phantoms of everyone were just about to disperse. Just then, a very comical and annoying voice suddenly rang out within the astral projection space. Wow, that's amazing, as expected of Senior Yu. A guy wearing a single-eyed swirl mask and the Akatsuki organization uniform suddenly appeared on an empty finger of the statue, with an extremely exaggerated hopping posture. It was none other than Obito, using the alias Tobai. Tobai gesticulated wildly and began to loudly flatter Yi in a sarcastic tone. That chakra just now really scared Tobai to death. Senior Yu did all the work by himself. He's simply the organization's savior. He deliberately dragged out his voice, pointing at the others while dancing around. Compared to Senior Yu, all you seniors look like you're just slacking off. Oh my, from now on, will the organization be fine with just Senior Yu alone? Tobai's seemingly flamboyant flattery actually hid murderous intent in every word. He was putting Yi on the hot seat, attempting to stir up the other members' hostility toward Yi once again. What nonsense are you talking about, you bastard? The hot-tempered Deidara immediately glared at Tobai. However, Yi didn't even lift an eyelid. He just used his purple Rinnegan to coldly stare at Tobai, who was still jumping around. A cruel and cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. 72, Chapter 72, Remote Deterrence and Demands for the Water Kingdom. Oh my, compared to Senior Yu, the pathetic bit of chakra you seniors just put out is practically like slacking off. Tobai rubbed his hands together, his tone becoming increasingly annoying. In the future, will Senior Yu be enough for the organization on his own? We can all retire. This seemingly flattering speech was actually calculated to cut deep. Tobai was blatantly putting Yue on the spot, attempting to stir up the anger of all the veteran members. Sure enough, the rogue ninjas, who had already been upstaged by Yue, immediately looked displeased. Tobai, you bastard, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? HMPH. The short-tempered Deidara immediately lost it, pointing at Tobai and roaring. My art is one of a kind. Who says I'm redundant? Believe it or not, I'll use my exploding clay to blow your mouth apart right now. Kisame, shouldering the great sword Samehada, let out a cold, eerie laugh. The newcomer is indeed impressive, putting us old-timers to shame. Someone who didn't know better might think the Akatsuki organization had been renamed the Uchiha organization. Kakuzu also snorted coldly, the green glow in his eyes reflecting deep displeasure. Having a lot of chakra doesn't mean you'll live long. Arrogant brats usually die very young. Listening to the crowd's rebukes, a sinister gleam of satisfaction flashed in Tobai's single eye behind his mask. It worked, Obito sneered inwardly. No matter how strong you are, as long as you're isolated and hated by the entire Akatsuki, let's see how arrogant you can be. In the face of the collective hostility and Tobai's clumsy performance, Yue remained lazily seated in his manifested high-backed chair, without the slightest intention of even shifting his posture. Resting his chin on one hand, he looked at the jumping Tobai as if he were an idiot. He didn't bother to refute the nonsense of the veteran members at all. Finished with your performance? Yue's voice wasn't loud, yet it carried a cold, overbearing pressure that brooked no defiance. It instantly quelled the noise of the room. Tobai feigned fear, patting his chest. Oh my, is Senior Yu angry? Tobai is so scared. Tobai was just complimenting Senior. How could Senior? Shut your filthy mouth. Yue interrupted him bluntly, his purple Rinnegan suddenly glowing with a piercing light. Do you think putting on a ridiculous shell and acting like a fool gives you the right to bark in front of me? The corners of Yue's mouth curled into an extremely cruel sneer. In the next second, Yue didn't even move a finger. A tangible killing intent and terrifying ocular power, far beyond common sense and incredibly concentrated, erupted from Yue's phantom image like a volcanic explosion. This power defied all logic. It traveled directly through the mental link of the Kagura Mirror Technique Network, transforming into an invisible heavy hammer. Boom! This mental hammer crossed the distance of space and slammed violently into Tobai's consciousness. Within the astral projection space, Tobai's originally colorful phantom image was instantly smashed into a violent distortion. The colored lights flickered wildly, as if they would completely collapse and dissipate at any moment. And in the real world, Obito's true body, far away in a dense forest somewhere in the land of fire, felt as if his brain had been hit head-on by a train traveling at full speed. Obito suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, falling straight to his knees on a tree branch. He clutched his right Sharingan tightly, and the face beneath his mask was instantly covered in large beads of cold sweat. His brain felt like it was splitting open, and the pain radiating from his soul caused his whole body to convulse uncontrollably. How is this possible? This guy's ocular power could actually backlash directly through the frequency of the Kagura mirror technique. A massive wave of shock surged in Obito's heart, and fear spread wildly in his eyes. Just a little more, and the phantom image would have been shattered directly by him. Inside the astral projection space, Tobi clutched his head in pain, no longer having the strength to even play the fool. "Oh my, Senior's gaze is so terrifying." His voice was trembling, and his phantom image continued to flicker violently out of control. Seeing this scene, the other members present all obediently shut their mouths. No one dared to speak up in provocation again. Across the Kagura mirror network, nearly shattering a member's consciousness with just a single glance. This inconceivable dominance once again redefined their understanding of UA. Put away those shady schemes and intrigues of yours. Seated in his chair, UA looked down from above at Tobi's trembling phantom image. In the face of absolute power, your little cleverness isn't even a joke. UA's tone was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable murderous intent. If you dare say one more word of nonsense in front of me, I will follow this connection and crush your brain into a pile of mush, deterring the mastermind behind the scenes with a single glance. Obito's clownish behavior was cut short by the crudest of force. He was humiliated in public, looking pathetic to the extreme. He didn't even have the courage to talk back, only able to shrink into a corner and desperately stabilize his phantom image. UA didn't even bother to spare another glance at this defeated opponent. He slowly turned his head, casting his gaze toward the high and mighty Pain Tendo. "Leader, the ceiling speed just now can be considered my introductory gift to the organization." UA sat with his hands crossed over his knees, his posture boundlessly arrogant. "Since my value has been proven, I believe it's necessary to discuss the previous conditions again." Pain's cold Rinnegan showed no ripple of emotion. "What do you want? The core area of the Hidden Rain Village has already been allocated to you. As an autonomous territory, this is already the organization's greatest concession. That tiny spot in the Hidden Rain Village is indeed barely enough for a foothold." UA sneered, bluntly stating his true ambition. "But since my Uchiha clan is to rise again, how could a mere district in a village be enough to satisfy us?" UA leaned forward slightly, his purple eyes gleaming with an ambition that could devour everything. "What I want is absolute control over the land of water." UA's voice echoed clearly in everyone's ears, each word carrying immense weight. "I want to take over the entire Hidden Mist Village and transform it into a unique maritime fortress for the Uchiha clan." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire astral projection space instantly fell silent. All the S-rank rogue ninjas widened their eyes, looking at UA as if he were a madman. "I want the Akatsuki organization to fully cooperate with me in clearing the obstacles in the land of water." Ignoring everyone else's shock, UA directly issued a demand to Pain that was almost like an order. "This is the real price for my service to the organization." 73, Chapter 73, The Leader's Compromise and the Clash Between the Two Women. Inside the Kagura mirror technique space, following Yoru's insanely arrogant demand, the entire dimension fell into a deathly silence. Taking over the entire land of water and turning it into a private maritime fortress for the Uchiha clan. Every single S-rank rogue ninja present looked at Yoru as if he were a madman. This wasn't just a lion opening its mouth wide. This was practically trying to swallow the heavens. What the hell kind of dream are you dreaming? The first to burst out in curses was Kakuzu, who valued money more than his own life. His raspy voice rose an octave due to extreme rage. "An entire nation. Do you have any idea what that means? It would make our Akatsuki organization the #1 public enemy of the 5 great nations." "Exactly, HN." Deidara also bristled with anger. "The leader gave you special privileges so you could capture tailed beasts for the organization. not so you could sit here telling idiotic pipe dreams. Do you really think you're invincible? You actually want to occupy a country. Kisame, carrying Samehara on his shoulder, let out a strange laugh, but his gaze became incredibly solemn. Uchiha Yoru, your appetite is a bit too large. Although the hidden mist village is in civil war, its foundation remains. It's not a crippled soft persimmon like Konoha. Just as all the members were preparing to unite and pressure Pain to reject this absurd proposal. Pain Tendo, standing at the highest point and remaining silent until now, slowly raised his hand. A simple movement instantly suppressed all the noise. Pain's cold Rinnegan met Yoru's eyes, which also radiated purple ripples in midair. Inside Nagato's original body in the hidden rain village, his brain was rapidly weighing the pros and cons. The land of water was isolated overseas and had been closed off for years. The fourth Mizukage of the hidden mist, Yagura Karatachi, was already a puppet controlled by Obito's genjutsu. The entire village was already in shambles. If Yoru could truly take it down with lightning speed, it wouldn't just avoid affecting the Akatsuki organization's plans on the continent. Instead, it would provide the organization with an absolutely hidden overseas base, free from the surveillance of the 5 great nations. This would be of immeasurable benefit for the subsequent capture of the 3 Tails and 6 Tails, and even for hiding the Jido statue. I agree. Pain Tendo slowly uttered those 2 words. The voice wasn't loud, but it was like a heavy bomb exploding in the hearts of all the members. Leader, have you gone mad? Kakuzu screamed in shock. This is completely putting the entire Akatsuki organization on the roasting fire. Pain ignored Kakuzu's protest entirely and spoke to Yoru on his own. I will have Zetsu fully cooperate with you regarding the Hidden Mist Village's intelligence network. However, the organization will not send any direct combat forces. You need to rely on your own strength to conquer that land. A shrewd light flickered in Pain's eyes. This will serve as the final test for your status as guest elder. Deal. The corner of Yoru's mouth curled into a determined, arrogant smirk. I never expected you bunch of trash to be of any help anyway. As the words fell, Yoru's phantom directly dissipated within the Kagura mirror technique space, exiting the meeting. Inside the cave, Yoru slowly opened his eyes as his consciousness returned to his body. Beside him, Konan also ended the link. She stood up, her gaze toward Yoru filled with complexity. Are you really going to attack a nation? Konan's cold voice carried a hint of disbelief. You are pushing the entire Uchiha clan into an abyss from which there is no return. Abyss, Yoru stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. Beneath my feet, there are only thrones, no abysses. Yoru didn't explain further and walked directly toward the cave entrance. Let's head back, I'm a bit hungry. Braving the continuous drizzle, the two quickly returned to the core area of the hidden rain village. The luxurious mansion that Pain had allocated to the Uchiha as a welcome gift stood quietly in the curtain of rain. As soon as the heavy solid wood door was pushed open, a warm breeze mixed with the aroma of food wafted toward them. Lord Yoru, you're back. A crisp female voice filled with surprise and longing rang out. Uchiha Izumi, wearing a simple and elegant kimono, quickly came out from the hall to greet him. Her beautiful eyes were filled with an inseparable love and attachment upon seeing her beloved. However, when Izumi's gaze swept behind Yoru to the blue-haired woman, who was also wearing an Akatsuki uniform and had a cold, exquisite figure, the smile on Izumi's face instantly froze. The temperature of the air seemed to drop several degrees at that moment. Lord Yoru, this is. A hint of wariness entered Izumi's voice as she quietly moved to Yoru's other side. She tried to use her body to separate the distance between Yoru and Konan. In her pitch-black eyes, 3 Tamos slowly emerged, locking onto Konan. Haven't you met before? The Akatsuki organization's liaison, my new partner, Konan. Yoru's introduction was concise, completely ignoring the intense smell of gunpowder between the two women. Konan felt the undisguised hostility from Izumi, but her cold face showed no ripples. Only the paper wings behind her, hidden under the large robe, slightly opened at a dangerous angle. Hello, I am Uchiha Izumi, Lord Yoru's deputy. Of course they had met. Izumi deliberately emphasized the word deputy, asserting her sovereign status. Two women, both possessing devastatingly beautiful looks, thus engaged in a silent confrontation in the air across Yoru. One was like a burning fire, passionate and loyal. One was like 10,000-year-old ice, cold and proud. Their gazes collided in midair, sparking intense flames enough to ignite the atmosphere. All right, don't just stand at the door like guardian statues. Yoru seemed completely oblivious to the atmosphere of this Asura field. He took a long stride and walked directly into the brightly lit hall. In the very center of the hall sat a wide throne forged from chakra black gold. Yoru sat down in a lazy posture, legs crossed, radiating an arrogance that looked down upon the world. He looked at the two, still standing at the door in a standoff, and hooked his finger at Izumi. Izumi, come here. Hearing Yoru's call, the hostility on Izumi instantly vanished into thin air. Like a docile cat summoned by its master, she quickly walked to the front of the throne. Lord Yoru, the banquet is already prepared you. Before Izumi could finish, Yoru reached out with his strong and powerful arm. He scooped Izumi up by the waist, letting her sit directly on his lap. Ah, Lord Yoru. Izumi let out a low cry of surprise, her cheeks instantly turning beet red. At such a close distance, feeling the scorching temperature from Yoru's chest, her heart pounded incessantly. Peel a grape for me. Yoru lowered his head, giving a quiet command in Izumi's ear with an unquestionable tone. Izumi's body trembled slightly, all her reserve and shyness instantly replaced by absolute obedience. She nodded obediently, picked up a crystal-clear purple grape from the fruit plate nearby. Her slender, white fingers skillfully peeled the skin and carefully fed the plump, juicy flesh into Yoru's mouth. After doing this, Yoru's gaze turned toward Conan, who was still standing in the distance. He didn't speak, but merely glanced at the bottle of expensive red wine on the table. The meaning in that gaze was self-evident. Conan's fingernails almost dug into her palms. When had she ever been subjected to such silent instructions, as if she were a servant? But thinking of this man's terrifying strength that crushed everything, and her status as his exclusive partner, Conan ultimately bit her lower lip, suppressing all the humiliation and pride in her heart. She stepped forward with stiff steps, picked up the bottle of red wine and the goblet. Silently, she filled the glass for the man on the throne with the crimson liquid, forcing the divine leader to yield privileges, while having the proud white tiger of Akatsuki and his childhood friend serve him side by side. The double harvest of power and beauty showcased Yoru's dominance and arrogance to the fullest. With one hand around a warm, soft beauty and the other holding wine poured by an ice-cold beauty, he enjoyed the top-tier service of both with ease. Just as the atmosphere in the hall was ambiguous and undercurrents were surging, no one noticed that in the stormy night sky outside the mansion, several imperceptible dark shadows suddenly flashed past. Several specially made tracking ninja birds, driven by chakra and bearing the unique marks of Konoha and Mangekyou, landed silently on the high eaves of the mansion, their cold mechanical eyes flickering with dangerous red light. A multinational joint assassination operation targeting Yoru was quietly unfolding. 74, Chapter 74, The Throne and the Interdimensional Battle. The hall was brightly lit and warm as spring. On the wide throne crafted from black chakra gold, Yoru sat in a lazy posture. His strong left arm was naturally draped around Uchiha Izumi's soft, slender waist. His right fingers lightly held the stem of a goblet, the scarlet wine swirling slowly within, emitting a mellow aroma. Conan stood to one side, her cold, aloof face devoid of any unnecessary expression. She had just silently finished pouring the wine, her ample red cloud-black robe completely concealing her graceful figure. In this seemingly romantic and sweet atmosphere, Yoru's observation haki had already quietly spread out. The continuous heavy rain washed against the eaves of the mansion, masking many external noises. But under Yoru's haki perception, capable of discerning every minute fluctuation, the dozens of faint and stealthy chakra signatures outside the mansion were as conspicuous as torches in the dark night. There are rats that have come in. Yoru tilted his head and took a sip of red wine, his tone flat and without a hint of fluctuation. Almost at the exact moment, Yoru spoke. Uchiha Izumi and Konan also sensed the anomaly. The instincts honed from years of walking on the edge of life and death allowed them to instantly pull away from the previous atmosphere. Death-seeking things, daring to sneak into Yoru-sama's residence. Uchiha Izumi's beautiful face was instantly covered in a layer of frost, the tenderness in her eyes replaced by sharp killing intent. Her three-tomoed Sharingan spun crazily, and she pushed aside the fruit platter at hand. With a flick of her wrist, several kunai shimmering with cold light slid steadily into her palms. Yoru-sama, please allow your subordinate to engage. I guarantee I will cut off their heads one by one and place them before you. Konan's reaction was equally swift. Beneath her ample red cloud-black robe, white paper wings suddenly unfurled to a dangerous angle. The chakra signatures are very mixed, Konan said, her ethereal voice laced with caution. There are at least 2 squads from different nations, numbering around 20 people, and they have already breached the outer sensory barrier. Konan turned to look at Yoru on the throne and asked, "Do you need me to go out and deal with them? Should I leave them alive or clean them all up?" Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi glared coldly at Konan. Cleaning up trash is such a trivial matter. Why would an outsider like you need to intervene? This is Uchiha territory. Guarding Yoru-sama's safety is my duty. Facing the 2 women's requests to fight and their petty jealousy, Yoru only chuckled lightly. He didn't even shift his lazy sitting posture. Yoru reached out quite domineeringly, pulling Uchiha Izumi, who was about to rise to meet the enemy, back onto his lap. What's the rush? Yoru held the wine glass in his other hand, his eyes filled with absolute composure and arrogance. It's raining so heavily outside, it wouldn't be worth it to go out and get your clothes dirty. But Yoru-sama, they carry the fluctuations of exploding tags. If we don't intercept them beforehand. Uchiha Izumi nestled in Yoru's arms, her tone tinged with urgency. I said, sit down and drink with me. Yoru's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable tone of command. They are just a few flies that don't know life from death. Do they deserve to have my people go out in the rain to deal with them? Konan watched Yoru's attitude of completely disregarding the assassins, silently retracting her paper wings, though she did not completely lower her guard. Meanwhile, deep in the curtain of rain outside the mansion, over 20 figures dressed in pitch-black night-walking attire were stuck to the walls and blind spots of the main building like geckos. Rainwater slid down their cold masks. The target is in that brightly lit hall. A captain wearing a Konoha Anbu animal mask lowered his voice. He transmitted via a special communicator to his allies lurking on the other side. The intelligence is accurate. He just brought back that huge bounty of 1 billion ryo. Now he only has that Uchiha woman and a rogue ninja from the Akatsuki organization beside him. This is our best chance. Under the eaves on the other side, several puppeteers dressed in hidden sand village attire were hiding in the shadows. They were controlling several inconspicuous mechanical ninja birds, coldly watching the hall. 1 billion ryo. This is a huge sum of money that could change the fate of the village. The hidden sand leader's eyes flashed with undisguised greed. Konoha guy, it's agreed. Once we kill Uchiha Yoru, the bounty and supplies will be split in half with us, the hidden sand. As long as we can completely eradicate this tumor of the village, money is not an issue. The Konoha Anbu captain's tone was sinister. This madman destroyed the foundation of our Konoha. Today, we must use his blood to pay tribute to Hokage-sama's severed leg. He must not be allowed to live past tonight. Then stop talking nonsense. The hidden sand leader's 10 fingers danced rapidly. Pale blue chakra threads instantly connected to the ceiling scrolls on his back. The puppet squad is in position. All the mechanisms are filled with potent poison enough to kill an elephant. As long as it pierces his skin even a little, not even a god could save him. The Konoha Anbu captain also drew his ninja sword and gestured to his subordinates behind him. Exploding tags formation, prepare. Listen to my command. Blow that hall and everyone inside straight to the sky. No matter how strong he is, caught completely off guard by the combined slaughter of dozens of exploding tags and poison needles, there is absolutely no possibility of his survival. The elite assassination squads of the two great nations, under the cover of the heavy rain, thought they had flawlessly completed their final killing setup. They stared fixedly at the floor-to-ceiling window, glowing with warm light, as if they had already seen the bloody scene of Yoru being blown into minced meat. For this sky-high bounty, they were completely blinded by greed. Inside, Yoru swallowed the last mouthful of red wine in his glass. He felt the continuously rising killing intent outside. Those guys outside seem to think they've got us cornered. Yoru casually placed the empty wine glass on the wooden table beside him, a cruel arc curling at the corner of his mouth. The temptation of 1 billion ryo can indeed make many fools lose their rationality, Conan added indifferently. This kind of transnational joint assassination must use very ruthless methods. Since they like money so much, I'll send them on their way. Yoru remained leaning on the throne, not even lifting a finger. He just tilted his head slightly, casting his gaze toward the deep night outside the window, without any emotional fluctuation. In his right eye socket, the originally scarlet Sharingan instantly changed. A deep six-pointed star pattern suddenly emerged and began to spin crazily in the depths of his eye. Divine might. No hand seals, no standing up, not even any light or shadow effects of chakra leakage. These two words were uttered lightly from Yoru's mouth, yet they seemed to carry the final judgment of the Grim Reaper. In midair outside the hall, exactly in the center where the assassination squads had just gathered and were preparing to launch their all-out attack, a terrifying spatial distortion, completely defying common sense, appeared out of thin air without any warning. "Do it!" The Konoha Anbu captain had just shouted these two words when his voice came to an abrupt halt. He widened his eyes in horror, discovering that the space around him had been twisted into a twist like a pretzel by an invisible giant hand. The surrounding raindrops were forcibly pulled into eerie spiral shapes in midair. "What the hell is this?" The hidden sand puppeteer let out a shrill cry of alarm. He discovered with shock that the puppets he was proud of, along with their chakra threads, were being crazily torn apart by an irresistible suction force. This power didn't reason at all. It acted directly on the dimension they were in. The spatial vortex expanded rapidly in a brutal manner. Those exploding tags that were ready to be detonated didn't even have time to ignite before they were sucked directly into that bottomless interdimensional space. The poisoned hidden weapons were ground into powder in midair. "Help, grab me." "Ah, my hand." The more than 20 battle-hardened elites of the two nations did not even have the qualification to struggle in the face of divine might's absolute power. The violent power of spatial distortion directly tore their bodies apart brutally. The crisp sound of breaking bones and desperate screams had just begun when they were mercilessly swallowed by the spatial vortex. There was no ninjutsu confrontation, nor was there any room to counter moves. In just less than 2 seconds, the assassins outside who thought they were flawless and attempted to get rich overnight were completely slaughtered into a mist of blood by this terrifying spatial ocular power. The enemy's meticulous planning became a ridiculous farce of throwing their lives away in the face of absolute strength. The spatial vortex slowly closed, and the surrounding air resumed its flow. Only the flesh and blood that had been completely pulverized mixed with the pouring heavy rain, pattered down onto the stone steps outside the window, leaving shocking dark red water streaks on the transparent glass window. Absolute defense with no blind spots. Sitting on the throne, not even needing to stand up. With just a glance, he had completely insta-killed the elite assassination squads of the two great nations, along with their ninja birds. The hall remained as warm as spring, not even a wisp of cold wind blowing in. Uchiha Izumi leaned blankly in Yoru's arms. She watched the rain curtain mixed with blood outside the window, the fanaticism in her eyes almost overflowing. "Yoru-sama, what did you just do?" Uchiha Izumi's voice was filled with undisguised adoration. "I didn't even feel your chakra fluctuations, and those bugs outside just disappeared." Conan's breathing also slightly stagnated, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Spatial ocular jutsu, Conan's cold voice fluctuated slightly. You can actually achieve silent slaughter to this extent. And the activation speed is so fast that it's completely impossible to predict. She took a deep look at the man on the throne, and her danger assessment of him in her heart was raised once again. This man's hidden cards seemed to have no bottom. His existence was simply a subversion of common sense. Just a trivial application of ocular jutsu. Yoru accepted the two women's shock, his tone boundlessly arrogant. I said, if they want to kill me, they don't even have the qualification to approach this window. Yoru looked at the bloody rain sliding down the glass, but his brows gradually furrowed. He originally just wanted to enjoy a peaceful night here. But these greedy people, who came one after another like flies, made him feel a hint of irritation. There were always losers who thought they could take his bounty by relying on sneak attacks. Click! Yoru reached out and gripped the empty crystal wine glass on the table, his 5 fingers exerting slight force. The hard crystal glass instantly turned into a pile of powder in his palm. Yoru-sama, Uchiha Izumi sensed the change in Yoru's mood and asked softly, I've changed my mind. Yoru slowly stood up from the throne, his tall and upright figure exuding an aura of great oppression. He casually brushed off the crystal powder from his palm, a flash of bloodthirsty light passing through his deep eyes. He was already tired of this passive defense of being constantly harassed. I've grown tired of this game of waiting for people to come and die. Yoru turned his head to look at Conan standing to the side, his tone filled with unquestionable decisiveness. Go notify the organization's intelligence network. Our plan is moving forward. Tomorrow morning, we leave directly for the land of water. A cruel sneer curled at the corner of Yoru's mouth. Since these great nations think that putting a bounty on me is a very interesting thing, then I will personally go and find some real fun for this boring ninja world. 75. Chapter 75, Volunteering. Hearing Yi's domineering and peerless declaration, Uchiha Izumi's eyes instantly lit up. Without hesitation, she took a step forward and naturally hugged Yi's strong arm. Her full chest pressed tightly against Yi's arm, her beautiful face full of urgency and expectation. Lord Yi, take Izumi with you. Izumi's voice was soft and sweet with a hint of stubbornness, her watery eyes fixed unblinkingly on Yi. The hidden mist village is a desolate place beyond the reach of civilization. How can you not have someone close to you to take care of your daily needs? Even if it's just serving tea, pouring water, or clearing out small fry for you on the road, Izumi is willing. Looking at the clingy little cat in his arms, who wished she could hang herself on him. The coldness in the depths of Yi's eyes thawed a bit, and a gentle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He reached out his warm and powerful hand, naturally placing it on top of Izumi's head, gently rubbing her smooth long hair. Be good, don't make a fuss. Yi's voice carried an indisputable dominance, yet also held a special, doting affection. I can go and flat the land of water by myself. Our Uchiha have just established a foundation in Mangekyou, and that huge sum of 1 billion ryo is even more likely to attract envy. Yi's slender fingers slid down Izumi's cheek, gently pinching her fair chin. The base must have someone I absolutely trust to hold the fort. Watch the house for me, understand? Feeling the warmth of Yi's palm and that heavy weight of absolute trust. Even though Izumi had 10,000 reasons to be reluctant, she instantly melted into this domineering favoritism. She obediently lowered her head, nuzzling Yi's palm like a docile kit. Yes, Lord Yi. Izumi swears that even if I have to risk my life, I will guard the Uchiha Foundation for you and wait for your triumphant return. Just at this moment of tender affection and deep master-servant bond, Conan, who had remained cold and silent in the hall like a beautiful ice sculpture, suddenly made a move. Her wide red cloud-black robe swayed slightly as she took a long stride, taking a step forward of her own accord for the first time. I'm going too. Conan's voice was still that ethereal kind, devoid of any worldly passion. But there was an inexplicable determination in her tone. These 3 short words instantly shattered the sweet atmosphere in the hall. Uchiha Izumi snapped her head around, her eyes that were full of tenderness instantly covered with a layer of bone-chilling frost. In those black pupils, 3 crimson tamo instantly emerged and spun rapidly. "What are you planning, woman?" Izumi let go of Yi's arm and stood directly between Yi and Konan, her tone full of thick jealousy and undisguised hostility. "Lord Yi is going to the land of water for official business. Why are you joining the commotion? You were hiding to the side without a word just now, and now that you see Lord Yi isn't taking me, you can't wait to cling to him, can you?" Facing Izumi's rapid-fire questioning and the killing intent that was almost overflowing, Konan didn't pay any attention to this rampaging wild cat at all. Her cold gaze bypassed Izumi and looked straight at Yi standing behind her. "I am the exclusive liaison assigned to you by the Akatsuki organization." Konan brought up the businesslike reason without a hint of blushing, explaining solemnly. "The land of water is isolated overseas, locked in heavy fog all year round, and the surrounding sea routes are complex and dangerous. Without the support of the organization's intelligence network, it will be difficult for you to accurately find the hidden mist village's secret harbor." Konan slightly raised her fair chin and added, "Traveling with me as a guide will save you a lot of time." Sophistry. Izumi gritted her silver teeth, not buying her act at all. "Lord Yi is invincible. Even if he has to flip the entire sea over, he can find that wretched village. Why would he need you to lead the way?" Izumi turned to look at Yi, pleading urgently. "Lord Yi, this paper woman definitely wants to take advantage of the opportunity to have you all to herself. You must not let her succeed." Facing the tension and jealousy between 2 stunning beauties, not only was Yi not the least bit annoyed, but a playful smile of great interest appeared in the depths of his profound eyes. He gently patted Izumi's shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. Then Yi took composed steps and walked directly in front of Konan. The distance between the two was instantly narrowed to less than half a meter. Yi's tall and upright frame immediately brought an aggressive sense of pressure to Konan. Although Konan tried her best to maintain a cold expression, her fingers under her wide sleeves involuntarily tightened. Yi did not immediately respond to Konan's request with words. He suddenly took a step and moved directly to Konan's side. Under the astonished gazes of Konan and Izumi, he naturally reached out his warm and strong hand. Without any warning or unnecessary words, Yi's palm reached directly toward Konan's back. The paper wings of a paper release ninja were no ordinary origami. This was her defensive blind spot, and even more so a forbidden zone that ordinary people could never touch. Konan didn't even have time for her defensive instincts to rise. Konan almost failed to stand firm. On her cold and beautiful face, a brilliant blush instantly flew up at a speed visible to the naked eye. This blush spread all the way to her fair earlobes. "What are you doing?" Konan was like a startled white crane, snapping her head around. She bit her rosy lower lip and glared at Yi reproachfully. But in those watery eyes that were usually devoid of ripples, not a trace of true anger could be found at this moment. Instead, because of this overly intimate gesture, there was a hint of panic and shyness that she hadn't even noticed herself. He looked at Konan's moving appearance, like a melting iceberg at his mercy. The smile at the corners of his mouth grew even more intense. "Since you want to be a free guide, then follow along." Yi's voice was full of magnetism, carrying a wild arrogance that treated great nations as nothing. "It just so happens I'll take down that wretched island that's foggy all day as a foothold. You can just treat it as accompanying me to the seaside for a vacation. To speak of a military plan to destroy one of the 5 great nations with a complete establishment as easily as going out to see the sights. Furthermore, using the most domineering and intimate gesture to easily tear through the Ice Beauty's final line of defense. Holding this unattainable messenger of God firmly in his grasp, he fully displayed his devil king nature." Konan's heart raced from Yi's arrogant remarks and his manual actions. She finally managed to break free from Yi's palm, immediately retracted her paper wings into her body, and hurriedly straightened her red cloud black robe. "I'll go arrange a ship." Conan dropped this slightly hurried sentence and almost fled the hall in a panic. Watching Conan's departing back, Izumi stomped her feet in anger, but under Yi's comfort, she could only obediently accept the fact in the end. The next morning, at a secret deep-water harbor on the outskirts of Mangekyou, accompanied by the deep and thick roar of a steam whistle, an ocean-going giant ship, as massive as a steel beast, slowly sailed out of the sheltered harbor, braving the wind and waves to head toward the vast sea. This giant ship was a top-tier merchant vessel used by the underground black market to smuggle special materials. Under Conan's arrangement, it had now become Yi's exclusive transport to the land of water. He had changed into a well-tailored black windbreaker, hands in his pockets, standing lazily on the luxury deck at the top of the giant ship. The sea breeze blew the corners of his clothes, and his hair fluttered slightly in the wind. Conan stood quietly behind him to his side, her cold gaze fixed on the sea ahead, fulfilling her duty as a guide. The giant ship sailed at full speed, quickly leaving the coastal waters of the continent and entering the deep-sea zone. The originally clear sky and blue sea underwent a strange change after several hours of sailing. The temperature of the sea breeze dropped sharply, and a faint salty, fishy smell permeated the air. Yi's profound eyes narrowed slightly. His observation haki had already captured a hint of unusual fluctuation. On the horizon ahead, a continuous expanse of vast, thick fog rose without warning. This fog was no ordinary natural phenomenon, but presented a deathly grayish-white color. Deep within the fog, there was also a bone-chilling chakra aura that made one extremely uncomfortable. The expansion speed of the thick fog was startlingly fast, like a deep-sea beast opening its bloody maw. In less than a minute, this strange fog swept in with an overwhelming momentum, completely swallowing the massive ocean-going giant ship into the endless grayish-white. 76, Chapter 76, Beauty as a Substitute and Paper Rain Cutting. The ocean-going vessel sailed with difficulty through the vast, thick, grayish-white mist. Inside the most luxurious top-floor suite, soft and precious Persian carpets were laid out, and the air was filled with a faint, soothing incense. He leaned lazily against a wide leather sofa. His legs were casually crossed, his eyes slightly closed, and his breathing was steady and long. The eerie fog outside, which carried a bone-chilling aura, seemed not to exist at all, completely failing to affect his rest in the slightest. Conan stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, her cold face showing no sign of relaxation. Her brow furrowed slightly as her vigilant gaze scanned the white mist outside, where visibility was less than 10 meters. As the guide and partner for this trip, she had to remain constantly alert to the surroundings. The chakra fluctuations in this mist are very abnormal. Conan did not turn around, only speaking softly in her ethereal, low voice. The outer waters of the hidden mist village are even more complex than the intelligence records indicated. He didn't even lift his eyelids halfway, only letting out a lazy, low hum from his throat. Who cares about some broken mist? Yi's voice carried a casual arrogance. As long as some brainless flies don't come in to disturb my sleep, it's fine. I hate being interrupted when I'm resting. Conan glanced at him, said nothing more, and continued to stare out the window. Just then, a dense series of swoosh-swoosh sounds of breaking air suddenly came from deep within the thick fog. This was followed by a series of dull metallic clangs. Clang, clang. Dozens of steel grappling hooks attached to thick ropes pierced through the thick fog without warning, heavily latching onto the wooden railings and deck on the outside of the ship. Brothers, charge. A coarse and greedy roar exploded on the deck. This foggy day is a gift from the heavens. Strip this fat sheep clean for me. Awu, awu. A group of vicious pirates, mixed with exiled rogue ninja wearing various tattered headbands, swarmed onto the ship like ants along the ropes. This group was accustomed to acting tyrannically at sea, making a living specifically by robbing merchant ships that lost their way in the thick fog. Kill all the men and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Keep the women to take back for some fun. The rogue ninja leader brandished a blood-stained ninja sword and arrogantly issued the massacre order. The desperate screams of ordinary crew members soon echoed from the deck outside. This group was cruel, hacking anyone they saw, stepping through pools of blood as they headed straight for the most luxurious top floor of the ship. Bang! The suite's heavy door, made of solid wood, was brutally kicked open by a one-eyed rogue ninja with a face full of scars. Wood splinters flew everywhere as several guys, radiating a strong smell of sea brine and blood, swaggered in. "Boss, look at this suite. It's so damn luxurious." A small lackey greedily touched the gold ornaments on the door frame, his eyes shining. "Anyone living here must be a big spender. We've struck it rich today." The one-eyed rogue ninja, carrying a poisoned, serrated blade, was just about to start the slaughter when his gaze was instantly locked onto Conan by the floor-to-ceiling window. Extremely greedy and lewd light instantly erupted from his single eye, and drool almost spilled out. "Oh boy, the heavens have opened their eyes." The one-eyed rogue ninja laughed wantonly. "I've been in these waters of the land of water for over 10 years, and I've never seen such a beautiful top-tier specimen." The other pirates also followed with nauseating, strange laughs. They unscrupulously sized up Conan's graceful figure wrapped in the red cloud black robe, foul words pouring from their mouths. "That figure, that cold gaze, tusk, 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 the brothers are in luck today. Little beauty, don't be afraid, I know how to cherish a tender flower. Come here obediently and let me give you a hug." Then their gaze fell upon the sofa. "Boss, there's a pretty boy in a black trench coat lying on that sofa." Just a weakling." The one-eyed rogue ninja arrogantly brandished his poisoned blade, the edge shimmering with an eerie green light. He probably heard us hacking people, and got so scared he wet his pants and fainted. He pointed his blade at Yi on the sofa, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth to Conan. "Little girl, if you come over now and serve us well, I might feel generous and show some mercy, leaving this pretty boy with an intact corpse. Otherwise, I'll go over right now and chop him into meat paste to feed the sharks." Facing the clamor of these brainless small fry, he still leaned quietly on the sofa, maintaining even breathing. He didn't move so much as a finger, let alone open his eyes. It was as if these people, in his eyes, didn't even have the qualification to make him lift an eyelid to look at them. But Conan knew very well what this peerlessly overbearing man hated most right now. He hated hearing nonsense while he was resting. If he had to personally get up to deal with this trash, this entire ship would likely be instantly torn into fragments. Conan slowly turned around. Her originally cold eyes were now as frigid as 10,000-year-old profound ice. "Your eyes are very dirty." Conan's ethereal voice carried an absolute killing intent that brooked no defiance. "Your voices are also very noisy." "Ha, this little girl has quite a temper." The one-eyed rogue ninja not only wasn't angry, but laughed even more wildly. "I like the ones with thorns. Brothers, go up and pin her down for me." Conan didn't waste a single word on explanations. A coldness, as if looking at dead men, appeared on her exquisite face. If you make him feel annoyed, you won't even have the qualification to turn into shredded meat. The moment her words fell, under Conan's wide red cloud black robe, her body suddenly underwent a strange transformation. Thousands upon thousands of pure white paper sheets poured frantically from her sleeves and the corners of her robe without warning. These seemingly soft sheets of paper, under the instant infusion of Conan's massive chakra, became edges sharper than 100 steel-forged kunai. Dance of the Shikigami, accompanied by Conan's icy pronouncement. The rain of paper in the air rotated at high speed, directly transforming into a terrifying small-scale meat-grinding storm. It swept toward the group of rogue ninja and pirates at the door, covering the sky and earth. "What the hell is this? A few scraps of paper think they can." The lecherous grin on the one-eyed rogue ninja's face didn't even have time to fade before he raised his poisoned blade to slash. However, when the first sheet of paper effortlessly sliced through his serrated blade and smoothly sheared off half of his palm along the way, he finally realized what kind of despairing power this was. "Ah, my hand." The one-eyed rogue ninja's scream had barely sounded in his throat before it was completely drowned out by the howling rain of paper. This wasn't a battle. It was a one-sided execution by 1,000 cuts. The sharp paper sheets traversed and wove frantically through the narrow space of the corridor and doorway at speeds completely invisible to the naked eye. Help, run! What kind of monster is this? The pirates, who were just arrogant and foul-mouthed, were now scared out of their wits, turning to flee toward the deck. But the speed of the paper rainstorm was countless times faster than them. The sound of flesh being peeled away layer by layer, and the crisp sound of bones being shredded erupted densely at the doorway. Those few strong rogue ninja couldn't even take a step to escape. In less than 2 seconds, they were thoroughly sliced into countless tiny pieces of meat by this paper rainstorm. Severed limbs and broken weapons fell to the ground with a clatter. A thick mist of blood exploded in the corridor. But all the blood and meat fragments were held firmly outside the suite's door by Conan's exquisite chakra control. The paper sheets formed an invisible wall. Not a single drop of filthy blood flew into the room, nor did it stain the precious Persian carpet inside. The screams outside the door instantly ceased, leaving only the nauseatingly strong smell of blood in the corridor. The sheets of paper, having completed their killing mission, circled lightly in midair. Then they flew back to Conan's side, reassembling into her wide black robe and the pure white paper wings on her back. Everything happened too quickly. A hijacking crisis that could have wiped out an ordinary merchant ship and left a river of blood was suppressed at the speed of light by Conan's casual effort. A top-tier expert didn't even need to step in personally. The stunning beauty by his side could easily crush any brainless small fry. Absolute tranquility remained within the suite. Even the scent of the incense had not been disturbed. He still leaned on the soft sofa with his eyes closed, his breathing steady, not even lifting an eyelid. It was as if the bloody massacre that just occurred at the door was merely an insignificant hallucination. Conan retracted her paper wings and was about to close the broken door. However, before the smell of blood in the corridor could dissipate, the hull of the previously steady ship suddenly let out a dull impact sound. Boom! The entire vessel began to shake violently, as if it had struck a massive underwater reef. The wooden hull made a tooth-aching creak, and ornaments in the room fell to the floor one after another. Conan's expression sharpened as she immediately steadied herself and looked out through the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. In the deepest part of that eerie thick fog, the grayish-white waves were forcibly broken by a violent force. A ghost warship, entirely black and even larger than their vessel, emerging arrogantly through the waves like a steel beast lurking in the deep sea. On the warship's towering black mast, a blood-colored flag bearing the hidden mist village Anbu symbol fluttered in the cold wind. The deck of the warship was crowded with dense black shadows. A chilling, murderous, and terrifying pressure had already locked onto the ship they were on through the thick fog. 77. Chapter 77, the overbearing ship shattering and Shizang's appearance. In the eerie thick fog, the deathly silence was completely shattered by a dull thud. That pitch-black hidden mist Anbu warship, resembling a deep-sea behemoth, crashed arrogantly through the waves, quickly pulling alongside the ocean liner where Yue Xiaming was. Cold rain washed over the warship's deck, where over 100 elite killers wearing blood-colored hidden mist masks and uniform attire stood in neat formation like emotionless statues. The killing intent emanating from them converged, creating a terrifying pressure that felt as if it would freeze the very air. All unauthorized foreign vessels attempting to approach the land of water. At the very front of the warship, a man wearing a commander mask announced slowly through a chakra-amplified voice in a cold, emotionless tone. By the absolute order of the Fourth Mizukage, both people and ship are to be completely erased. This declaration was not a warning at all, but a direct death sentence. To cover up the increasingly cruel and bloody civil war within the village, the Hidden Mist Village had completely blockaded this sea area, treating all living things that dared to approach as trash to be cleared away. Inside the suite, Conan looked through the broken door frame at the murderous warship opposite them, her beautiful brows furrowing tightly. It's the main force of the Hidden Mist Anbu. They've deployed their warships directly. Conan's cold voice carried a hint of gravity. This liner's defenses can't possibly withstand an attack from a warship. Yue Xiaming remained lazily leaning against the sofa, not even bothering to lift an eyelid, seemingly indifferent to the lethal situation outside. And what are you trying to say? We must abandon ship immediately, Conan judged quickly. Once the fighting starts, this ship will sink instantly. Fighting in the ocean would put us at a severe disadvantage. Why abandon ship? Yue Xiaming let out a sneer. This sofa is quite comfortable. I don't want to move for now. In the few seconds of their conversation, the hidden mist commander opposite them had no interest in delaying. He raised his arm high and swung it down abruptly. Everyone form seals. Water release, high-pressure water gun formation. At his command, the hands of the 100+ hidden mist Anbu elites on the deck instantly blurred into a mass of afterimages, forming identical hand seals. Massive amounts of water attribute chakra surged wildly from their bodies, converging and compressing in midair. Boom! Dozens of terrifying high-pressure water jets, thicker than an adult's thigh, acted like horrific blades capable of cutting through steel. They whistled piercingly through the air, tearing through the curtain of rain and slamming fiercely toward the liner where Yue Xiaming was. The terrifying impact was enough to completely disintegrate and sink this multi-thousand-ton liner in an instant. Conan's expression instantly tightened. Although her paper release was versatile, it was naturally at an absolute disadvantage against such a wide-range, high-intensity, combined water release attack based on pure physical impact. Even if she gave her all, she could at most protect the area where she and Yue Xiaming were. But the entire ship was definitely unsalvageable. If you don't leave now, we'll be buried alive in the sea. Conan's tone became urgent. At the critical moment, when those dozens of high-pressure water cannons were about to tear through the liner's hull, a cold voice filled with extreme impatience finally echoed slowly within the suite. So noisy. Yue Xiaming slowly stood up from the soft leather sofa. He didn't even reach for the blade of thunder stuck beside the sofa, merely stretching lazily. His tall figure in the black windbreaker fluttered loudly in the gale. Yue Xiaming stepped out with his long legs, walking toward the already shattered cabin door as if strolling in his own backyard. His deep eyes looked indifferently at the massive enemy warship and the water cannons blasting across the sky. There wasn't a single ripple of emotion in his eyes, as if he were watching an incredibly clumsy circus act. Then Yue Xiaming raised his right foot, clad in a combat boot. He stomped down heavily on the deck of the liner beneath him. Boom! A terrifying airwave, violent to the extreme and manifesting as a physical pitch-black luster, erupted with Yue Xiaming's foot as the center, like a world-destroying tidal wave. Advanced armament haki, combined with the infinite, terrifying power of the perfect sage body. This shockwave, composed purely of physical field and haki, ignored all logic of ninjutsu elemental counters. It swept out in all directions with an absolutely arrogant posture. Those dozens of high-pressure water cannons that could cut through steel as they whistled forward. The moment they touched this black airwave, without being able to offer even a shred of resistance, they were instantly shattered into a fine mist filling the sky. The violent haki shockwave didn't slow down. After evaporating all the water release attacks, it slammed into the massive and sturdy hidden mist warship with an invincible momentum. Crack! A terrifying, ear-splitting, and tooth-aching loud noise exploded over the entire sea. Under the horrified and ghost-stricken gazes of all the hidden mist Anbu opposite him, that hidden mist main warship, forged from special alloys and incredibly sturdy, was actually shattered clean in two right down the middle by this invisible force. The massive hull looked as if it had been snapped in half by the hand of an invisible god. The break was as smooth as a mirror. The ship's mast let out a wail and collapsed with a crash. Countless hidden mist Anbu midseal screamed as they fell into the cold, surging sea like dumplings being dropped into a pot. He hadn't even used ninjutsu. Relying solely on the terrifying physical field and haki shockwave released by a single stomp, he had shattered the enemy's warship. What an inconceivable and unreasonable dimensional strike. Conan stood behind Yue Xiaoming, staring blankly at this apocalyptic scene. Her perennial icy expression completely cracked at this moment, her beautiful eyes filled with an unspeakable shock. Just with his aura, he shattered a warship. Conan murmured to herself. She felt her entire ninja worldview being completely overturned at this moment. She thought she had overestimated this man enough. But every time, this man would use even more inconceivable means to tell her that her imagination was still too meager. The enemy ship opposite them had snapped in the middle and was sinking rapidly into the seabed. The surface of the sea was littered with hidden mist Anbu struggling and wailing after falling into the water. Yue Xiaoming withdrew his foot, as if he had only done something trivial. He stuffed his hands back into his windbreaker pockets and turned to walk back to the suite. All right, the flies have been chased away. We can continue. However, before Yue Xiaoming could finish his sentence, from within the wreckage of the broken hull that was about to sink completely, boom! A violent explosion of splintering would rang out. A fierce black shadow, filled with wild and murderous intent, leapt into the air from the heap of twisted steel and wood. The newcomer was tall, wrapped in bandages, with a bloodthirsty and ferocious look on his face. In his hand, he carried a massive blade like a door panel, its edge full of notches, yet emitting a thick scent of blood, the executioner's blade. This violent killing intent instantly locked onto Yue Xiaoming, standing on the liner's deck. Finally, someone decent. The newcomer let out a savage roar like a wild beast. He adjusted his posture in midair, both hands tightly gripping that legendary ninja sword, his muscles bulging. With a terrifying momentum like Mount Tai pressing down, he swung the blade straight down at Yue Xiaoming's head. 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Biwa Juzo. Conan's pupils shrank suddenly as she immediately recognized the newcomer's identity. That was one of the hidden mist village's most notorious killing weapons. A true cage-level expert who had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Facing this sudden lethal strike, Yue Xiaoming didn't show the slightest panic. Instead, a playful and cold arc curled at the corner of his mouth. Oh, another one coming to die. 78, Chapter 78, catching a blade barehanded and breaking it with a kick. Violent winds, carrying freezing rain, lashed fiercely against the deck of the massive ship. Biwa Juzo's burly figure plummeted from midair, his heavy combat boots leaving 2 deep indentations on the deck. The executioner's blade in his hand, a legendary weapon that had tasted the blood of countless cage-level experts on numerous battlefields, was now exuding a chilling, intense stench of blood. Hey kid. Juz hoisted the massive executioner's blade onto his shoulder, eyeing the young man in the black trench coat before him with the contemptuous gaze one might reserve for a dead man. To be able to force me, Biwa Juzo, to take action personally, you can consider your death well-deserved. Are you going to obediently stretch out your neck, or do you want me to chop you into minced meat inch by inch? Standing in the back, Conan's cool, aloof face revealed a rare expression of gravity. Yi, be careful. Her voice was very low, carrying a hint of warning. He is a rogue elite of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Biwa Juzo. That executioner's blade can infinitely repair and regenerate itself by absorbing the iron from blood. You absolutely must not get dragged into a war of attrition with him. Conan's hands had already quietly formed seals beneath her wide robes, ready to launch paper release to provide support at any moment. However, Yi did not even turn his head. He merely glanced at Conan from the corner of his eye, his gaze so indifferent it was as if he were saying, "Quietly watch the show." With just that simple look, all of Conan's prepared movements instantly froze. He slowly raised his head, meeting Biwa Juzo's murderous gaze. Not only did he not draw the blade of thunder at his waist, he couldn't even be bothered to adopt a fighting stance. Just you. Yi's voice was not loud, but it carried an extreme contempt that seemed to come from the 9 heavens. A piece of junk and an ugly monster that looks like an ape. And you dare to clamor before me. These words were like a resounding slap, fiercely striking Biwa Juzo across the face. His already hideous face twisted completely out of shape from extreme rage. "Brat, you're courting death." Juzo let out a violent roar like a beast, wasting no more words. He exerted force with both legs, and the deck beneath his feet instantly cracked. His massive body turned into an unstoppable afterimage, and the executioner's blade in his hand, accompanied by the shrill whistling of tearing air, slashed fiercely toward Yi's head. This strike was powerful, heavy, and fast as lightning. Juzo had absolute confidence in this full-force strike. He felt as if he could already see the bloody scene of this arrogant brat's head being severed, with blood gushing out. He believed that no matter how strong Yi was, he would inevitably have to avoid the edge of this vicious blade that could regenerate infinitely. And as long as his opponent retreated, his subsequent storm-like barrage of sword techniques would be enough to exhaust any cage-level expert to death. Facing this lethal strike capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, Yi remained standing in place, not moving at all. In his deep eyes, there wasn't even a hint of ripple, only a lazy and composed look, as if watching a monkey show. Conan's heart instantly jumped into her throat. She didn't understand why Yi wasn't dodging. Just at the critical moment, when the massive blade was about to touch Yi's forehead, Yi finally made a move. He casually raised his right hand. No seals, no gathering of chakra, and certainly no flashy moves. Amidst the horrified gazes of Biwa Juzo and Conan behind him, Yi merely extended his index and middle fingers. Clang! A crisp, loud sound like a metal bell being struck exploded in the heavy rain. The unstoppable executioner's blade, carrying the force of 10,000 jun, was precisely and firmly clamped by his two seemingly slender fingers less than a centimeter from Yi's brow. Time seemed to come to a complete standstill at this moment. The sinister grin on Biwa Juzo's face instantly froze, replaced by shock and fear that defied description. How is this possible? He used all his strength, the veins on his arms bulging from the excessive exertion. But the massive executioner's blade felt as if it were being firmly clamped by an invisible mountain. No matter how hard he exerted himself, the blade could not advance even an inch further. "You know nothing of power." Yi's voice was cold and indifferent, like reading a verdict that had nothing to do with him. Before Juzo could react from this shock that overturned his perception, Yi's right foot had already turned into an afterimage, difficult for the naked eye to track, and raised silently. That seemingly ordinary combat boot was imbued with terrifying sage art monstrous strength capable of shattering mountains. It kicked fiercely into Biwa Juzo's solid chest. Bangs! A dull sound of bones shattering, so deep it made one's teeth ache, rang clearly in everyone's ears. Absolute crushing of power. Biwa Juzo's formidable physical body, which he took such pride in, was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper before Yi's kick. Juzo violently spat out a large mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs. The ribs in his chest were all shattered by this kick, collapsing into a terrifying crater. His massive body, like a cannonball that had been struck, flew backward while screaming. It smashed through 7 or 8 sturdy ship masts, before finally slamming heavily onto the end of the deck with a boom, completely unconscious. The legendary 7 ninja swordsman, a long-renowned cage-level expert. Along with his vicious blade, they were as laughable as a 3-year-old child before Yi. 2 fingers were all it took to bring his opponent's strongest attack to an abrupt halt. A casual kick was enough to leave him in an unknown state of life or death. The strength of both sides was completely not in the same dimension. He slowly retracted his foot, as if he had just kicked away an annoying stone. He didn't even look at Juzo, who was like a pile of mud in the distance, but turned to look behind him. Conan stood blankly in place, her cool eyes now filled only with endless shock and horror. Her mind was a blank slate. Everything that had just happened had completely exceeded the scope of her understanding. He caught the executioner's blade with his bare hands, and with one kick, Conan murmured to herself, feeling her worldview being ruthlessly shattered. He paid no attention to her shock. He walked to the table and chairs that had been smashed by Juzo earlier, brushed off the debris, and sat down naturally. "What are you still standing there for?" He looked up at Conan and instructed in a flat tone. "Pour a cup of tea. Hearing Yi's command, Conan finally snapped out of her daze. She took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the raging waves in her heart. She walked silently to the side and took out an exquisite tea set from her storage scroll. Boiling water, warming the cups, brewing the tea. Her movements were fluid, without the slightest hesitation, as if serving this man was a matter of course. Soon, a cup of steaming hot tea at the perfect temperature was respectfully handed to Yi by her with both hands. The tacit understanding and relationship between the two were quietly undergoing earth-shattering changes in this silent interaction. Yi picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip. Only then did he cast his gaze toward the pile of rotting meat in the distance that was still twitching slightly. "Bring him over," Yi instructed indifferently. Conan did not speak, but formed seals with one hand. Several sheets of white paper flew out from her sleeves, turning into 2 tough ropes that dragged the heavily injured Biwa Juzo to Yi's feet. Yi put down the teacup and looked down at the dying prisoner from above. The toe of his combat boot gently kicked Juzo's bloodied and mangled face. "Hey, wake up." Yi's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. "Before my patience runs out, answer me one question." The excruciating pain caused Juzo to slowly wake from his coma. He struggled to open his eyes and saw Yi's indifferent eyes looking down at him like a god. His dual defenses of body and mind had long been completely shattered by that heaven-destroying kick from earlier. I'll talk, my lord. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you everything." Juzo's voice was hoarse and broken, filled with the fear of death. He slowly crouched down, the ripples in his purple rinnegan flowing, releasing a suffocating pressure. "Why did you lay such a heavy hand on an ordinary merchant ship? What exactly has happened in the sea area?" Facing Yi's questioning, Juzo's body trembled violently. In order to survive, he dared not hide anything anymore, struggling to spit out a shocking secret that could shake the entire ninja world. It was the 4th Mizuki's order. Juzo said, coughing up blood while using all his strength. "Our hidden mist village's 4th Mizuki, Yagura Karatachi. He has long been controlled by a one-eyed man wearing an Uzumaki mask using genjutsu. The current hidden mist village is undergoing a cruel civil war under the bloody mist policy. Everywhere is slaughter and blood. We were just ordered to clear out all living beings approaching the land of water. I beg you, please spare my life." 79, Chapter 79, Forced Landing and Rebel Interception. Hearing his fragmented dying words, an image of that hypocritical face wearing a spiral mask instantly flashed through Yi's mind. He casually moved his combat boot away from Biwa Juzo and let out an extremely disdainful sneer. That coward Obito can only hide in the shadows and play these low-level tricks by manipulating puppets. Yi's voice was filled with undisguised mockery. "I thought the hidden mist village's isolationism was part of some earth-shattering scheme, but it turns out they're just being played like puppets in a game of house. I'm truly sick and tired of these rats that keep digging holes in the gutter." Conan stood to the side, her cold gaze sweeping over the corpse on the ground as her delicate brows knitted tightly together. As the liaison for the Akatsuki organization, her brain was working at high speed, immediately beginning to reevaluate the situation before her. If the 4th Mizuki, Yagura Karatachi, is truly completely controlled by genjutsu, then the current hidden mist village is an out-and-out war trap. Conan walked to his side and offered a suggestion in an extremely rational tone. "The land of water is currently erupting with a brutal civil war, and the outer waters of the land of water must have been completely blockaded. Yi, we cannot just sail over there so openly. This giant ship is far too big a target." "What do you have in mind?" Yi didn't turn his head, merely watching the rolling waves ahead with indifference. "We can first withdraw from the sea area and find a hidden, deserted island to dock." Conan immediately threw out the tactical route she had planned. "I will use my paper release clones to scout the smuggling routes of the land of water. Once both sides of the civil war in the hidden mist village have battered each other into mutual destruction, we can use a secret route to sneak in and fish in troubled waters. This is the method with the lowest casualties and the highest efficiency. Fish in troubled waters, sneak in." he suddenly burst into loud laughter, his laughter filled with unreasonable arrogance and dominance. He turned abruptly, his deep eyes staring straight at Conan. Conan, your thinking is still tightly bound by those so-called ninja conventions. True powerhouses never need to crawl through dog holes left by others. Since I know there's a show to watch ahead, I'm going to walk right through the front gate and watch it to my heart's content. Right before Conan's astonished gaze, he had already strode to the C***T door. He kicked the door open and issued the most overbearing order to the merchant ship captain inside, who was already trembling with fear. Give me full rudder, full speed ahead. Target, the main port of the land of water. The captain was so scared, he fell to his knees in front of the helm with a thud, wailing with a deathly pale face. My lord, you can't do that. That is the main gate of the hidden mist village. The outer perimeter of the land of water is full of troops right now. If a civilian merchant ship like ours rushes over there, we will be blown into splinters in an instant without any defense. I am not discussing this with you. Yi's tone was flat, yet it carried an absolutely terrifying pressure. Sail the ship. Whoever dares to block the way, run them over directly. If you don't sail, I'll throw you out the window into the sea to feed the sharks right now. Driven by extreme fear, the captain scrambled toward the console, trembling hands pushing the warship's power to its limit. The massive ocean liner roared, resembling a steel beast that had lost its mind, violently tearing through the waves as it sped toward the coastal defense line of the land of water. The distance of a few nautical miles was crossed in an instant. Woo. The shrill, piercing highest-level coastal defense alarm instantly exploded across the vast horizon. The thick fog was blown away by the strong wind, and directly in front of the giant ship appeared a steel defense line that made one's scalp tingle. It was a massive fleet, composed of dozens of fully armed hidden mist village coastal patrol warships. Unidentified vessel ahead. Stop the ship and cut the engines immediately for inspection. Otherwise, we will use force to sink you. The hidden mist commander on the main warship issued the final ultimatum through a sound-amplifying ninjutsu, his voice hoarse. However, not only did the giant ship show no signs of slowing down, but it actually rammed forward at an even crazier speed. Fire, sink this crazy ship for me. The commander gave the attack order in a fit of rage. A deafening roar instantly resounded across the sea. Dozens of warships fired simultaneously. Countless high-pressure water cannons, mixed with giant javelins, covered in exploding tags poured toward the giant ship, where he was located like a destructive rainstorm. Explosions erupted one after another on the sea around the giant ship, kicking up waves dozens of meters high. We're going to die? The hull can't withstand this level of firepower coverage at all. The captain held his head in despair in the C***T. Conan's expression also turned stern. She immediately prepared to undo her wide red cloud-black robe, her hands quickly clasping together. I will use paper release to set up a defensive barrier. I'll try to protect the core of the ship. Just as Conan was about to release her chakra, a warm and strong large hand suddenly and unexpectedly grasped her hands as she was forming signs. What are you doing? Conan's heart skipped a beat, and she turned to look at Yi beside her. Put your chakra away. A bloodthirsty sneer curled at the corner of Yi's mouth. This broken ship was just a means of transport anyway. If it gets blown up, it gets blown up. I never intended to save it. He held Conan's hand without question, an irresistible, overbearing strength flowing through his fingers. Let's go, riding the ship is too boring. I'll take you for a walk on the sea. Amidst the desperate wails of the entire crew, and under the incredulous gaze of the opposing hidden mist defenders, he took Conan's hand and leaped directly from the top deck of the giant ship. Is that man crazy? He actually took the initiative to jump into the artillery coverage zone. The hidden mist ninja on the opposing warship exclaimed. However, the bloody scene of being torn to shreds by water cannons that they had imagined did not happen. He pulled Conan and landed steadily on the turbulent sea. It was as if there was some invisible magic under his feet. The moment he stepped on the dozens of meters-high violent waves, they were forcibly flattened by a terrifying force. Yi walked on the seawater as if it were flat ground, holding the hand of this aloof messenger of God, and walked toward the mainland of the land of water. Cannonballs, exploding tags, and high-pressure water release whistled over their heads with destructive force. "Keep firing, don't let him get close," the hidden mist commander shouted hoarsely. Facing this storm-like attack, Yi did not speed up, nor did he even unsheath the ninja sword at his waist. He had no intention of firing back or using ninjutsu to counterattack at all. He just held Conan's hand, strolling as if he were in his own back garden. Every cannonball capable of shattering steel, every sharp water release technique. The moment they approached within 1 meter of Yi, they unexpectedly collided with an insurmountable high wall. Bangs, bangs, bang. The invisible six-path repulsive barrier operated automatically. All attacks were violently deflected and shattered 1 meter away from the two, turning into ineffective splashes of water and smoke filling the sky. How is this possible? Our attacks can't even touch his clothes. Is he a god? Ninjutsu has no effect on him at all. Watching the black figure strolling calmly through the rain of gunfire, the psychological defenses of the hidden mist ninjas across the entire major fleet line began to collapse completely. Their proud coastal artillery had become a meaningless backdrop in front of this man. Conan let Yi hold her hand. Feeling the scorching temperature coming from his palm, Conan looked at the man's sharply defined profile. He had completely ignored the border defense line of the 5 great nations, treating the attacks of dozens of warships like a breeze not worth mentioning. This arrogance, which completely ignored the rules and treated thousands of troops as nothing, brought her an unprecedented psychological shock. What do you think of this welcome ceremony? Yi even had the leisure to turn his head and tease Conan softly. It's too crazy. Conan's red lips parted slightly. You are pressing the face of a great nation into the dirt and trampling on it. They don't deserve to have face. He sneered, holding Conan's hand, and like a heavenly god descending, he forcibly stepped onto the beach of the land of water, braving the ineffective cannon fire filling the sky. The two had just landed, disengaging from the range of the coastal defense fleet, stepping onto the fine, soft sand. Before they could go deep into the interior, in the dense forest full of fog around them, a sudden change occurred. Swish, swish, swish. Accompanied by the dense sound of breaking air, hundreds of kunai flashing with cold light and senbin wrapped in exploding tags shot out from all directions like a rainstorm, completely sealing off their path forward. Halt your steps. A sharp female voice exploded suddenly in the mist. Immediately following, over 100 hidden mist ninjas, covered in blood and with eyes full of desperate determination, sprang from the dense forest like ghosts. Their ninja swords were still dripping with wet blood as they quickly formed an iron barrel-like encirclement, surrounding Yi and Conan tightly. The forehead protectors of this group of people all had a deep slash through them. They were not the regular patrol army of the land of water, but the hidden mist rebels currently engaged in a brutal civil war. At the very front of the encirclement, the crowd slowly parted to the sides. A woman of peerless beauty approached step by step, carrying a suffocating killing intent. She had an extremely alluring figure, long brown hair coiled behind her head, and her long, fair legs were vaguely visible within the slit of her skirt. But in those beautiful emerald green eyes, there was no tenderness, only the cold, murderous intent honed after surviving life-and-death battles. Hidden Mist rebel leader, Terumi May. She had just led her subordinates through a tragic bloodbath in the interior, and had finally reached the coastline, only to witness the shocking scene of Yi forcing a landing while braving the fire of the regular fleet. Terumi May took a deep breath, her gaze locked tightly onto Yi. She could feel an unfathomable, terrifying aura emanating from this man in the black trench coat, an aura that made one's soul tremble. To be able to walk ashore unscathed under the artillery fire of the Anbu fleet, your strength is truly astonishing. Terumi May's fingers rested slowly on her ruby-red lips, the lava-release chakra within her body already running frantically. She looked at Yi, coldly making her judgment. That madman Yagura Karatachi, how much did he pay to hire a top-tier outside reinforcement of your level? She clearly mistook Yi for a top-tier assassin hired at a high cost by the 4th Mizukage to suppress the rebels. But none of that matters now. No matter how strong you are, once you've come to this bloody land, you won't be able to escape today. Terumi Mei's eyes became incomparably sharp, the killing intent around her released without reservation, and she spoke coldly, word by word. Another one here to aid the tyrant, then die here. 80, Chapter 80, Dissolving Bloodline Limits. Terumi Mei's gaze was cold to the extreme, and the piercing killing intent radiating from her body almost completely froze the surrounding humid air. Behind her, the 100 or so hidden mist rebels each bore wounds of varying depths, their eyes reflecting a desperation and madness that comes from being pushed to the brink. They had just survived a tragic and bloody battle in the interior, exhausting nearly every last drop of their chakra to carve a path through the encirclement of the blood-mist Anbu and flee to this coastline. At this moment, they were already at the end of their tether. But the mysterious man before them, who had just landed by force with a godlike posture, ignoring the fire of the entire hidden mist fleet, brought a sense of oppression even more terrifying than the thousands of blood-mist Anbu they had faced before. Terumi Mei had no choice. In such a desperate situation, she could only treat the opponent as the worst and most powerful enemy invited by Yagura Karatachi. She had to fight to the death, here to carve out one last path of survival for the companions who followed her with their lives. No matter who you are. Terumi Mei's voice was like 10,000-year-old ice, every word dripping with bone-chilling killing intent. Today, you must die here. She knew well that the man's strength was unfathomable. Probing with ordinary ninjutsu was meaningless and would only waste her already meager chakra. Therefore, her first move was an unreserved, ultimate killing blow. Terumi Mei's hands moved like lightning in front of her chest, forming two distinct, yet incredibly complex hand seals. Two different, yet equally deadly bloodline limit chakras were instantly pushed to their limits within her body. Lava release, melting apparition technique. Terumi Mei's red lips parted slightly as she violently spat out a large amount of highly acidic, viscous liquid. This liquid expanded rapidly in midair, transforming into a terrifying torrent of acid capable of corroding everything, sweeping toward Yi's feet from the front with a sizzling sound. Wherever the acid passed, whether sand or rock, it was instantly melted into foul-smelling mud emitting black smoke. However, this was only the beginning. Boil release, skilled mist technique. Almost at the same time, Terumi Mei spat out an even broader expanse of milky white, high-temperature steam. This steam seemed gentle, but in reality, it contained temperatures high enough to instantly vaporize steel. It spread rapidly in the air like a moving cloud of death, silently enveloping the space above Yi's head from another direction, attempting to evaporate him completely from top to bottom. The torrent of corrosive acid sealed off the ground. The high-temperature steam that melted everything shrouded the sky. Two terrifying bloodline limits, enough to make any cage-level expert's scalp tingle, formed a three-dimensional net of slaughter at this moment, completely cutting off all of Yi's paths of retreat. Seeing this, a glimmer of hope was rekindled in the eyes of the rebels. It's Lady Mei's dual bloodline limits. Great, no one can block both of these attacks at once. Even a cage level would definitely be melted into dregs instantly. Standing beside Yi, a flicker of solemnity crossed Conan's cool face. She could clearly feel the destructive power contained within those two bloodline limits. Conan took a half-step forward without hesitation, her pure white paper wings ready to unfold from beneath her wide, red, cloud-black robe. I'll block the boil release above. However, before she could finish, a warm and strong hand pressed down on her shoulder with unquestionable authority. Stand back. Yi's voice was flat, without a hint of emotion, as if the world-destroying attack before him was merely a breeze against his face. He casually pulled Conan behind him, shielding her from the entire scene with his tall back. Are you crazy? Those are two bloodline limits attacking at once. Conan couldn't help but call out a warning. I know. He didn't even turn his head. The purple ripples in his eyes flowed slightly, and a mocking arc, like one watching a child's play, curled at the corner of his mouth. Two, Even if there were 20 in front of me, they are nothing but trash. Facing the deadly trap sweeping in from both above and below, Yi didn't move his feet even an inch. He simply raised his free hand slowly, fingers spread, aimed toward the front. Shinra Tensei. There were no earth-shattering light effects, nor any world-destroying chakra explosions. He simply spat out those two words coldly and nonchalantly. The moment the words fell, an invisible, intangible, yet terrifying repulsive force that transcended all physical rules erupted violently with Yi as the center. This power followed no logic. It was like a supreme god, using absolute will to forcibly rewrite all the laws of this space. The lava release acid torrent capable of corroding everything. The boil release high-temperature steam capable of vaporizing steel. Before this overwhelming repulsive force, they were as fragile as two candle flames flickering in a gale. Poof! They failed to provide even a shred of resistance. That world-destroying lava release and boil release were actually blown back by this repulsive force in midair. Then, at a distance of 10 meters from Yi's body, they were completely crushed, torn apart, and dissipated into nothingness. It was as if they had never existed. How is this possible? The determination and killing intent on Terumi Mei's face instantly froze, replaced by an indescribable shock and terror. The dual bloodline limits she was so proud of, which were enough to place her at the peak of the ninja world, were broken by the opponent without even a hand seal, just a casual wave of his hand. This was no longer a question of a gap in strength. This was a god's dimensional strike against a mortal. She couldn't even react from the shock that overturned her cognition. Too slow. A cold and magnetic voice exploded in her ear without warning. Yi's figure was like a phantom, leaving a faint afterimage where he stood. He himself had already ignored the distance of space, appearing out of thin air right in front of Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei's pupils contracted to their limit, her body's instinct making her frantically want to retreat and form seals. But it was already too late. A well-defined, warm, and powerful hand, carrying an irresistible and overbearing force. Before she could make any reaction, it accurately grabbed her smooth, white, and perfectly curved chin. Ati. Terumi Mei's breath hitched instantly, and her mind went blank. Her seductive body suddenly stiffened, and all her chakra seemed to be frozen at that moment. Yi's fingers applied slight pressure, forcing this proud queen of the hidden mist rebels to tilt up her stunningly beautiful face, compelled to meet his deep eyes filled with aggression and possessiveness. Two bloodline limits. The corner of Yi's mouth slowly curled into a wicked arc. He looked at the beautiful face, slightly flushed from shock and embarrassment, and sized her up wantonly with the gaze of a monarch inspecting his spoils of war. You look quite flavorful too. Yi's voice was low and magnetic, each word like a heavy hammer smashing against Terumi Mei's proud heart. You woman are very much to my taste. Absolute crushing power, combined with this overbearing and frivolous declaration. It completely subdued this peerless queen, who was as ambitious as she was decisive. The strength, status, and beauty she took pride in seemed to become trivial embellishments before this man. The 100 or so rebels nearby watched helplessly as their leader was so lightly restrained by the enemy, yet they didn't even have the courage to take a step forward. Because the terrifying pressure radiating from Yi's body had already made it difficult for them to even breathe. Terumi Mei was completely intimidated by Yi's terrifying pressure and frivolous actions, her body frozen in place, unable to move. In her emerald eyes, emotions named fear and panic appeared for the first time, and a storm raged in her heart. This man, just what kind of monster is he? Just as the atmosphere was tense, ambiguous, and extremely dangerous. Deep in the distant mountain forest, a sudden change occurred. Roared. A violent beast roar, enough to shake the earth and tear the clouds, rose into the sky from that dense primeval forest without warning. Accompanying this roar, a familiar and despair-inducing, massive-tailed beast chakra swept across the entire coastline like a physical storm. Terumi Mei's face instantly turned pale. This chakra is the Three Tails. The Three Tails Aisabu has gone berserk. 81, Chapter 81, Arrogant Deal and the Arrival of the Water Shadow. Roar. That violent, beastly roar, which didn't seem to belong to the mortal world, swept out frantically from deep within the distant mountain forest like a physical storm of sound waves. The beaches along the entire coastline trembled violently in the wake of that terrifying roar, and even the air became filled with a sense of desperate oppression. The Three Tails, it's actually gone berserk at a time like this. On Terumi Mei's pretty face, which was already pale from shock, a layer of deep despair was instantly added. The sudden loss of control of Isabu, the Three Tails, was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. This meant that the madman, Yagura Karatachi, was very likely nearby as well. However, the man gripping her chin didn't show the slightest bit of surprise on his face. The corner of Uchiha Yoru's mouth still held that extremely devilish curve, as if the world-destroying roar of the tailed beast was nothing more than pleasant background music before a meal. He finally let go of the large hand gripping Terumi Mei's chin. As he withdrew it, his fingertips playfully and lightly brushed against her smooth, jade-like cheek. It seems your land of water's welcoming ceremony is quite lively. Not a hint of tension could be heard in Uchiha Yoru's voice. Instead, it was filled with the playfulness of someone watching a good show. Terumi Mei's heart skipped a beat at Uchiha Yoru's actions, and she subconsciously took half a step back, opening up a dangerous distance. She forcibly suppressed the panic in her heart, gripped the kunai in her hand tightly again, and stared warily at Uchiha Yoru while also keeping an eye on that terrifyingly close chakra approaching from the distance. "Who on earth are you?" Terumi Mei's voice carried a trace of an imperceptible tremble. "You aren't a helper, invited by Yagura. What exactly did you come to the land of water for?" "Mei." Uchiha Yoru stuffed his hands back into his trench coat pockets and turned around lazily, turning his back to Terumi Mei and the 100 or so rebels behind her who were acting as if facing a great enemy. He gazed toward the dense forest where the chakra had erupted, as if admiring a unique piece of scenery. "I came here planning to find any island with a nice view and build a palace of my own." "A palace?" Terumi Mei's beautiful brows furrowed tightly, completely unable to understand this man's train of thought. "Yes, a palace." Uchiha Yoru slowly turned his head, and within those deep purple eyes, an arrogant ambition that could swallow heaven and earth flickered. "And I think the island, where your hidden mist village is currently located, is quite nice." As soon as these words were spoken, not only Terumi Mei, but even all the rebels behind her were completely stunned. "What do you mean by that?" Terumi Mei's tone became incredibly solemn. Uchiha Yoru didn't answer directly, but instead extended a finger, pointing distantly at Terumi Mei. "I'll give you a choice." Uchiha Yoru's voice was flat, yet it carried an absolute dominance as if he were bestowing a favor. "As long as you, and that group of trash behind you who still have a bit of backbone, kneel before me right now and swear your loyalty to me. Become the most loyal dogs at the feet of me, Uchiha Yoru." "Swear loyalty." "Be your dog." Terumi Mei's delicate body trembled with rage at these highly insulting words, and the rebels behind her all glared with fury, gripping their ninja swords tightly. Though they were rebels, they were also proud hidden mist ninja. When had they ever suffered such a humiliating insult? Uchiha Yoru didn't care about their anger at all, and went on to state his trade conditions on his own. "As long as you submit." A cruel curve hooked at the corner of Uchiha Yoru's mouth, his tone arrogant to the extreme. "Today, I'll conveniently slaughter that trash named Yagura Karatachi for you. Then, I'll pack up the entire hidden mist village and give it to you as a reward. What do you think of this deal?" Treating a ninja village of one of the 5 great nations as a gift that could be given away at will. These words were like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens, striking hard against the skulls of everyone present. Terumi Mei was completely dumbfounded. The hundreds of rebels behind her were even more stunned. Every single one of them was frozen in place, as if a paralysis jutsu had been cast on them, their minds a complete blank. They had seen arrogant people, but never someone this boundlessly arrogant. That was the hidden mist village, the foundation of the land of water. a behemoth that stood on equal footing with Konoha and Mangekyou. In this man's mouth, it had actually become a toy that could be casually gifted to subordinates. What kind of terrifying strength was required to support such an arrogant confidence that looked down upon the world? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Terumi Mei's voice was shaking. She even began to wonder if the man before her was a complete madman. Conan stood not far away, quietly watching all of this. A complex light flickered in her cold eyes. This man had once again redefined her understanding of the word arrogance. But for some reason, deep in Conan's heart, she faintly felt that this man wasn't just talking big. He seemed to actually have the ability to do it. Just as Terumi Mei was shaken by this arrogant deal and didn't know how to respond. Shasha, shasha. A dense sound of footsteps surged frantically from the surrounding forest like a tide. A bloody killing intent, more than 10 times stronger than that of the previous group of rebels, instantly enveloped the entire coastline. They're here. Uchiha Yoru didn't even turn his head, merely listening with interest to the approaching footsteps. Terumi Mei's face instantly turned as pale as paper. The rebels behind her were even more on high alert, subconsciously forming a defensive formation to shield Terumi Mei in the center. It's the bloody mist, Anbu. They've caught up. Everyone prepare for a fight to the death. Before the words had even finished, accompanied by a grating sound of metal friction, thousands of figures appeared from the thick mist like ghosts. They all wore uniform dark purple combat suits, with hideous masks on their faces that had no patterns, leaving only 2 bloody holes for eyes. This unit was the cruelest, most ruthless killing machine in the hands of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, the Bloody Mist Army. Every one of them emitted a thick, inescapable scent of blood, and there wasn't a trace of human emotion in their eyes, only the purest desire for slaughter. They quickly formed an inescapable net of a perimeter, trapping Terumi Mei's rebels, Uchiha Yoru, and Conan on this small stretch of beach. Thousands of bone-chilling killing intents converged into a suffocating storm of death. At the very front of the perimeter, the Bloody Mist Army slowly parted to both sides. A short man with long gray hair and a cross-shaped scar on his face walked out expressionlessly. He looked harmless, but his purple eyes revealed an absolute coldness that didn't belong to a human. He was the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, who was completely controlled by Obito's genjutsu and had personally created the terrifying era of the village of the Bloody Mist. Yagura's gaze didn't even linger for a second on Terumi Mei and her group of remnants. His emotionless eyes locked directly onto Uchiha Yoru, who stood in the center with his hands in his pockets and a leisurely expression. As a perfect Jinchuriki, Yagura could clearly feel it. The chakra contained within the man before him was even more massive and terrifying than that of the 3 tails behind him. Another bug come to cause trouble in the land of water. Yagura's voice was hoarse and hollow, like a puppet that only knew how to execute orders. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at Uchiha Yoru and also at everyone present. Then, along with this rebellious trash, "Die here. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.